Mate Shaka. He was born on the exact day an ancient deity was prophesied to return. No protagonist halohere. Even at 20, he was still just a total degenerate loser. Then, on one moonlit night, a mysterious stranger delivered a pitch-black blade to him, a divine weapon disguised as a cleaver amidst a crisis. Shaka accidentally awakened a dark god. His destiny shifted forever. Now sharing one body with divinity, he steps onto a new path, declaring war on the heavens to reclaim his crown. Follow Shaka's epic journey with 𝐀𝐿𝐿 now. In this world, the spirit awakened aren't gods, yet they wield the terrifying authority of the divine. Their blood bears the fate spirit mark. These chosen ones are the hunters of destiny. Each possesses unique hidden stats and traits. Looking perfectly normal on the surface, upon full inheritance, their true awakening begins. Manifesting supernatural signs across their bodies, a crimson blood seal burns onto their forehead as they evolve into world-ruling spirit lords. It all began during the final dark days of the year 1999. Prophecies spoke of an impending apocalypse. The world was swallowed by shadows and raging storms, over city's eternal bay. A massive vortex torn through the sky, raining down terrifying lightning. Despite the chaos, spirit lords gathered. Two rival factions prepared for a legendary clash, girls in red versus boys in blue. They stood ready for a battle that would decide everything. The red faction's leader sneered at Old Du. The end is here. Why aren't you hiding? Old Du stood his ground to stop the apocalypse. She just laughed at his puny strength. To stop the inevitable is a joke, she mocked. Speaking of a grand, divine rebirth, but Old Du wouldn't back down. He'd prepared a secret ambush to thwart her dark plans. On his command, hidden spirit lords erupted from the sea, launching a coordinated tactical strike. The girl was stunned. Suddenly, the clouds ruptured, and a blinding pillar of lightning struck. Panic surged as a colossal, glowing sphere began to ascend from the ocean depths. No one stops destiny. Lord Bai is finally returning to claim this world, she cried. Bai Thak's emergence was the ultimate omen, the signal that the apocalypse had truly begun. Can the destroyer of worlds be stopped? Meanwhile, in an old apartment across the city, a father knelt in prayer, thanking the heavens for his newborn son. Shaka's safety. He placed a blessed pendant on the baby, praying for a healthy and strong life. Time flew by like a racing wind. Little Shaka grew up into a hardcore gamer. Suddenly, Shaka found himself in a hellish landscape he didn't recognize. Jagged peaks and rivers of molten lava surrounded him. The heat was absolutely suffocating. A towering demon with an angelic halo mocked the gods who tried to surround him. This wasn't some minor boss monster. This was a nightmare that treated gods like insects. While mortals fled in terror, the gods desperately tried to seal the arrogant demon away. The demon just laughed, dismissing their divine arts as nothing more than a pathetic joke. Vanish, he bellowed. A massive explosion wiped the field, leaving only Shaka and the demon. A massive hand reached out to crush Shaka's soul. Paralyzed by the cold grip of death, Shaka woke up screaming. Hot, hammering. It was just another recurring nightmare. Shaking off the fear, he decided to get up and start his morning workout. But the clock told a different story. I'm late, he cursed, scrambling to get ready. Eternal Bay was now the crown jewel of City. Rebuilt after the Millennium Solar Storm, now a world-renowned tech hub. The streets buzzed with the energy of a futuristic metropolis. For a part-timer like Shaka, summer break was the prime season to grind for cash. You'd wonder what kind of job kept him so busy in this sweltering heat. As he rushed, a mysterious figure in a dark suit watched him from the shadows. A mascot in a ridiculous egg-roll suit tries to hustle. 1 for 1,000. 2 for 2,000. The girl shuts him down cold. Shika pulls off the heavy mask. Drenched in sweat and pure exhaustion, he watches her leave. In this heat, everyone wants iced tea, not some greasy fried egg roll snack. Passersby aren't buying. They're just laughing and snapping photos of the funny egg guy. Shika feels pathetic. He regrets taking this gig. Even a little kid points at him, pretending to think he looks cool. His ego inflates for a second until the kid calls him a fat superhero. Shika freezes in total shock. The brat says he's pitiful and vows never to be fat like him. Shika's temper finally hits its limit. He snaps. But the boss appears instantly. Fix that attitude. You haven't brought in a single customer all day. Shika tries to blame the food's taste rather than his dancing. But the boss isn't interested in excuses. Back inside, the boss tosses him a final pay envelope. You're fired. Get your stuff and get out. Fired. Shika is stunned. The boss explains that people are literally walking in circles just to avoid him. You only attracted one person in 3 days. And he was a beggar. Now take your money and leave. Shika trudges away, his mind heavy. But as he walks, a sudden spark of optimism hits his soul. Shedding that suffocating suit feels like a rebirth. Fine, now I can focus entirely on tonight's championship match. Night falls over the slums of North White Rock. Inside his dark room, Shaka enters his digital battlefield. The finals are pure chaos. His fingers blur across the keys. Mouse clicks echoing like rapid-fire gunshots. Victory. With one final decisive strike, he claims the throne. He exhales. The weight of the grind lifting. He's the new champion. But the celebration is cut short by a message from his defeated betrayal. Shaka expects salty trash talk, but is strange. Nagging feeling in his gut tells him something is wrong. Elsewhere in City S, a pro gamer watches the replay. This guy is a monster. Himotas. Eyes gleaming. Shaka ignores the alerts, crashes into bed, and dreams of being a gaming god, surrounded by beautiful fans. Suddenly, a harsh ringing shatters his paradise. Someone is hammering on his front door at this ungodly hour. He checks the clock. 4 a.m, delivery, a voice booms. Shaka stumbles out of bed, cursing. He opens the door to a man with an incredibly sharp gaze. Sign here. The courier commands coldly. It's a massive box. The courier knows his name and warns him to keep the package safe. How does he know me, Shaka wonders. Before realizing his name is printed right on the shipping label, curiosity takes over. He tears through the cardboard to find a mysterious, high-quality wooden chest hidden inside. My championship prize, he beams. The game developers really stepped up their delivery speed this time around. He expects a legendary peripheral or the strongest weapon promised to the world's #1 ranked player. He imagines a dragon-etched blade cloaked in hellfire. With trembling hands, he flips the latch. Seeking glory, reality hits him hard. Inside lies a tiny, pathetic black wooden stick. A toy, are you kidding me? He fumes at the company's lack of respect. He's the champion, not some kid playing in a sandbox. Meanwhile, the courier is already blocks away, dialing a mysterious woman named Mary. The blade is delivered. Mary asks if the boy suspected anything. He's clueless. The man replies, a dark conspiracy is in motion, unaware of the danger. Shika's phone buzzes. It's his overly energetic job broker calling at dawn. Early birds get the worm. The broker chirps. Shaka groans. Knowing the worm is usually another nightmare, the broker tries to act sweet. But Shaka is still reeling from the egg roll disaster and insult. Give me a real job, Shaka roars. Something with dignity. No more mascot suits or dancing in streets. The broker laughs. I've got a high-tech gig in the South White Rock district. You interested or what? South White Rock, the elite tech hub. Shika's eyes light up. This could be his ticket out. Built after the Millennium Solar Storm, the district is a jungle of steel and advanced science headquarters. He rushes to the Express Maglev. If South White Rock is the Holy Land, he's going to conquer it. He envisions a corporate office and a fat paycheck. But then, a notification pops up on his phone. It's the game company. Your prize is still in production. Expect delivery in 1 week. Shaka freezes. If the real prize is a week away, then what is this wooden sword in his bag? So that black dagger wasn't the reward. On the sub-sea train, the crowd gasps at the view. Colossal sea monsters roam the deep. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a stunning girl across the cabin. Her gaze is a literal soul trap. Beside her, a kid asks, Dad, is this the true abyss? Just the shallows? The dad replies. The kid pouts. Then where's the real bottom? The girl interrupts. The true abyss is freezing, pitch black, and hideous. She whispers. The boy glares. Mind your business, lady. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 ponders her grim warning. Suddenly, she turns. Her beauty is a high-rank debuff. His brain short-circuits. Love hits him harder than a S-tier lightning strike. His heart is toast. He fumbles for words. But the doors hiss open at Bitch High Station. She leaves, trailed by creeps, swallowed by the mob. He's shoved onto the platform. Fate's RNG is definitely trolling him today. Re-ticketing to the Platinum Tower. He finds the receptionist busy grinding an online mahjong quest. He asks for Golden CA. End of the hall. Move it, she snaps. Focused on her winning hand. This place reeks of low-tier service. Behind him, the receptionist screams in victory. Total chaos. Approaching the final door. Shouting erupts. A body flies through the frame like a ragdoll. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 dodges the projectile human with hunter-like reflexes. A massive tank-class brute stomps out. The victim begs for mercy. Danger senses tingling. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 prepares to strike. Suddenly, a hand grabs him. It's Manager Lim. The broker who summoned him. Just a minor guild dispute. He grins shadily. He shoves 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 into the briefing room. The other recruits are already waiting for the quest. The room is filled with desperate degenerates, seeking a way out. Manager Lim leaves to grab contracts. A mysterious white-haired player tracks his every move. His intent. Completely hidden behind a cold stare, the manager returns. Slamming dossiers onto the table? Here are your tickets to the top tier. Heads turn in shock. The recruiter is the Void conglomerate, the absolute monarchs of the digital world. They hold the admin keys to the global net. Working there is like joining a god-tier guild. The entrance fee, the manager sneers. 50,000 credits. And that's the newbie discount. Outrage explodes. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 realizes the guy outside wasn't an employee, he was a failed investment. This isn't a guild. It's a dungeon trap. The white-haired youth remains eerily calm. Assessing the threat. Force isn't the play here. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 whispers. He needs a stealth exit before the boss mobs aggro. Little do they know. A hidden observer watches the monitor. Every breath is being recorded. Whitehair is an assassin on a mission. His target, 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃. Ordered by the elusive boss Mo. Is he just a civilian, or a hidden ranker? Whitehair decides to trigger the first event. He bolts. Another recruit follows his lead. But the exit is blocked by the mountain-like gatekeeper. 40 credits just to walk out. The brute demands. The manager chuckles. Don't ruin your hidden stats, as Whitehair engages the thug. 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 activates stealth. Scouting for a survival path. Downstairs. A playboy named Manhwa harasses the receptionist. Manager Lim arrives with his merchandise. Swipe the cards. Hoa commands. He's here to inspect a rare drop, a beautiful girl they captured. Chaos erupts above. A girl screams. Sprinting toward 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃. Her silhouette looks strangely familiar. It's her, the girl from the Abyss train. Fate strikes twice. Knocking his heart out of sync, she trips. Falling straight into his embrace. The physical contact triggers a critical emotional hit, tangled together. She stammers an apology. Their eyes lock. The realization hits like a skill activation. Suddenly. Her hair is yanked back. The predators have found their prey. Her escape quest just failed. These thugs bow to Manhwa. Surrounded and trembling. The girl's survival meter is hitting 0. Let her go, 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃 roars. His justice tret flares up. This isn't an advertisement. It's a crime. The leader sneers. Know your rank. Kid. Don't be a hero in a dungeon you can't clear. We're a legitimate agency. Manager Lim lies smoothly. Interfere, and you'll find yourself on the blacklist. They're all the same degenerate scum. Lim's smile is predatory. The girl continues her desperate struggle. Legitimate my A. ***. 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃's blood boils. More like a den of vipers. The real battle begins. 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃 snapped. Snatching the device and landing a brutal punch on the leader. Let her go, he roared. Sending the thug spinning as the crowd watched in shock. Regret hit him instantly. But he was committed now, there was no turning back. He grabbed the girl's hand and bolted. Leaving the confused mob in the dust, Manhwa screamed at his useless underlings. Ordering an immediate hunt for the duo, thugs threatened the witnesses while a white-haired stranger watched. Impressed by 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃's guts, the stranger took his leave. Intrigued by the boy's sudden display of hidden spirit, pursuers swarmed the hallways. 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃 realized they couldn't outrun them forever. Go, he urged. Shoving a heavy cart into the charging thugs to stall them, they reached the lobby. Only to find the exit blocked by elevator-riding goons. A cow offered a mercy deal. Promising a discount if they surrendered now. 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃 refused. Manhwa's pride shattered. Replaced by a surge of murderous rage, as the gang swarmed. 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃 desperately scanned the room for a single weakness. He targeted the trembling leader, the most vulnerable link in their aggressive formation, shielding the girl. He brandished the device like a weapon. Faking a lethal strike, the terrified thug recoiled in pain, creating the perfect gap for their daring escape. Manhwa lashed out at his cowardice, demanding they find them before dawn. Sunset arrived. Yet the pair remained hidden. The search was proving entirely futile, tucked away in a narrow alley. The girl finally whispered her heartfelt thanks, flustered. 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃 checked the coast. His heart racing faster than the pursuit. Night fell over the bay, transforming the city into a vibrant, neon-lit maze. As they walked, the tension faded. Replaced by the rhythm of a quiet conversation, she laughed, playfully flicking his nose before officially introducing herself as 𝐷ao2. 𝐀𝐼𝐃𝐃 introduced himself. But she misheard it. Calling him Brother 7 instead, she shivered in the night air. Her breath hitching as the temperature dropped. He draped his jacket over her, a small gesture of protection in a dangerous world. The mood shifted when he awkwardly asked if the thugs had hurt her, seeing her torn dress. She misunderstood his gaze and delivered a sharp, stinging slap. She explained her escape from a fake agency, a den of degenerate, predatory thieves. They tried to force her into a dark chute. But she barely managed to flee. Realizing the time, she knew her brother would be searching the city for her. Declining an escort, she used lipstick to write her number on his hand. Call me for dinner. She winked. Perhaps this chaotic day wasn't a total loss. Back at headquarters, 𝐀𝐻𝐿 was livid, brutalizing his men for their pathetic failure. He kicked the leader aside. To him, these men were nothing but useless trash. Wait. 𝐀𝐻𝐿 interrupted. I have his address. He has nowhere left to run. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's eyes gleamed with malice as he dialed a legendary, terrifying contact. The room went silent at the mention of Lord Fire, a name synonymous with death. Lord Fire, the ruthless sovereign of the Blue Wolf Guild, answered the call. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 begged for a lesson to be taught. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃's consciousness drifted. He awoke standing atop a vast, shimmering ocean, far from his own bed. Who's there? He gasped as a distorted, ethereal voice echoed through the void. Found you. The voice hissed. 𝐀𝐃 looked down and saw a horrifying reflection. A monstrous demon god with glowing red eyes stared back from the dark water. He reached out to touch it, but the surface shattered. Slicing his hand open, churning water forms a vortex. Ghostly hands reach out to drag him down. Paralyzed, no matter how he struggles, he's trapped. Until he wakes up, gasping. Just a nightmare. But the throbbing pain in his hand, it feels devastatingly real. He looks down a fresh wound, and beside him lies the ominous black blade. He tosses the blade aside. But chills creep in. It was in the lounge. Was he sleepwalking? In the shower? He spots a hidden phone number. It's 𝐻𝐿's number. He's such a degenerate for forgetting something so vital. Suddenly, a notification. The game company is inviting him to an awards ceremony. 𝐀𝐃 gears up. It's time to claim his glory at the tech gala. The arena is packed. Everyone is buzzing with anticipation for the main event. Draped in a champion's sash, 𝐀𝐃 is overwhelmed by the luxurious layout. Two beautiful assistants approach the rising star, guiding him toward the back room. This way, champion. He's going to see the legendary scepter of victory. Heart racing. 𝐀𝐃 moves quickly. He's finally holding a weapon of status. Once he turns his back, the girls sneer. He looks like a total loser. A mediocre face. They whisper. Unfazed, 𝐀𝐃 enters the room. Seeking power. There it is. Leaning by the window, the scepter, glowing with cold intensity. I'm your master now. 𝐻𝐿. Teach me the way of the champion. A bystander thinks he's insane. Suddenly, the scepter's weight sends him crashing down. Paying your respects already. A mocking voice sneers. It's his old rival, the runner-up seethes. Being defeated by an ordinary guy was a total humiliation. 𝐀𝐃 smirks. With your skills, you'll be rank 2 for 10,000 years. The MC, Bao Bao, ignites the stage. The awakening ceremony is finally starting. Behold, the top 3 champion 𝐀𝐃 stands tall at the very peak. Behind him are his rivals, Tui Man and Ant, seething in his shadow. How's the view from the top, 𝐀𝐃? When can I put this down? The crowd roars with laughter. Quickly, the MC introduces the special VIP guest. Enter Miss Mu Troho, the legendary heiress of the massive Kong Wang group. 𝐀𝐃 freezes. It's 𝐻𝐿. The girl from yesterday is an elite noble. She approaches for a handshake. She gestures, pressing a finger to lips. Our little secret. She whispers. She knew he was the champion all along. She takes the stage, announcing a $100 billion evolution of the global system. The room explodes in cheers. A new era of esports power is beginning. 𝐀𝐃 looks at her, a literal goddess. He's just a guy with scrap. 2 different worlds. One is brilliant light. The other is cold, dark shadow. The gap is insurmountable. Maybe some dreams are just meant to be broken. Atop a skyscraper, a white-haired hunter reports. Target 𝐀𝐃 is under watch. Change of plans. He's tasked with hunting a rank S fugitive in the city. He's the Shadow Watcher. To him, this mission won't take much time. He sheds his coat, revealing a ninja-like combat gear. He's ready for blood. Stay alive. 𝐀𝐃. I'll be back soon. He vanishes like a bolt. The gala ends. 𝐀𝐃 walks home, passing through a dark, narrow alleyway. He can't stop thinking of her. She promised to meet him again soon. Focus. 𝐀𝐃. Trying to kill the useless romantic thoughts inside. Suddenly, danger. Thugs emerge from the shadows. An ambush in the dark alley. Get up and show some respect. My boss is looking for you. Shaka had no idea who he'd crossed. Cold sweat poured as the boss loomed. Are you Shaka? He tried to lie, claiming a false name. But 𝐀𝐻𝐿 stepped out. Liar, he'd never forget the face of the brat who ruined his life. Cornered. Shaka realized these weren't common thugs. They were on a whole different level. A club caught him from behind. His gear scattered as he hit the dirt. It was the Green Wolf Gang. The mob swarmed. No room to breathe or strike back. So much for his lucky day. From champion's glory to an alleyway execution. The beating was relentless. But they weren't done. The red-haired thug drew steel. But then, a dark streak tore through the air. The black blade arrived. Blood sprayed as a hand was severed. The gang froze. Something was very wrong with this kid. Too late to run. The protagonist's awakening had begun. Shaka stood, eyes glowing a predatory crimson. A suffocating aura filled the alley. 𝐀𝐻𝐿 trembled. Was this kid really just some low-tier degenerate? The boss felt the shift. This brat was an awakener. Desperate. He cracked open a forbidden vial. The mob charged. 1 strike. 1 kill. 2 lunged. 2 fell. Shaka was a whirlwind of death. His blade moved with lethal instinct. The ground was soon littered with those who dared cross him. His bloodlust was absolute. The survivors broke rank, fleeing in pure, unadulterated terror. But there was no escape. Shaka became the hunter, chasing down every last one of them. 𝐀𝐻𝐿 watched in horror as his men were slaughtered. Then, a massive shadow lunged at Shaka. It was Dong, juiced up on illegal combat stimulants. He swung, expecting a certain kill, but Dong was the one bleeding. Shaka stood unfazed, his cold gaze piercing the giant's soul. Dong had downed a Tier 5 berserk potion. His body warped into a hulking, vein-popping monstrosity, discarding his humanity for power. He shattered his chains. He wasn't just a thug. He was a beast. He roared, launching a frantic assault. His fists shattered brick and mortar with every devastating swing. Shaka danced through the chaos. His eyes burned brighter as he effortlessly evaded the giant's rage. Dong. Awakeners were nothing. He threw a final, bone-crushing blow, sure of his victory. Instead, a shockwave hit his chest. His armor shredded as he was sent flying, coughing up blood, refusing to die. He gathered his remaining strength for one final crushing leap from above. The impact shook the street. Dong grabbed Shaka's head. Screaming in a fit of delusional triumph, he slammed Shaka into the wall. 𝐀𝐻𝐿 cheered. Certain, the nightmare was finally over. The giant rained down blows. But Shaka stood firm, catching a massive fist with one hand. Bones snapped as Shaka crushed his grip. The giant's pride vanished, replaced by agonizing screams. A brutal kick shattered Dong's jaw. Teeth and blood sprayed. This wasn't a man, it was a monster. Dong tumbled back, realizing the truth. He was just a clown dancing in a monster's shadow. Shaka blurred forward, pinning him by the throat. Despair took hold as the black blade returned. The cold steel met his neck. Dong couldn't believe his end was coming from this brat. Gotcha, he screamed, fueled by madness. I won't lose. He slammed the hero against the wall. Concrete shattered. The crowd gasped. Certain, the main character's journey had finally met its end. The villain unleashed lethal strikes, aiming to finish the job. But destiny had other plans. Amidst the dust, he rose. One hand caught the punch effortlessly. Impossible, the villain gasped. With a bone-crushing grip, the protagonist snapped his arm, forcing the degenerate to his knees. Pride vanished into agonizing screams. As he clutched his broken limb, the hero spun with precision. A devastating roundhouse shattered his jaw. This wasn't human power, it was a true monster's wrath. Sent reeling, the villain struggled to breathe. He stared up, realizing this kid was a nightmare. Am I just a toy? Before he could think, the protagonist lunged like a lightning bolt. Fingers clamped around his throat, choking him. Then, the system hummed. A black blade manifested instantly, with dark steel at his jugular. The fallen hunter couldn't believe he'd lost to a rookie, driven mad by defeat. 𝐀𝐿 leveled his sniper rifle, unleashing a desperate barrage at Shaka. Lead tore through his flesh, painting the ground red. Yet Shaka stood firm, turning with chilling resolve. 𝐀𝐿's face paled in pure terror. How was he still breathing? Panic seized him as he fled. With the trash cleared, Shaka exhaled, his grip loosening on the ominous black blade as adrenaline faded. Agony finally surged through his broken frame. Suddenly, A cryptic voice hissed, cursing his weak, mortal shell. Out of the shadows stepped Mary, the crimson-clad awakener. Shaka realized this entire bloodbath was her design. Since the apocalypse foretold, she had sought the one true vessel for the fallen king, Lord Lucifer. Mary hungered to awaken the Dark Lord. But Lucifer's voice echoed a stern warning against her reckless interference. The time had not come. This vessel was still fragile. Mary trembled, witnessing the devastation of Shaka's form. Lucifer questioned if this carnage satisfied her. Shaka's heart simply could not contain such overwhelming, godlike power. Awakening now meant certain death. Bestowing the god-slaying blade would only shatter Shaka and Lucifer alike. Mary reeled in disbelief, unable to grasp why her grand plan was falling into such chaotic ruin. With fading strength, he warned her away. The god-slaying blade had already forged a blood pact with Shaka. He would force the evolution. Though whether this human shell could survive, the transition remained a gamble. The presence vanished into the void, leaving Shaka's unconscious body to collapse onto the cold, hard ground. Mary rushed forward, cradling him. She vowed to be his shadow shield until his true power erupted. No matter how long it took, she would wait. With a sharp snap of her fingers, reality shifted. The corpses dissolved into ash and mist, erasing every trace of the brutal massacre from Shaka's ruined home. Los Tinacoma. Shaka heard that mocking voice again, calling his human vessel nothing but useless trash. Suddenly, his consciousness flickered to life. He stood as a soul atop the familiar, tranquil spirit lake. His injuries had vanished completely. Dazed, Shaka wondered if this was just another cruel, vivid hallucination. The black blade slammed into the earth nearby. The dark entity revealed this was Shaka's subconscious realm. Panic flared. Shaka desperately called his own name, struggling to break free from this surreal mental prison. The shadow scoffed, manifesting visions of the concrete jungle and society to show him what truly mattered. This vast, shifting world you call reality is nothing but a fragile illusion that can be rewritten. The universe rests on elemental foundations. Suddenly, the water parted, casting Shaka into a weightless void. Primal elements danced around him in a kaleidoscope of power, vibrating with the fundamental energies of creation. Water brings form and preservation, while fire embodies the fierce duality of searing heat and absolute zero. Wind drives evolution and support, whereas earth provides the unyielding core for all existence to take root. Worlds may crumble, but elemental power is eternal. Master them, and you shall hold sovereignty over all. Enlightenment washed over Shaka. He finally grasped the infinite potential hidden within these primordial forces. Back in reality, his physical body spat blood, sending waves of agonizing resonance through his soul space. The shadow hissed that his frail shell was failing, threatening to collapse his entire mental world. Facing death, Shaka pleaded for salvation. Instantly, the entity commanded the water to weave around him. The agony receded as mystical currents converged on his arm, etching ancient, glowing runes into his skin. This was the ancient scripture of origins, a technique to siphon elemental essence and stabilize his body. Memorize this array. The shadow's final command echoed as it urged him to survive in this world. Shaka jolted awake in his bed, the shadow's cryptic warning still vibrating inside his spinning head. Before he could move, a violent ruckus erupted outside his door, shattering the momentary peace. The Fire Clan was kicking in the door, despite their numbers. The thugs trembled, remembering last night. They suspected Shaka was an awakener. Their greedy leader had one goal: seizing the legendary demon blade. Recognizing the Lang Bang thugs, Shaka scrambled for a plan as they stormed into his living area. As they breached the bedroom, Shaka leaped through the window, tossing an alarm clock to mask escape. The Fire Clan leader unleashed his Hell Prison Fist. A blast of incinerating flames vaporized the wall, finding no trace. They assumed Shaka had been reduced to ash by that overwhelming fiery strike. Even if he fell, I need a body. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 tracks the scent to the roof. Cornered on the rooftop, 𝐁𝐃 doubts his enemy is human. The gang suddenly arrives, surrounded and panicked. 𝐁𝐃 offers money, but 𝐀𝐲 wants more than cash. It's him they want. 𝐁𝐃 draws his demon blade, hoping to trigger their fear. 𝐀𝐲 is greedy, not scared. He longes, starting a lethal fiere, high-speed assault. A single punch sends him flying. Bones shatter, clothes catch fire. Absolute survival mode. 𝐁𝐃 scrambles toward the tank, dodging lethal fireballs from the relentless gang leader. Reaching the top, he's blasted inside. The gang thinks the hunt is finally over. Retrieve the blade. Dump the body. Inside, Thick sea struggles like a dying goldfish. Thugs poke him with poles. Sinking. A dark, ancient consciousness awakens in his soul. Want to live, the voice asks. Suddenly, the 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃𝐿 technique activates now. A spectral Lucifer appears, flooding him with power. A glowing sigil marks his awakening. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 wakes with cold eyes. With a flick, he manipulates the tank's water, weaving ancient seals. He generates a massive surge. A whirlpool erupts around his body. Above, they assume he's dead. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 demands the demon blade be fished out. Suddenly, the tank trembles. A giant liquid hand drags a screaming thug into depths. Chaos erupts. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 senses the power shift and ignites his fists for battle. Getting interesting, 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 charges. But a massive pillar of water looms like judgment. He strikes. But 𝐀𝐃𝐃's overwhelming power douses the fire, sending him crashing back, drenched and shocked. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 can't believe it. This weakling has legendary hidden stats. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 stands tall, looking down with icy disdain. Get up and face me, raising his hand like a god. Water mimics his moves. He unleashes crushing strikes. For my home, for your sins, he pummels them with relentless, high-pressure liquid waves. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 begs for mercy. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 stops, but the water collapses onto him instead. Mana empty. System limit reached. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 sees the opening. The hunter is now prey, exploiting the error. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 blasts him with fire. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 curses, falling back, trapped in the tank again. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 grabs it, intending to boil him alive. Handle the heat. Flames turn the tank into a deadly, boiling cauldron of despair. Temperatures soar. Inside, 𝐁𝐃𝐃 suffers as 𝐀𝐿𝐃 morphs into a flaming demon. Hope fades. Then, lightning shatters the tank, stopping the execution in a flash. It's the white-haired hunter, like a legend. He pulls 𝐁𝐃𝐃 from the wreckage. The tank explodes, a flood sweeping everyone off the roof. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 wakes up. That move used up his energy. His power core is completely drained. No more mana. In this critical moment, 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 realizes 𝐁𝐃𝐃 can't control his new power yet. It's a gift from heaven. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 smiles, preparing a final, incinerating fire fist. The blast hits. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 is thrown back into the boiling water once again. No mercy. This time, 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 clutches the tank, ready to burn everything inside. Steam rises as his fire burns hotter. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 is trapped in a metal tomb. The heat is unbearable. Inside, the water becomes a boiling stew of certain death. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃's true form emerges. He looks like a monster born from the abyss. Just as the end arrives, a bolt of lightning strikes from the dark sky. It pierces the tank, shattering the middle. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 barely dodges the sudden impact. It's the white-haired observer, appearing like a ninja. He finally makes his move. He rescues 𝐁𝐃𝐃 as the tank bursts, water flooding the entire rooftop area. Everyone is swept away, falling from the heights. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 opens his eyes. Reborn. I was plummeting through the abyss. Just as I accepted my end, a flash of light tore the sky. It was that white-haired hunter. He snatched me mid-air like a hurricane, wearing a cocky, confident smirk. Brace yourself for impact, he teased. I barely had time to process his words before the world blurred. He launched me toward the ground like a ballistic missile. Then, he pivoted to save the other falling degenerates. I landed in a dizzying heap, vomiting my guts out. Who the hell are you? I roared in frustration. With a sharp grin, he introduced himself, captain of the Dragon Group's elite unit. 𝐻𝐼𝐿. He looked disgusted. He told me to stay safe. Yet here I was, looking like a total mess. Meanwhile, Old Man Fire's jaw dropped. He knew his luck had finally run out against a high-ranking hunter. Turns out, Rui Man was hunting him all along. I couldn't believe they shared such a dark history. This Laohuo was a rank 2 wanted criminal in the supernatural underworld. A true low-tier boss monster. The coward tried to flee, shouting threats at me while scrambling away like a cornered rat. Stay put, Rui Man ordered. Within a heartbeat, he vanished, leaving nothing but a sonic boom behind. The sheer pressure made me break out in a cold sweat. Was this guy even human? Laohuo reached the exit, but Rui Man was already there, blocking his path like an immovable wall. Desperate, the villain ignited his fists, but a brutal kick shattered his jaw before he could strike, before gravity could even take over. Rui Man delivered another crushing blow that sent him screaming into orbit. It wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Laohuo ground his teeth, consumed by pure, venomous hatred. He wouldn't go down alone. In a finale, suicidal gambit, he decided to drag me to hell with him. His entire body erupted in infernal flames, He lunged. But not toward the captain, his target was me. The move was so sudden even Rui Man couldn't react. Death was staring me right in the face. Driven by pure survival instinct, I channeled my remaining mana into the ancient 𝐀𝐿 technique. Please work, I prayed. Suddenly, a massive surge of elemental power answered my desperate call. A colossal sphere of water materialized, engulfing the fire monster and dousing his flames in an instant. He gasped for air, his own power backfiring as the steam scalded his flesh. The hunter became the hunted. I collapsed, my energy completely drained. Every muscle screamed as I hit the dirt. Barely conscious, the threat was neutralized. It seemed the captain didn't even need to lift a finger for the finish. What are you people? I whispered before darkness claimed me. Rui Man just pulled out his phone. He called in a cleanup crew for the rooftop disaster while I drifted into a deep, heavy slumber. Down below, that pink-haired girl was holding my jacket. Memories of our encounter made her blush crimson. She had washed it carefully, hoping to return it to me in person. A simple, sweet wish. But fate intervened as a massive gust of wind nearly blew her away. A stealth jet roared overhead. I woke up in a bizarre nightmare. I was wearing an egg roll mascot suit, holding a ridiculous sign. The streets were eerily empty until Lao Huo appeared, leading a gang of bloodthirsty thugs toward me. They were back for blood. This time, there's no escape. Hey, he said, his eyes burning with vengeance. Panic seized me. But then the sky cracked. Crimson lightning struck, and rain turned into pure blood. My silly costume vanished. Suddenly, my hands gripped the cold steel of the legendary black blade. Another bolt of lightning tore the weapon from my grasp. I bolted upright, my heart hammering against my ribs. Just a dream. But the phantom pain in my limbs felt terrifyingly real. My body was broken. Finally, awake, a familiar voice asked. I looked up to see Rui Man watching me intently. We were surrounded by clouds. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife for failed protagonists? I stammered. You are 30,000 meters up on a tactical jet. He chuckled. So, I was still in the game. Wait. Was I being kidnapped? Why was I on a high-tech aircraft with these dangerous hunters? Rui Man laughed at my paranoia. He leaned in, reintroducing himself with that same arrogant confidence. I'm the Dragon Group's top enforcer for S-City's awakened community. I just stared at him, unimpressed. You read way too much manga. Duda. He scoffed. But his next words chilled me to the bone. 𝐀𝐿 clutches himself in panic. What's this guy's goal? Suddenly, 𝐻𝐿 Man's expression shifts, whether he likes it or not. A monstrous power is dormant deep within 𝐀𝐿's soul. 𝐀𝐿 is stunned. Could he actually know about the black blade hidden inside him? That power is immense. It must be analyzed and suppressed before it's too late. But there's more. A lethal bullet is currently lodged right inside 𝐀𝐿's heart. Simply put, he's a walking corpse. 𝐀𝐿 shivers, realizing this nightmare is his reality. 𝐻𝐿 Man snaps his fingers. They're heading to a facility to identify his spirit rank. Only by measuring his core can they save his life. His body is clearly abnormal. The pilot announces the descent. 𝐀𝐿 looks out to see a mysterious, isolated island. He quickly dresses as the landing sequence begins. The destination looks like a fortress. This feels like a deadly survival game. Is he being dropped into a war zone? The magnetic field fluctuates. The aircraft shakes violently as gravity begins to warp. 𝐶 slips, falling backward. 𝐻𝐿 Man's eyes sharpen as he lunges forward to help, but he doesn't grab 𝐀𝐿. He saves his phone while 𝐀𝐿 hits the floor hard. Relieved, the screen didn't crack. 𝐻𝐿 Man snaps a humiliating photo of the poor kid. Suddenly, a female officer enters. She stares at the pathetic mess on the ground. 𝐀𝐿. The Dragon Guild's top mechanic. Is this the stray you picked up? She pinches 𝐀𝐿's cheek. Strange. She can't sense even a drop of spirit aura. She turns to 𝐻𝐿 Man, skeptical. Is this really a high-tier target worth tracking? 𝐻𝐿 Man admits he's unsure. But 𝐀𝐿's battle against Old Huo was definitely supernatural. The island system will reveal the truth. They need to see his hidden stats. 𝐀𝐿 giggles, her eyes gleaming. She can't wait to see the head medic's evaluation. She warns that spirit crimes are rising. Rumors of a global system collapse are spreading. Chaos is brewing. The Dragon Guild must maintain order among the awakened at all costs. 𝐻𝐿 Man strikes a heroic pose, vowing to protect his cute little junior disciple. Enraged, 𝐀𝐿 slams him into the floor. A total knockout in one swift move. Stop calling me, that she screams before storming off. The final countdown begins. 5, 4. The cabin lights flash red. The landing procedure is officially initiated. 𝐻𝐿 Man scrambles to his seat, screaming at 𝐀𝐿 to buckle his safety belt immediately. Free fall mode. 𝐀𝐻's face pales. He doesn't like the sound of that at all. The engines cut out. Silence fills the air before a terrifying roar of wind takes over. The helicopter flips and dives straight toward the dark depths of the ocean. TA screams in terror. This isn't a landing. It's a suicide mission into the sea. Water slams against the glass. The thrusters switch to submarine mode. Sinking rapidly. 1,000 meters deep. The carbon fiber hull groans under the crushing oceanic pressure at 1,200 meters. 𝐀𝐻 finally regains consciousness after fainting from fear. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 sighs. He didn't expect the kid to be such a degenerate coward. 𝐀𝐻 grabs a bucket and vomits. 𝐀𝐻 scoffs. Doubting his potential as a hunter. No time for rest. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 drags him out into the massive underwater base. Confused. Ça touche à terminal. He accidentally triggers a high-level security protocol, the Night Watchman Gate. 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 explains. It's time for his first real awakening test. A massive mechanical gate with a demonic face looms over them, radiating a chilling aura. Ça tremble? 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 commands him to place his hand on the interface. As his palm touches the cold metal, glowing energy veins begin to scan his soul. If you truly possess a spirit core, 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 whispers, the system will react. The Night Gate rejects Shaka. A violent mana blast throws him back. His hands go numb. Is this a trap or a test? Disqualified. Mia mocks him. But 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 senses hidden power. The gate reacted. Shaka is no ordinary degenerate. Mia enters. Shaka warns of the shock. Unaware of his own potential, only those with awakened stats can trigger this system interface. No spark. 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 insists they need a deeper scan. Welcome to Eternal Night. The system announcement echoes loudly. An inverted underwater city. Shaka fears it's a drug-induced hallucination. Gravity flips. They board the high-speed island transport system. The aerial rail is the only path into this abyss. Recruitment season begins. Elite hunters gather from every guild. Mana pulses everywhere. They secure their seats for the descent. No seatbelts. Shaka's survival instinct flares as they launch. Panic. Shaka nearly chokes a passenger like a total amateur. Mia snaps. The gravity system is safe. Stop acting crazy. Embarrass us again, and I'll throw you overboard myself. A blonde elite watches. He senses something off about Shaka. Shaka stares out. The rails lead into the inverted city. Gravity defies logic. Maya explains the island's unique energy core. Eternal Night's core creates a field countering Earth's gravity. The power source is a secret only the director knows. A director who could build this massive underwater fortress. 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 scoffs. The director is just a crazy old fool. A delusional idiot who thinks he's a genius. Mia strikes. Insult him again and you're both dead meat. 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 pivots. The director is a visionary god. This is a specialized academy for those with spirit power. Shaka wonders. Why build this underwater? Is it a prison? High security zones are deep. This school feels incredibly suspicious. Question langer. Meanwhile, the blonde elite activates a scanning skill. Purple eyes glow. Check that kid. Who is he really? A thick fog shrouds Shaka's stats. How very interesting. The train stops. An artificial sky hides the ocean's weight. Simulated sun. 𝐀𝐿𝐼𝐀𝐃 leads Shaka toward a restricted path. Maya vanishes. She's using her VIP status to hide. Perks of the director's daughter. Shaka follows the secret route. The elite scans the roster. Shaka's name is missing. A ghost. He smiles. We'll meet again very soon. 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 stops. Here is our special privilege trespassing. Scaling walls. Will be arrested. Shaka panics instantly. Quiet. It's only a crime if we get caught. 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 kicks Shaka back. A bullet grazes the air. Don't just stand there. Run. The execution squad is here. Shaka looks up. An armed battalion is closing in fast. The hunters locked onto their prey. 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 dragged the gasping 𝐀𝐻 through the shadows. Was this a rescue or a death sentence? 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 remained unfazed by the surrounding chaos. It's a restricted sector, she noted. The guards here tend to get very aggressive with outsiders. They scan the perimeter from the brush. Hostiles spotted at 11, 12, and 1 o'clock. 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 was surprised. The rookie's visual perception stats were surprisingly high for a degenerate. I'm number 1 back home, he bragged. But high above. A surveillance unit spotted them. An elite squad charged. 𝐀𝐻 panicked at the sight of rifles. How do we retreat? She looked at him like he was an idiot. Snipers are already painting targets on our heads. But even 𝐻𝐼𝐀𝐃 was speechless at 𝐻𝐻𝐃's next move of sheer desperate survival. He started stripping to make a white flag. 𝐻𝐼𝐀𝐃 lowered her shades. Eyes full of judgment. Surrendering is unnecessary, she muttered. 3 seconds is all I need to clear these low-tier mobs. Before they could fire. She struck. 3 guards down in exactly 3 seconds. Absolute combat efficiency. Team B opened fire. 𝐻𝐼𝐀𝐃 blurred. Weaving through a hail of lead with inhuman speed, she reappeared behind the enemy flank. In another 3 seconds, The entire threat was neutralized. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 stood there. Jaw dropped. A solo carry, she wiped the entire squad in a blink. He remembered the snipers. Watch the roof, he screamed. 𝐻𝐿 reacted in an instant. She tumbled backward as a shot rang out. The sniper smirked. Thinking he'd bagged the target, he checked his binoculars for confirmation. The target had vanished. The boy was gone entirely. Before the shout even finished, 𝐻𝐿 sensed the trajectory. A frame-perfect dodge against a high-speed projectile. The guards panicked, searching for their lost prey. Where is he? That was a direct hit. 𝐻𝐿 stood on the opposite wall, waving mockingly. Here's a small gift to remember me by. She kicked a grenade straight into the group. It collided with a bullet, triggering a massive blast. Thick tear gas filled the corridor. She assumed it was over. But the real boss appeared. A figure plummeted from the roof, radiating a terrifying aura of raw, high-rank power. He lunged at her. 𝐻𝐿 instantly deployed an energy shield. That won't work on me, she teased. The assailant gritted his teeth. Try my new skill. His lightning gauntlets erupted with deadly voltage. Hundreds of lightning bolts surged. But she was faster. She blinked through the storm, appearing behind him. This wasn't a death match, it was a high-level spar. Your agility stat has improved, kid. He laughed. 𝐻𝐿 smirked. I'm still leagues behind you, Master 𝐀𝐿𝐃. You're still the peak. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 was stunned. This kid-faced guy was a master. The power scaling here was insane. Master 𝐀𝐿𝐃 lunged forward, crushing 𝐻𝐿 in a bear hug. I miss my favorite student. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 cried out in fear. Let go, you're going to squeeze her soul right out of her. The master roared with laughter. Next time, I won't let an intruder walk away so easily. This was the island's ironclad zone. Rifles were non-lethal, but the snipers carried live M95 rounds. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 turned pale. They almost died. The master turned his gaze toward the terrified rookie. 𝐻𝐿 whispered a secret into his ear. The master's face lit up with a wild grin. So, you want to be a true awakened on Eternal Night Island? I'll personally train you well. 𝐻𝐿 waved him off. Don't celebrate yet. You still have to pass the medical evaluation. Walking through the medical core corridor, 𝐻𝐿𝐃's heart raced. Was he truly about to awaken? That lightning power was epic, he rambled. His internal system was overloaded with 1,000 questions. 𝐻𝐿 lost her patience and kicked him inside. Stop talking and get your stats checked. The room was eerie and empty. No doctors. No system windows. Just a cold, silent atmosphere. A massive rabbit mask loomed behind him. Lie down, it hissed. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 nearly died. Is this some high-tier biotech, he wondered? Was he about to get a total system reset? No record found. System alert, primary aorta is ruptured. Vital signs near the heart are stable, but a mysterious energy is surging. Spirit mana detected. Initiating system analysis. Mana scan failing error. A figure descends from above as a chilling voice echoes through the hall. Your shattered heart is held together by pure mana, defying death. Yet, your mana index is 0. Zero mana impossible. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 bolts upright, gasping as his reality as a non-awakened shatters. A shadow appears silent as a ghost. It's the Minister of Medicine, 𝐻𝐿 𝐾𝐿. Watching with cold eyes. The minister? You mean a doctor? Her cryptic words make no sense to his racing mind. Listen. A mysterious power shields you. Once it flickers out, you're dead. Simple as that. She hands him a document. Sign this corpse donation form. You're better off useful when you're gone. Donate my body, at least try to save me first. His mana stats remain a flat. Hopeless, 0. Is that cursed black blade behind this? He hurls the paper back. No way, he's signing his life away. I'm fine, he roars. But the minister smirks. Medically, you're just a walking corpse waiting to rot. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 refuses to believe this bratty doctor. Is this girl really a high-ranking minister or just playing? She hurls a bottle at his head. I am your physician, believe it or not. You're a medical anomaly. If you leave Evernight Island, that shield will vanish. You'll die the moment you hit the mainland. Without the island's high mana saturation, his body is a ticking time bomb. Survival is now a luxury. Even the professor is stunned by the results. The donation papers are ready. Death is closing in. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 reaches for 𝐻𝐿. But she's already turning away. The mission always comes first. Emergency in City S. The Dragon Guild must mobilize immediately, she says, her voice devoid of emotion. Given your condition, you're coming to the Dragon Guild for containment and observation. No arguments. I'm staying here. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 declares. Taiman stops. Her eyes wide with pure shock. He can't tell them. The secret power. The risk of death. He has to investigate this system alone. His only path to survival. He must trigger an awakening and become a true spirit hunter. An awakened with 0 mana. They stare at him like he's already a dead man walking. I felt the power on that roof. The system says 0 now. But potential isn't a fixed stat. 3-man relents. Stay then. But the academy entrance exam, it's a literal death trap for degenerates. The trials are brutal. Without mana, you won't survive the first tier of the ranking. Let alone graduation. I don't care about the odds. 𝐀𝐿 growls. A hidden fire begins to burn in his soul. The professor grins, leading him to registration. The ultimate underdog quest has finally begun. Did I just sign my death warrant? 𝐀𝐿 wonders as the adrenaline starts to fade. He promised to earn his rank or face the Dragon Guild's cages. There is no turning back. They arrive at the academy's main spire, a magnificent structure that pierces the very heavens. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 building. The professor beams. The heart of the world's elite hunters and legends. Suddenly, a massive spinning wheel tears through the air. An unauthorized skill activation in the courtyard. Insolent brats, the professor roars, stopping the lethal projectile with his bare hand and immense pressure. It's 𝐀𝐿𝐃, a show-off student. His luck just ran out in the most humiliating way possible. The other students dogpile the troublemaker while the professor fumes. But time is ticking away. They reach the desk. Registration closed. The deadline has passed. 𝐀𝐿𝐃's heart drops. A blonde youth steps out of the shadows. It's Simon, the mysterious observer from the ship earlier. No registration means no dorms tonight. Simon notes. The professor shrugs and walks off without a word. Sleep on a bench. Kid. I've got paperwork to file. The professor yells, leaving him stranded. Simon smiles, a hidden glint in his eyes. My dorm has an extra room. If you're brave enough. As they walk, 𝐀𝐿𝐃 looks at his shaking hands. Simon. What exactly is spirit mana? Simon pose. His expression darkening. It's one of the 2 fundamental laws that govern our dying world. Move into my dorm. He offered later. There's an extra room if you need a place. Curious. The hero asked about spirit energy. His companion explained the world's 2 absolute laws. In this shifting world, elements are the eternal foundation, the raw power that builds our very reality. Controlling these forces requires spirit power. Shaka recalls a phantom dream voice whispering the same profound secret. Simon explains that spirit power is a divine gift, a remnant of gods who fell to the earth long ago. Humans were powerless until they received the marks of the fallen. Awakening latent supernatural abilities. Every hunter dreams of unlocking their god seal to inherit a legendary, terrifying power from ancient times. Ascending to a spirit lord grants strength hundreds of times greater than any standard awakened ranking tier. These elites stand atop the pyramid, weaving the threads of human destiny with their overwhelming spiritual might. Shika's heart races, dreaming of reaching that peak. But reality hits. The ranking evaluations begin tomorrow. It's a gauntlet power assessments, followed by limit tests and a grueling hunter written examination. Arriving at the dorms, Shaka is floored. Evernight Island provides luxury fit for the world's elite hunters. Being an awakened has perks. He finds pillows of his favorite idols, a surprise gift from Professor Diana. Even Simon is baffled by the gesture. Shaka happily retreats to his room. Clutching his new treasures, Simon watches him leave. His eye of Horus, unable to pierce the veil surrounding this mysterious boy. Don't disappoint me, he mutters. Exhausted, Shaka collapses onto the bed, ready for a deep sleep. Suddenly, that ghostly entity pulls Shika's consciousness back into the surreal, dark depths of the dreamscape. How are you here? Shaka gasps. The spirit coldly replies that they are now bound as one. In Shika's moment of desperation, he begged for salvation and accepted the spirit's dark, soul-binding deal. By activating the ancient tome of creation, the blade became his seal, a mark of their eternal coexistence. The entity wields the black blade, warning that it's true God-slaying edge is far beyond Shika's reach. Shaka clutches his head, realizing his life has changed. Am I actually an awakened hunter now? The shadow bristles at the petty question. To him, spirit user is a title far beneath them. Spirit power, he scoffs. With the tome's interface, Shaka can manipulate the very elements of the universe. Shaka recalls his lessons: a divine mark plus spirit energy equals the power to command nature. With the tome's infinite elemental arrays, Shaka could become the greatest spirit user to ever live. Excitement surges. Even without natural spirit energy, this forbidden system makes him an absolute monster. But the entity strikes him with reality. Don't be a fool. You're still a weak, pathetic degenerate. The tome opens the gate to godhood. But it cannot protect a fragile body from being crushed. To survive the predators hunting him, he must blend in, train, and fight like a regular hunter. By evolving his physical shell, he will slowly unlock the tome's true, devastating and legendary destructive power. One problem, Shika's spirit stats are currently 0. Tomorrow's test is his life or death moment. Fail, and he's expelled. Shika begs the spirit for a hidden stat boost or a quick cheat. I won't help you cheat. The entity declares, guard my secret, or a catastrophe will surely follow. Meanwhile, in a lavish Swiss villa, a stunning woman steps out of the bath to a call. Her rage flares instantly. She orders the National Intelligence Center to hunt down one specific, vital target. The man she's obsessively tracking. None other than Shika. The world's shadow agencies are now fully mobilizing. At the Nine Heavens monitoring hub, panic sets in. Technicians scramble to locate the boy's position. They must find him before Lady Mary loses her patience. But scanning all of Asia is impossible. Mary, the legendary founder of the Nine Heavens Union, glares with eyes that promise a swift death. Fin Shika. She hiss? Or none of you will live to see the next sunrise. Finally, a lead. The Dragon Squad has taken him, likely mistaking him for a common, low-tier hunter. She demands his coordinates. Sweat pours down the monitor's faces as they bypass global security firewalls. The trace leads to the Pacific. He's at Evernight Island. The absolute worst-case scenario has finally happened. Mary recalls the apocalypse prophecy. After the world ends, she knew he would eventually return home. Fate is in motion. The world will be reborn through destruction. And nothing can stop his awakening. But the entity doesn't care if the world burns, as long as Evernight Island fulfills its dark purpose. Mary's eyes narrowed. She wouldn't let that old fossil win. Shika was the key. But Evernight's firewall was a fortress. Infiltration was suicide. They needed a local pawn inside. Plans changed. Move stealthily without alerting the old monster. A proxy was required. Someone Shika would trust without suspicion. An Evernight resident was perfect. Mary began her search. Target locked. Meanwhile, Shika was just vibing on the balcony. Nearby, a bored principal was scaring whales for a laugh. Principal Lai sensed a dark omen written across the stars. The gear minister arrived with the latest hunter profiles. Is work your only joy? The principal sighed. Checking data. They spoke of Nick, the legend who sold his soul. No sign of the demon god among the City S recruits. Was the prophecy true? Would the world ender really come here? No candidate from City S fit the ancient world-ending omen. The principal shrugged. As long as we stand? He's dead. He jumped onto his bed. No more thinking for today. Shika sneezed hard. I can't get sick before the exam. He prayed for luck. Then, he tried his skill again. A tiny water orb formed. It felt perfectly controlled now. I'm a genius, he cheered. His roommates yelled for silence. Morning arrived. The hall was packed with aspiring rankers. Shika froze. He didn't know this many hunters even existed. 1 in 500. Right? A guy named Dai asked. Only the elite of the elite would survive these trials. New teammates appeared. Cho, an earth user with stone skin. Oreo, a wind user who could vanish using light traits. And Zoatu, a kid who could devour anything in sight. Dai flexed his fire, melting a coin at insane heat. But a sudden gust sent the molten metal flying everywhere. Shika reacted instantly. He summoned a splash of water. His aim failed. He soaked a thug's face instead. The thug roared, ready to crush Shika's skull. He shoved Shika down. Pathetic trash. You call yourself a hunter? Shika's blood boiled. But a mysterious girl stepped in first. One strike. The bully was sent flying like a broken doll. He turned to stone, lunging back. Then, gravity shifted. Purple orbs exploded, freezing every hunter in their tracks. A weakling like you. A water user, they mocked Shika. Daidu held him back. They're an ancient European clan. Suddenly, a girl struck. The bully crashed into the dirt. He transformed into stone, lunging. But purple orbs appeared. Their mana was instantly sealed. The high judges stood tall. No violence allowed, one barked. The aura was suffocating. The atmosphere turned heavy. The true exam was finally beginning. Silence. A cold judge barked. You broke the tiles. Prepare the compensation forms immediately. This was Nam Kung Sak, a 25-year-old spirit lord and high-ranking supervisor of Evernight Island. With a wave, he dispelled the purple spheres, releasing the combatants from their magical binds. Freedom came with a price. The creep started boasting. Unaware, his stone armor had vanished. He threatened the girl, forgetting that without his rocky defense, he was completely exposed, naked and humiliated before the crowd. His tough guy act crumbled into a pathetic scene. Shamed. He scrambled to cover himself. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 slammed his staff down in fury. Evernight Island is no place for degenerates, Diana. The purple-haired instructor watched with amusement. Unlike the stern sack, Diana found this year's batch of recruits surprisingly adorable and promising. Beside them stood Old Man Nin, the grim theory instructor, known for his brutal discipline. Amidst the chaos, Teacher Kaban sneaked toward the desk with 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃's late registration. He slipped the folder in, praying his stealth stats were high enough to avoid detection. Just as he thought he was a genius, Sack's voice boomed, nearly stopping his heart. Relief washed over him. It was just time for his introduction. Kaban stepped forward boldly. I am Kaban, head of security and discipline. Misbehave, and you answer to me. His energy ignited the hall. Then, the judges announced the 3-round entrance trial rules. Survival was the only goal. Only those with the highest scores would enter Evernight Island. Old Man Nin stepped up. Round 1, Elemental Resonance. Show us your mana potential. The ground groaned and trembled. The students braced for an earthquake as power surged. A blinding pillar of light erupted from the center, unveiling 4 massive elemental totems. The Earth Creator, Blazing Fire, Flower Frost, and Sky Wind Phantoms manifested in glory. The sheer radiance forced everyone to look away. But Thika felt a burning sensation beneath his clothes. His hidden mark pulsed with heat. Was this a sign of awakening? He stared at the phantoms. Are these divine beasts? He turned to check on his friends. But Daidu and the others were gone, their eyes glazed over like mindless puppets. They were intoxicated by the elemental mana. Stumbling toward the totems in a trance. I must go to it, Daidu muttered, his soul seemingly drained by the system's power. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 shook him. But there was no response. The others were equally paralyzed. Even the girl from before wandered past, her consciousness slipping into the void. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 grabbed her arm, halting her descent. Nin clicked his tongue in disgust. Useless brats. Nin growled. He brandished a grotesque staff with 3 screaming, toothy mouths. A sonic blast shattered the trance, snapping the day students back to reality instantly. They woke up disoriented. Nin barked for silence, unimpressed by their lack of willpower. Being mesmerized by totems is natural for low ranks, but you must overcome it. The girl realized 𝐀𝐖𝐃𝐃 was still holding her hand. You can let go now. Thanks. She thanked him for the save as the holographic testing interface flickered to life. The trials began. First up, Aurel. She stepped into the barrier to link with the system. The interface scanned her neural pathways, measuring her elemental affinity and potential ranking. Result: C rank. Wind attribute. Not bad. Next was Daidu's turn to prove himself. The screen flashed B rank. Fire attribute. The crowd roared with envy at his potential. B rank was currently the peak. But then, the system window updated with a new record. Deep 𝐻𝐻. Rank A. Earth attribute. A true genius had finally stepped onto the stage. Suddenly, 𝐀𝐖𝐃𝐃's group was shoved aside by a familiar pack of toxic degenerates. It was the creep and his goons. Their arrogant auras signaled trouble was brewing again. The leader's cold glare met 𝐀𝐻𝐃𝐃's, proving that the real battle had just begun. Stepping into the barrier, the trial begins. Doubts fly. Does Shaka even have talent? Let's see you hit A rank, kid. The screen flashes. Edward's results are in. Just as expected. A top-tier evaluation appears before the crowd. A rank. Water. Shaka's blood boils. This bastard is the real deal. Just standing there, his presence is overwhelming. The cold, crushing pressure is suffocating. So this is the raw power of an A-rank elemental hunter. The judges recognize the name, J.M. He's the heir to the infamous Rose clan. A lineage of power, Elder Ning scowls. Great talent, but from a family of devils. Master Kaban looks on in pure confusion. Namgung explains the dark truth. The Rose clan follows a tradition so twisted, it's earned them a demonic reputation. For generations, they've groomed only the strongest son as the glorious successor, demanding absolute sacrifice from everyone else. Once the heir is chosen, their own siblings are secretly sacrificed. A blood offering to ensure the clan's supremacy. They maintain a pure, powerful bloodline through cold-blooded murder. Their glory is built on the corpses of kin. Diana scoffs. The hunter world is full of freaks. If he's strong, that's enough. But Namgung doesn't agree. He rejects her twisted logic. Minutes tick by as candidate after candidate finishes their awakening test. This year's A-rank count is high. Even Simon, Shaka's roommate, steps up to show his true colors. Evaluation: A rank wins. Shaka's jaw drops. He had no idea his friend was such a high-tier monster. Simon smirks. Wishing 𝐀𝐀𝐃 luck. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 forces a smile. Trying to stay calm. It's just one test. Right. Nothing to fear. He whispers. Meanwhile, Namgung reviews 𝐀𝐃𝐃's file and notices something very strange about the documents. The registration seal is missing. Did Kaban sneak this in? There's nothing particularly special about this kid on paper. Next up, 𝐀𝐃𝐃, his friends cheer. But 𝐀𝐃𝐃 is busy praying to any god that will listen. Please let me pass. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 enters the barrier. But the elemental spirits don't even flinch. Zero reaction. Silence. Kaban cheers from the sidelines. But 𝐀𝐃𝐃 just stands there like a statue. Nothing is happening. The spirits remain dormant. The crowd starts whispering. Why is he taking so long? Is he a dud? Get off the stage. Degenerate, did you lose your way? 𝐀𝐃𝐃 panics. His hands trembling as he tries again. I can do this, he remembers the doctor's warning. If he fails to awaken here, it's game over. Failure means death on this island. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 activates his secret skill, the ancient elemental composition art. He concentrates. Eyes closed. He refuses to die. Suddenly, a faint surge of power begins to envelop his entire body. Water energy swirls. He's doing it, he's becoming a hunter, but when he looks at his hand, just a tiny puddle. Shika. Is that it? His heart sinks. He really is a failure. As he prepares for the end, the system window pings. Evaluation 𝐀𝐃𝐃. Potential rank. Confirmed. C rank water 𝐀𝐃𝐃 screams in joy. He actually passed, he scratches his head. Trying to play it cool. I felt a massive power surge inside, he tells his friends. While everyone celebrates his narrow victory, amidst the cheers, 𝐀𝐃𝐃 sulks in the corner. He's the only one who didn't make the cut today. He hates being left behind. Fine. Ignore me, everyone only cares about 𝐀𝐃𝐃 now, he grumbles bitterly. The big guy. Fat Xiao. Pats his shoulder. Relax. Bro? After 3 rounds? The total score might save you. Dayao offers a feast tonight. Tomorrow's trial will be a bloodbath. He warns. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 feels the weight. Phase 1 is done. The result was lower than hoped. But it's a start. Survival is the priority. Suddenly, Master Kbon slams a hand on 𝐀𝐃𝐃's back, sending him face first into the dirt with a thud. 𝐀𝐃𝐃's spine nearly snaps while Kbon laughs. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Kid, he roars, but seeing 𝐀𝐃𝐃 half dead on the floor, he blinks. I barely touched him. Is he really this weak? Nearby, Simon watches with cold, murderous eyes. He's clearly not satisfied with 𝐀𝐃𝐃's low-tier result. C rank, impossible. Simon sensed a massive hidden power earlier. Was that just an act? Is he hiding his true stats? Simon narrows his eyes. I'll expose your secret soon. 𝐀𝐃𝐃. From above, Diana smirks. My little prince seems fixated on someone. I almost feel sorry for that guy. Elder Ning frowns. Chaos isn't allowed on Evernight Island. He warns Diana to keep Simon in check. He's your recruit. Handle him? Diana just laughs. I can't control him. That's Simon we're talking about. When Simon wants something, he gets it. I didn't lure him here, he chose this path himself. Everything was already predicted. It was just fate. Perhaps only the unexpected could truly spark his interest now. Did his calculations include his own death? Diana wondered. Aiming a finger gun at Simon with a sharp, playful smirk, Namgung 𝐀𝐃𝐃 told her to stop the pointless drama. Still, he kept his eyes fixed on the chaos below. He saw Kbon with Shaka and frowned. Why would an elite care about a low-tier degenerate like that kid? For a split second, did the Boneflower scream in terror at Shaka? It made no sense for a C rank. Was it a glitch? Or was this Shaka kid an anomaly? Suddenly, a roar of noise broke his focus. The barrier flared with hellfire. Qin Ming was up. His stats were surging through the system Windows interface. Appraisal A+ rank. Fire affinity. The crowd erupted. An A+ tier. That's unheard of for a fresh recruit. This year's batch is full of monsters. 𝐀𝐃 muttered. But the real nightmare began. When the midnight alarm rang, students scrambled in panic. Shaka woke up dazed, thinking the building was on fire, and rushed outside immediately. Outside, an ironclad unit stood in formation. Attention, everyone head to the Black Forest for round 2 right now. The warden's voice was cold. Start time, 00. Latecomers will have their qualifications permanently revoked. Move it. The forest was 10 kilometers away. Shaka sprinted, his lungs burning. He had to survive this insane marathon. Screw this, he cursed. Suddenly, Dai Yao reached out, pulling him toward an inflating beast named Young Master Shua. Shua expanded like a massive balloon. As they climbed on, the beast launched forward like a jet-powered rocket. Below, a sports car tore through the deep-sea base. Shaka blinked. A supercar, in a dungeon, this is insane. They reached the Evernight Island training base. High above, Diana watched like a predator. The second trial begins. Cross the forest before sunrise. She commanded. Any means allowed. Only the first 100 survivors will pass the round. The students charged into the abyss. Shaka stepped through, only to find himself standing in an eerie, silent wasteland. Kaban anyone, he shouted. But his friends were gone. The system had scattered everyone across the twisted forest map. Simon was also lost. His face twisted in annoyance. Cheap illusions. Hey, he said, activating his unique awakening trait, Eye of Horus. He scanned the horizon. Past and present merged, revealing 12 hidden exits in the dark. Meanwhile, Shaka hacked through cursed vines. Thorns clawed at him as he searched for a way through the woods. Is this place infested with boss monsters, he wondered? Grabbing a sharp branch to use as a makeshift weapon. Suddenly, a beastly howl echoed. Shaka flinched, realizing the branch he held was actually a writhing green serpent. It looked pathetic, yet familiar like the earth totem from the archives. Could this be a rare elemental familiar? The ground groaned and shattered. At Miracle Tower, the proctors monitored the candidates through holographic system screens. I love the scent of fresh fear, Diana purred. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃𝐃. A trap-filled forest, you're showing no mercy. Diana's eyes gleamed. Cruelty is the best teacher. Only flowers bloomed in blood are truly worth my time. Back in the dark, the small snake in Shaka's hand began to glow. A massive surge of mana erupted. Even Simon was dazed. It seemed he was truly lost within this labyrinth of illusions and shifting terrain. These distractions were designed to break their minds. He had to escape this twisted mental prison immediately. Eye of Horus, he peered through time itself. 12 exits appeared, but only one led to survival. Shaka struggled through the thorns. Where were the others? The isolation was starting to feel like a death sentence. Thorns were everywhere. There has to be a monster lurking in this hell, he muttered. Clutching his weapon, he found a sharp branch. Thinking it would suffice? Suddenly, Allo? Guttural roar shook the very air. He looked down. The snake in his hand wasn't a snake, it was a high-tier earth elemental beast. Its small stature was a lie. This creature shared the signature of the legendary ancient earth totems. The earth buckled. What's happening? Shaka screamed, holding onto the serpent as the world began to tear apart. 1 o'clock. At the Miracle Tower, the proctors watched the carnage unfold through the live monitoring system. The scent of fresh recruits is intoxicating, Diana whispered. She watched the beginners struggle with a twisted delight. Elder Ning realized the truth. The entire Black Forest was a lethal death trap designed to cull the weak. You're being far too harsh, Ning remarked. But Diana only smiled. Hardship is the only path to true power. Only those who survive this bloodbath are worthy of the academy. Shaka felt a sudden, violent surge of energy. The tiny serpent in his hand began to transform. Its hidden stats were skyrocketing. The evolution had finally begun. Facing the colossal serpent, ça trembles. He desperately hunts for an escape route. No time to think. The monster's icy gaze locks on him. Death is breathing down his neck. He bolts. But the beast is faster. A massive tail whip sends him flying, coughing blood, clinging to life. His spine nearly shatters. This is the exam, he must fight or die. He reaches to manifest the Anson script. But those razor-sharp fangs are already closing in. One tooth is as big as his torso. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 grabs the lethal fangs with bare hands. Sweat pours. Where is his protagonist aura? Why hasn't the Black Blade deity appeared yet? Corrosive venom leaks from the fangs, dripping onto his leg like liquid fire. It melts his clothes and sears his flesh. 𝐻𝐶𝐻's agonizing scream echoes through the forest. Suddenly, a blade strikes the beast's maw. 𝐻𝐶𝐻 stares, dazed by the sudden intervention. As the monster recoils, a girl's voice barks, "Move it! Idiot! Do you want to die?" It's 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝐻. She pins the beast down, shouting at him to run while he can. She retrieves her blade, and they vanish. But this rank monster won't quit so easily. This beast's power is no joke. 𝐻𝐻 recalls her master's teaching. Rage reveals the weakness. She orders 𝐻𝐶𝐻 to act as live bait while she prepares the killing blow. Before he can argue, she vanishes. 𝐻𝐶𝐻 sees the snake pivoting toward her position. He has no choice. He hurls a rock, striking the serpent's scales to draw its fury. The beast roars, charging him. This is his chance to trigger the origin extraction skill, but his mana is too low. Holding this boss monster back is pushing him to the limit. 𝐀𝐿. Now he screams. From above, she unleashes the myriad earthbinding technique. Thorny vines erupt from the ground, shackling the massive serpent in a crushing, thorny grip. Screaming in agony, the beast falls. 𝐀𝐿 drops from the sky, decisive cross slash. The monster detonates into gore. 𝐀𝐿 stands paralyzed as the dust begins to settle. Something glows in the wreckage. A boss drop. A rare earth element totem fragment. He reaches out, but a throwing knife whistles past his ear. Another predator has arrived. It's the 𝐀𝐿 gang. Back for blood and loot. They want the totem and his life. 𝐀𝐿 draws her blade. Her master said, some people were just born to be beaten. Today, she'll teach these degenerates a lesson. Grown men cornering a girl. Truly pathetic. They've picked the wrong target. She blurs, her blade carving through their ranks with grace. In seconds, they're face down in the dirt. Her eyes burn with fury. Who's next? The leader snarls, his arm morphing into a massive, jagged stone gauntlet. Taste my 7 kills technique, he roars. Lunging with his great rock fist, 𝐀𝐿 just smirks. With a flash of steel, she severs the stone limb instantly. 𝐀𝐿 cheers from the bushes. But a crabclaw thug spots him and charges. 𝐀𝐿 dodges. The thug's pincer sinks deep into a tree, trapping him completely. Seizing a heavy branch, 𝐀𝐿 pummels him. 𝐀𝐿 corners. The 𝐀𝐿 leader. No one is coming to save you, she whispers, demanding to know if they were stalking. He stammers, claiming they only wanted the earth phantom beast to devour the trash first. To leave this black forest, one must collect fragments from 4 different elemental totems. Kill or be killed, that's the quest requirement for anyone hoping to pass this trial. Everyone starts with 1 element. To survive, you must hunt other players like prey. Only 100 can remain on Eternal Night Island. To them, 𝐀𝐿 is dead weight. 𝐀𝐿 stands between the 2 idiots bickering. 𝐀𝐿's temper finally flares. Who are you calling trash? The thug sneers. A rank C loser belongs in the dirt. 𝐀𝐿's eyes narrow. Since when did a rank C status mean you were subhuman? A waste of space like you doesn't belong here. A cold voice sneered. Stop wasting our island's resources. It was Edward. He marched forward with his crew, his eyes burning with a murderous, terrifying intent. You failed again, he hissed through gritted teeth. The subordinate begged for one last chance at mercy. Pathetic, Edward muttered. He grabbed the man's head, ruthlessly draining every drop of his life force. Using his water element, he flash froze the body until it shattered into 1,000 frozen shards. His demonic gaze shifted to 𝐀𝐿, sending a wave of pure terror through the young boy. Why murder his own ally? Edward's face remained frozen. His job was collecting totems and trash. He failed to clear C-rank garbage. On this island, the useless are simply deleted from the system. This is just a test, 𝐀𝐿 shouted. Why kill? The hunters burst into mocking, cruel laughter. Looking like a demon, Edward sneered. The spirit world is hell. Here, the strong rule all. The weak are just food for the strong. A C-rank degenerate like you can't comprehend our world. 𝐀𝐿 was stunned. Aren't awakened hunters supposed to use their power to protect the weak? How could anyone murder so casually just to climb the rankings? It felt like a nightmare. 𝐻𝐿 remained silent as 𝐀𝐿's blood began to boil with a righteous, burning rage. Did he struggle to awaken just to become a monster like them? He refused that dark path. Don't dream of becoming a hunter, Edward mocked. To me, you're just a pathetic, crawling ant. 𝐀𝐿 hurled the earth totem at him. Ants don't surrender. You want this, then take it. If being a hunter means losing my soul, then I despise everything your power stands for. He turned to leave, but Edward wasn't finished. He launched lethal ice daggers at his back. 𝐻𝐿 instantly blocked the strike. Edward's goons bristled, ready for a bloody, violent clash. Edward stopped them. Careful, 𝐻𝐿. An A-rank shouldn't lower herself to play with filthy insects. She glared back. At least I'm not a monster like you. She turned to follow 𝐀𝐿. Edward let them go, confident the Black Forest would become their final Evueris. Silent resting place. Disgusting. He spat. Breathing the same air as that weakling made his stomach turn in revolt. Watching through the monitors, Diana smirked. Edward's ruthless streak was exactly what she craved to see. The law of the jungle. He's aiming to be the rookie's supreme leader. Every year, a few monsters emerge. But this boy's cruelty was on a whole different level. Should we intervene? Lin asked. Worried. But Nam Kung Sach didn't take his eyes off the screen. The Dean's orders are clear. The island sets rules. Not morals. Let the awakening continue. Deep in the woods. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 caught up. Are you really giving up on becoming a hunter? 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 couldn't accept Edward's twisted world. He apologized for throwing away the totem she found, but he couldn't stand by while others suffered. Those scum will target everyone else next. He realized, even if he failed the academy, he wouldn't let them slaughter innocent students like cattle. Leaving the island meant death. But staying meant losing himself. He made a final, desperate choice. I'll live on my own terms. Even if my time is short. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 smiled warmly. Count me in then, she said. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 hesitated. She was a top-tier A-rank talent. Don't waste your future on me, he warned. But she had already made up her mind. They annoy me too. My master said life's too short not to follow your own heart. As they bonded, she finally asked his name. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from the shadows. It was their friends. Being brutalized by the Iron Hammer trio. A giant hammer swung down. Crack. A stone struck the bully's face. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 stepped out, tossing a pebble casually. Hey! Trash, he taunted. Think you've got what it takes to play with a real master? He lured them into a trap. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 activated her earthbind skill, ensnaring them in thorns. The bullies hung screaming from the trees. Now, it was time for the victims to strike back. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 looked at his crew. It's time. We're taking down Edward and his entire guild. Fatty instantly agrees, hailing 𝐀𝐿𝐃 as a true brother. He joins the party immediately, lacking the combat stats to solo elemental beasts. He's stuck. Chet too remains visibly hesitant. It's not about loyalty. The enemy's ranking tiers are just too high. Can they win? 𝐀𝐼𝐴CA sighs in despair until a voice echoes behind him. Make it one more. It's 𝐀_MONG, an A-rank prince with hidden potential. But their squad is still outnumbered. My Eye of Horus tracks all trajectories. 𝐀_MONG smirks. Every stat is visible to me. He possesses the hidden intel to counter Edward's cruelty and clear this survival quest. The strategy: absolute cooperation. It sounds simple, but requires a legendary level of trust. Edward's tyranny breeds fear. In this dungeon, no one dares to trust another player. Betrayal means losing everything. Most hunters choose to backstab first to survive the game. They believe looting is the only exit. But one successful cooperation could shift the meta. Competition will evolve into synergy. The group agrees. It's a brilliant move by 𝐀_MONG. The party is formed. They have 3 elements but still lack a fire vessel user. Finding 𝐷𝐷𝐷 and Oreo is priority 1. 𝐀_MONG activates a tracking compass item. Invisible wind butterflies scatter, seeking out any hidden information within the dark forest. Finding them depends on pure luck. Will they reach their allies before Edward's hunters? The 5-man squad sets out, navigating the dangerous dungeon terrain with cinematic precision. They crush bullies along the way. 𝐵0 Edward's operations are completely sabotaged. Edward fuming. His face contorts. These degenerates. It's time for a massive cleanup quest. 𝐿_M. Exhaustion sets in. The team splits into 2 specialized tactical groups. 𝐻𝐿𝐃's group hunts the water beast. Song and 𝐻𝐿𝐿 engage the wind boss. Group B clears their objective fast. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 successfully lures the target out. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 mounts 𝐻𝐿𝐿, preparing for a high-risk, decisive jumping strike. He leaps too early. His trajectory shifts as he hurtles toward the lethal elemental beast. He triggers his ancient book, freezing the beast instantly. An explosive shockwave rocks the forest. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 claims the water totem and begins bragging about his legendary combat feat. 𝐀_MONG watches silently. 𝐻𝐿𝐃's power is erratic. He hasn't mastered his awakening yet. The wind butterfly signals a hit. They've located the fire element's spiritual traces. They find only a smoking crater. The elemental beast has been utterly annihilated already. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 detects residual heat. A high-tier battle occurred here just moments ago. 𝐀_MONG activates the Eye of Horus to replay the scene's past events. He sees a fire user with overwhelming power. A mystery player with insane destructive stats. This crater is proof of a massive power-up. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 wonders, was that 𝐷𝐷𝐷? Unlikely. The user vanished into flames without even engaging in a formal duel. It means a hidden ranker intervened. Suddenly, 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 finds a dropped currency item. It's 𝐷𝐷𝐷's coin. As they process this, 𝐷𝐷𝐷's voice echoes nearby. They charge toward the sound. The forest mist thickens into a blinding white veil. Suddenly, massive capture nets drop from the canopy, targeting the entire party. Only 𝐀_MONG and 𝐻𝐿𝐿 evade. The 3 idiots are caught in the trap. Edward emerges with his elite guild lackeys. Time to choose your fate. He sneers. His patience is gone. This is the final ultimatum: submit or face total deletion. Do you still not understand the rules of this world? Edward asks. Mocking them, his hunters surround the remaining two. Edward sighs at their reckless, stupid bravery. 𝐀𝐿 draws her blade. Shut up and fight, she shouts, eyes blazing, while Edward barks orders. 𝐀𝐿 to uses his sharp chin to help 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 escape. Smart survivors don't side with those high and mighty degenerates who look down on us. Edward sneered, mocking 𝐻𝐿𝐃𝐊𝐃's weakness while asking why he'd ever join their ranks. With a cold wave, Edward used water magic to freeze 𝐻𝐿𝐃's feet in place. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 shattered the ice and hurled a jagged shard, slashing Edward's arrogant face. Enraged like a demon, Edward roared in fury as 𝐻𝐿𝐃 stood his ground. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 warned him his throat was next, as Edward ordered a total massacre, greedy for freedom. The hunters swarmed the group, eyes glowing with lethal bloodlust. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 pleaded with the mob, warning them they were just Edward's disposable pawns, blinded by their desperate need to escape the forest. They ignored him and attacked. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 spotted Daidu in the crowd and screamed, asking why he was there. Daidu stood trembling, tears streaming down as he refused to meet his friend's eyes. Suddenly, a massive boulder shattered as a titanic fist burst through with crushing force. The oppressive aura felt like a mountain. Musashi had arrived, a rank A Earth element monster. As Edward's top enforcer, Musashi's presence turned the battlefield into a literal graveyard. Edward ordered Musashi to crush 𝐻𝐿. A battle between two rank A Earth masters. 𝐻𝐿 spat in defiance, calling him a coward for serving a snake like Edward. She charged with her blade, determined to shatter his stone-like defense with one strike. Aiming for his core, she calculated that his breathing would be his only vulnerability. But Musashi read her perfectly, blocking her assault with the indifference of a mountain. 𝐻𝐿's rage flared. How could such a powerful warrior work for human scum? Musashi's counterattacks were devastating, leaving 𝐻𝐿 battered and barely able to stand. Nearby, Simon watched with cold eyes. Recognizing the calm, lethal mastery in Musashi's strikes, Edward approached Simon, offering the noble-born hunter a choice submission or a swift death. Simon's eyes burned with killing intent. He wasn't about to be anyone's puppet today. He loaded his weapon with a cold smile, accepting the challenge from the Rose family. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 finished a hunter, only to be ambushed by a freak with a tongue. The lethal tongue wrapped around his neck, choking the life out of him instantly. Luckily, a drill bit blade severed the tongue, and 𝐻𝐿𝐃 crushed the monster's skull. But a sudden explosion of flames blasted 𝐻𝐿𝐃 backward into a heavy tree, trapped under a massive log. He looked up to see his new attacker's face. It was his best friend, Daidu. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 screamed in absolute, soul-crushing betrayal. Daidu wept, apologizing while his hands glowed with the heat of a volcano. He confessed his desperate need to survive and become an awakened, no matter the cost. With a trembling heart, Daidu unleashed a massive fireball directly at his trapped friend. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 pushed past his limits, rolling away just as the flames scorched the earth. Through the smoke, the hunters realized 𝐻𝐿𝐃 was still alive and moved in. Daidu stopped them all, claiming 𝐻𝐿𝐃 was his kill and his alone. With a shattered leg, 𝐻𝐿𝐃 struggled to stand against his former brother's flames. Daidu landed a heavy blow, nearly breaking 𝐻𝐿𝐃's spirit along with his body. Yet he rose again, roaring for his friend to wake up from this madness. He swung one last desperate fist, but Daidu caught it with cold precision. 𝐻𝐿 watched in horror, but she was pinned down by Musashi's relentless speed. The pressure was overwhelming, and she realized she was seconds away from certain defeat. She unleashed her ultimate skill, the Great Earth Slash, putting everything into the strike. But her hope vanished as Musashi caught her legendary blade with his bare hands. Her blade of fury had failed miserably. The situation was critical. Simon stood there, deep in a calculated silence. He recalled his earlier visions. Out of the 12 forest exits, this was definitely the path to choose. Collecting totems was the only key. Edward's arrogance grew, believing no one else had gathered enough pieces. Daidu and 𝐻𝐿𝐃 were locked in a brutal struggle. Blood stained the ground as things turned grim. Just stay down, he pleaded. Survive at any cost, forget the exam. Just don't die here. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 was at his breaking point. His mana and endurance were completely drained. But he wouldn't quit, dragging his battered body toward Daidu. He delivered a crushing blow to snap his friend awake. Open your eyes, he roared. Is this the glorious future you dreamed of at Eternal Night Island? Was he really going to become a degenerate like the rest? This wasn't the path of a hunter. He begged Daidu to turn back, to stop this madness before there was no return for him. Suddenly, the injured 𝐀𝐿𝐃 collapsed nearby, whispering a desperate plea. Daidu, please, save me. Remember Oreo. Those words triggered a nightmare. Memories of a dark abyss and a helpless girl flooded his mind. He saw Oreo again. Surrounded by monsters in human skin. Her eyes pleading for a hero to save her. He had chosen Edward and survival back then. Watching in cowardice as Oreo was brutally taken away, the guilt was a poison. Diao clutched his head as a primal fire began to consume his soul. Edward's hunters closed in. Sensing weakness, they moved to finish off the broken survivors of the clash. At the edge of death, Simon revealed 3 totems. Let's make a bet. He challenged with a grin. The air began to vibrate. Simon tossed the artifacts, forcing their power to merge into a singular point. A violent purple rift tore through space. It looked like a gateway. A path to ultimate freedom. Everyone scrambled toward the rift. 𝐀𝐿 grabbed 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃, urging them to make their final escape, but 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐃 felt a chill. Something was wrong. Edward watched Simon leaning calmly against a tree. Impossible, Edward hissed. Only 4 totems can open the gate. Simon only held 3 in his hand. At headquarters, the professors were in a frenzy. Elder Ning lashed out at Diana for the chaos. The forest's internal system was failing. 3 totems should never be able to trigger an exit sequence. Diana barked orders to the tech team. Check the status of forest limit code 030 immediately. Namgong realized the terrifying truth. That rift wasn't a doorway. It was a spatial collapse waiting to happen. Simon had exploited the fire element residue left behind by Qin Ming's earlier destruction of the zone. Activating only 3 totems caused a catastrophic spatial imbalance. He hadn't opened a gate. He opened a void. It wasn't an exit, it was a trap. The space began to implode, sucking everything into a dark abyss. Realization hit too late. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 and his team gripped nearby trees, fighting the overwhelming gravitational pull. Simon's plan was a masterstroke. Even Edward was struggling to resist the suction of that deadly void, cornered by his own greed. Edward had no choice. He slammed his 4 totems together to force a real exit. A golden gateway appeared. Simon smirked at the enraged Edward. Checkmate. It looks like I win this bet. Edward's fury peaked. Next time, 𝐻𝐿𝐃, I'll personally ensure you never see the light again. Simon. The hunters scattered, racing for the true exit. Simon watched from the shadows, his expression completely unreadable. Looks like many will pass the second round after all. He signaled 𝐻𝐻 it was time to move. As they approached the golden gate, 𝐻𝐿𝐃 stopped. He was still reaching out for his fallen friend. Diao, still unconscious, was being dragged toward the dark collapse. The void was claiming its prize. 𝐻𝐿𝐃 handed the wounded Cheeto to Simon. Guard him, he yelled, rushing back to help. 𝐻𝐻, despite his frantic efforts, the grip slipped. Diao was swallowed by the darkness of the spatial rift. 𝐻𝐻 stood frozen in despair. Simon stepped up and whispered a secret chant into his ear. Without a second thought, 𝐻𝐻 dove headfirst into the deadly void, leaving everyone in total shock. 𝐻𝐻 drew her sword, pressing it to Simon's throat. What did you say to make him commit suicide? I simply told him there was a hidden possibility. Simon replied calmly. He chose to gamble on survival. The golden exit began to flicker and shrink. Time had run out for the survivors of the trial. Time was running out. Simon and 𝐻𝐻 rushed for the life gate, but their teammates hesitated. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 refused to leave. They chose to wait for 𝐻𝐻 and Diao. They wouldn't abandon their brothers. They would stay until the final second of the countdown. 𝐻𝐻 plunged into a surreal purple void, a death trap filled with lethal, soul-piercing spikes. He didn't care about the danger. His priority quest was finding Diao before the end. Simon's intel was right. Edward wanted Diao because he held the legendary fire element totem. To trigger the hidden exit, they had to place that totem within the gate of Death's core. 𝐻𝐻 dove deeper into the abyss, but the target was nowhere to be found. He finally spotted Diao, but lethal spikes impaled his body, freezing him in place. His water element skills failed. Paralysis set in as 𝐻𝐻's vision began to fade. Pathetic, he thought, closing his eyes just inches away from reaching his goal. The proctoring rankers were stunned. Jumping into the gate of death, it was pure, unadulterated madness. 𝐷𝐿𝐃. She expected more from this C-rank rookie than a suicidal stunt like this. It looked like the rising star's story ended here. A tragic exit from the stage. But wait, a crimson glow ignited in 𝐻𝐻's eyes as he tapped into hidden power. A purple aura erupted, shattering the spikes like glass and healing his mortal wounds instantly. With eyes burning red, he summoned his dark blade. One slash to rend the fabric of space. Reality shattered. Outside, 𝐀𝐿𝐃 and 𝐀𝐃 huddled together, praying for a miracle. Are they gone? 𝐻𝐿𝐃 whispered. The weight of their choice, heavy on their hearts. The timer hit 0. The life gate vanished. Hope seemed extinguished in the silent forest. They broke down, sobbing as the realization of their comrade's failure finally sank in. Suddenly, a blinding white flash erupted from the gate of death, tearing through the darkness. It was a miracle. The gate of death had evolved into a gate of life. The exhausted survivors pulled each other through the portal, back into the real world. The miracle tower trembled as a gate meant to stay shut reopens for the victors. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 emerged carrying 𝐷𝐷𝐿. His eyes flickered back to blue before he collapsed. "You absolute legend," his friends shouted, stunned that he actually pulled off the impossible. He didn't just survive, he rewrote the system's rules to save them all from certain death. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 woke up confused. "Why are you guys still here? That was a reckless move. They just left. In this party, nobody gets left behind. We're in this together." Man. As the system reset, their phantom injuries vanished as if they were never there. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊 checked his face. "Thank God, my top-tier visuals are still intact for the ladies." 𝐷𝐷𝐿 awakened. But instead of thanks, he coldly pushed 𝐀𝐿𝐃 away and walked off. 𝐂𝐻𝐿 was fuming. How could he be such a jerk after everything they risked? 𝐷𝐷𝐿 paused. His back turned. "Why save a traitor? I'm just garbage who hurt friends." 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊 snapped at him. "Is that all? We didn't fight through hell for this." Tears streamed down 𝐷𝐷𝐿's face. He couldn't face the friends he betrayed for Edward. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊 grabbed his shoulder. "Cut the act. We know you held back to protect them. You're not a villain. Just a guy caught in a bad spot." 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊 said firmly. "Don't expect a free pass yet. But you're still one of us." 𝐷𝐷𝐿 finally broke down. He wailed, begging for forgiveness as the heavy burden of his betrayal finally lifted. Meanwhile, a system alert revealed those who died in the forest had safely respawned. It turns out the trial was a dual-layered simulation. Physical death was just a disqualification. Injuries in the illusionary realm don't cross over. It was all a high-stakes mental test. Simon deduced the truth. This wasn't just survival, it was a test of character and resolve. Teleported back to reality. But where's Aurel? 𝐂𝐿 panics. She's nowhere in sight. Aurel hides when she's hurt. Did she fail the trial and run off? 𝐂𝐿 grills 𝐷𝐿. Did Aurel appear in his illusion? He stays silent. 𝐷𝐿 dodges. High above, the instructors watch. This class is unconventional. A few interesting specimens. Nam Kung Sak notes. It's time for the verdict. Can 𝐀𝐿𝐃 actually pass? Diana grabs the mic. And the tension peaks. Congratulations, survivors. Round 2 is over. 99 remain, the rest are dead. Suddenly, lights streak down. Commemorative medals for the victors fly through the air. Student Tan Min takes first place. He conquered the Black Forest trial first. He was the first to escape. But his victory came with a price. Tan Min shattered the realm's system. A massive bill for damages is incoming. School fines sent home. Meanwhile, 𝐷𝐿 and 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊 are left empty-handed. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊 turns away. Crushed. He expected this. But it still stings deep. Diana checks the list. Is this everyone? What about the 2 outliers? Your call, Master. Nam Kung Sak shrugs. Diana smiles at the microphone. 2 more. These candidates survived the death gate against all odds. Impressive, even as C and B ranks. Their grit shocked the instructors. Pure talent. Eternal Night won't miss such hunters. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 and 𝐷𝐿 pass. Round 2 ends with 101 survivors. The 97th entrance exam continues on. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 brags to Simon about the death gate's insane lethal traps. Simon's suspicious. How did you flip the elemental totem from death to life? 𝐀𝐿𝐃 freezes. He dodges the question and bolts toward 𝐂𝐿. Simon watches him. Hide your secrets. The truth will surface soon enough. No unknowns exist in Simon's world. But 𝐀𝐿𝐃's memory is totally blank. A total blackout. Did that guy take over suddenly? Teacher Kaban arrives. She makes a grand entrance, screaming from a plane high in the sky. She's perched on a massive bag, dangling right over the terrified students. She cuts the cord. A mountain of books crashes down, burying everyone. Round 3, the written exam. Every past paper is in this massive pile. 5 years of exams and the Eternal Night Code. Study up, hunters. Your final rank depends on all 3 rounds. Tomorrow, the trial concludes. Morning comes. The hall is packed. Kaban signals the start. Focus. It's over. 3 rounds combined. Only 50 hunters make the final cut. 1 A+, 4 A ranks, 33 B ranks, and 12 C ranks. The elites. Aurel's name is there. She failed the illusion but aced the written part. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 is sobbing with joy. I passed. I'm officially a student. Even 𝐂𝐿 made it. The squad is in. They celebrate their new life. A messenger whispers to Nam Kung Sak. Kaban leans in. Curious. The principal's pants were stolen in Vegas. He's stuck there for now. Nam Kung Sak must host the ceremony. The island's new era begins tomorrow. Ceremony day. The students take their seats. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 scans for oral. Simon sits next to him. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 is stunned. A ranks sit up front. Ranks don't matter. Simon says, I'm only interested in you. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 turns to stone. What is this guy's deal? That sounds wrong. He's confused. But one thing's for sure, he's a man's man through and through. A true master remains unshakable. 𝐀𝐖𝐃 stifled a smirk. Realizing the rumors were true, he was intrigued. Full of confidence. Meanwhile, Professor Namgung began his lecture to the students. The classroom was pure chaos. Furious, the professor slammed the microphone. Causing a deafening screech, students clutched their ears in pain. Namgung's terrifying glare made everyone tremble. Silence, he roared. Look at you. Arrogant. Yet weak. You haven't seen the true face of the spirit world. You crave power. Yet you don't fear it. You're just pathetic. Baring your fangs like children. If you leave Evernight Island like this, real power will crush you into nothing but dust. He didn't care about their morals. He only wanted to teach them one thing: how to survive. Forget your old logic. Don't judge this new world by your past common sense. Once you cross the threshold of the awakened, you can never return to the ordinary world. Ka's resolve hardened. It was finally starting. Today, he would become a true mana user. He bid farewell to his normal life. Survival was now the priority. Soon, they were assigned dorms. The hierarchy was clear. Elites got luxury suites, while rank C students like 𝐀𝐃 got the scraps. His room was a dilapidated ruin. But nothing could break his spirit. He began to clean the mess. While scrubbing, he found an old photograph hidden deep inside a drawer. It looked very ancient. Who was she? The girl in the photo was stunning. Finally, the room was spotless. Exhausted, 𝐀𝐃 drew the curtains. He needed rest. But as he drifted off into sleep, two glowing eyes watched him from the thick shadows. Suddenly, 𝐀𝐃 entered the dark realm. The great dark blade appeared behind him. My power is depleted. I cannot manifest outside. 𝐀𝐃's eyes widened. Was it you? Did you save me from the jaws of death? Shut your mouth, the blade barked. Evernight Island is a death trap. There won't be a second rescue. The deity needed to hibernate. Our fates are intertwined now. He warned. Remember that well? Other factions will hunt you. Some human. Some not. You are the prize they all want. Manage yourself. Stay alive. With those words, the deity vanished. Suddenly, a chilling aura surged. Red eyes stared through the dark. 𝐀𝐃 bolted awake, only to find himself hanging upside down. A small, demonic creature hovered before him. What is this? 𝐀𝐃 screamed. A monster in my room. The photo slipped from his pocket. The imp lunged for it, dropping 𝐀𝐃 onto the hard floor. 𝐀𝐃 felt something furry and strange. He scrambled to his feet and fumbled for the light switch. The room was empty. He searched every corner, heart racing with adrenaline and confusion. Even the rats on Evernight Island were monsters. He had to file a complaint tomorrow morning. His hard work was ruined. The room was a mess again. Then, he spotted a game disc. As he reached for the console, the beast struck again. 𝐀𝐃 spun around, eyes wide with shock. This was no rat. It had wings and rows of razor-sharp teeth. It lunged for his throat. 𝐀𝐃 bolted, fearing for his life. Don't eat me, he yelled. I'm dirty and I taste terrible. But the creature didn't want him. It wanted the photo. Suddenly, the dorm manager burst in. Do you know what time it is? She roared. Keep it down or get the hell out. 𝐀𝐃 stammered about a giant rat. He wanted to report an infestation. The manager just glared. She brandished a heavy frying pan. If there's a rat, find it. I'll turn it into a snack. She muttered about abandoned pets. Students leave these strange things behind when they graduate. Irresponsible brats. They leave. And I'm the one left cleaning up their mess. It's annoying. She gave Ka a final warning. Don't let me catch you keeping any weird monsters in here. The door slammed shut. All right. Little guy. Come out. 𝐀𝐃 called. The creature slowly emerged. It understood him perfectly. 𝐀𝐃 couldn't turn it in now. But what was he supposed to do? He sat down and showed the photo. Is this that important to you? The beast nodded. A wave of pity washed over him. If this girl was its master, she graduated years ago. It's been ages. But this little guy still doesn't realize he was abandoned. 𝐀𝐃 wondered. What if that beautiful girl never returns? If she doesn't come back, what's his plan? Suddenly, the small beast burst into tears, leaving 𝐀𝐃 feeling even more troubled. He stood up. telling the creature its master might return soon. For now, he strictly forbade it from disturbing his much-needed sleep, but the beast suddenly lunged at him, licking his face frantically. It seemed desperate to bond with its new potential master. 𝐀𝐿 grabbed the critter. Since it kept making Ho-dun sounds, he decided to officially name it Little Ho-dun. The beast chirped happily, loving its new name. Man and beast grew closer as 𝐀𝐿 began laying down some strict ground rules. Rule 1, no disturbing him while he sleeps. He gets the bed, the beast gets the floor. That was the non-negotiable deal. Rule 2, no running wild or causing trouble, or he's done. Rule 3, stop the licking. His face was covered in beast drool. Meanwhile, at the Nine Heavens Dao, Mary contacted her operative on Eternal Night Island. The shadow game was finally beginning to unfold. Their mission: monitor 𝐀𝐿. In exchange, the organization promised full funding for their forbidden research projects. A dark deal was struck. Staff questioned why they didn't just infiltrate the island directly. Mary smirked. Approaching the target required a far more delicate touch. The time isn't right, she said. Eternal Night Island is perilous, but it's the perfect cradle to cultivate a powerful host. A stronger host means faster recovery. This explains why Lord Luffy has remained silent all this time. The awakening was nearing. Following the master plan, they prepared for the next phase. Over at the medical department of Eternal Night Island, a shadow lurked. Surprisingly, Mary's chosen observer was none other than Mu-jin. The cold medic who had previously examined 𝐀𝐿's mysterious stats, Mu-jin questioned her master about why the Nine Heavens cared about a low-tier rookie like 𝐀𝐿. Her master remained cryptic. Reasons don't matter. We need their support. Her master replied, don't cause unnecessary friction. Just fulfill the contract and watch him. Reviewing 𝐀𝐿's files, Mu-jin realized this degenerate might actually be the breakthrough her research desperately needed. The hunt was on. She would find her answers soon. On the first day of school, 𝐀𝐿 trudged to class, yawning while clutching his student ID. The Eternal Night ID wasn't just for identification, it acted as a system interface for navigation and tracking weekly class schedules. Suddenly, 𝐀𝐿 felt something squirming inside his bag. He brushed it off, focused only on finding his classroom in this labyrinth. After some searching, he finally arrived. Zhao Yao waved him over immediately. It turned out they were assigned to the same class. Many students recognized 𝐀𝐿. News of his survival in the Black Forest had spread. He was becoming a local legend among rookies. Grateful classmates flocked to thank him for his help. Then, 𝐀𝐿 entered, announcing the first mandatory lecture for all aspiring hunters. The subject, the history of spirit users. As the professor droned on, 𝐀𝐿 found himself staring blankly out the window. Bored? Suddenly, his eyes widened. A girl was literally hovering in mid-air outside, even stranger. She was staring right back at him. Their eyes locked, and the shock sent 𝐀𝐿 tumbling off his chair. Without a word, the girl raised her hand. Manifesting power, she instantly seized control, dragging him through the window into open space. The class erupted in chaos as 𝐀𝐿 plummeted. Students rushed to the edge, but the professor barked for order. Class is in session, sit down. He seemed oddly unbothered by it. After a rough freefall, 𝐀𝐿 hit the dirt. Recognizing his captor, he gasped. Mu-jin from the medical depth. What the hell? Are you trying to kill me? He yelled. Mu-jin leaned in close, her eyes cold. How did you pass the selection? Rookie. 0 spirit energy. Yet you cleared the trials. Impossible for a normal hunter. What secret trait are you hiding under that mask? 𝐻𝐿 froze, remembering the Black Blade's warning. Revealing the system or the ghost within him would mean certain death and global catastrophe. Backing away, he played dumb. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted, he quipped, desperately trying to maintain his poker face against her intense gaze. Mu-jin's response, a flurry of surgical scalpels. If you won't talk, I'll just dissect you and find the answers inside your corpse. Suddenly, Little Ho-dun lunged to protect him. Without hesitating, Mu-jin hurled a blade at the creature, forcing it to retreat in terror. The beast dove behind 𝐀𝐿 as knives whistled past his head. Death was almost certain. Mu-jin glared at him with demonic intensity. Keeping pets is grounds for immediate expulsion, she hissed. Unless you want to strike a deal to keep your little secret safe. Sign this, a total body donation and research agreement. You become my lab rat, and I'll ensure you stay in the academy. She promised to treat him. But if an accident happened during surgery, she'd have full rights to study his remains. Truly terrifying. 𝐀𝐿 was stunned. She hadn't given up on her obsession. Cornered, and out of options. The young hunter had no choice but to sign his life away. Satisfied, Mu Jin turned and vanished. As Thick Cha tried to process the nightmare, new shadows suddenly emerged. Strange figures blocked his path. "You the fresh meat from this year's class," they sneered. Trouble was brewing before the first bell ended. Zhao Yao arrived just in time to see 3 hulking thugs pinning Thick Cha against the wall. The atmosphere was thick with hostility. Thick Ca signaled for backup. Zhao Yao rushed in, shouting at the aggressors. The first day of school was turning into a war zone. "I'm just a weakling who didn't recognize your greatness, please. Have mercy on my ignorance." Seers. But the trio from the philosophy club offered a different path. "Join our elite squad and feel the power of logic." With tears streaming, they begged. "If we don't find recruits, our club faces total dissolution this year. We can't let the legacy of the great philosophy club die like this," they wailed in unison. As the 3 geeks sobbed in a group hug, Dio and Shika seized the moment to slip away. They barely took 3 steps before the sky shattered. Through thick smoke, a dark shadow plummeted toward them. The figure crashed directly onto Shika, slamming face first into the dirt with a bone-shattering impact. His face looked like a smashed flower, making everyone burst out laughing as he flushed with deep shame. Minutes ago, he'd been sulking when 2 cats crossed his path. In a fit of rage, he kicked one. He then grabbed the other, preparing to slaughter it, but Tan Min saw this degenerate act. Tan Min intercepted the strike and hurled the thug across the square, right onto poor Shika. "Every soul has a spirit." Tan Min growled. "A monster like you doesn't even deserve a face." Suddenly, a crowd parted as the student body fell into a hushed, terrified silence. The Ivy Council, Evernight Island's elite student government, had arrived. The thug smirked. His backup was here. He scrambled to the senior leader, lying through his teeth. "I was just clearing out dangerous strays." But he interfered. The senior glared at Tan Min and the wounded cat. The atmosphere grew heavy with murderous intent. "The Ivy Council follows the code," he declared. "Threats to student safety must be neutralized immediately." Everyone assumed Tan Min was dead meat. But then, the air around him began to warp. A terrifying, hellish flame erupted from Tan Min's body. The Ivy Council goons recoiled in sheer terror. "The rules state any awakener who misuses their power faces execution," they screamed, trying to maintain control. "Fine. No mana needed." Tan Min lunged forward, delivering raw strikes that sent those degenerates flying back. The crowd gasped. Without using a single drop of energy, his physical stats were absolutely god tier. The Ivy Council members charged like a pack of wolves. But Tan Min remained calm and unfazed. With cinematic grace, he dodged every strike, taking down each elite hunter with a single, precise blow. Desperate, one coward pulled a blade and lunged toward the 2 defenseless kittens. Shika didn't hesitate, diving into the line of fire to shield the small creatures from the blade. "Look out," Shika screamed as they tried a pincer attack. Dun Ming spun, crushing them in one move. The broken Ivy Council fled like beaten dogs. "Who are you?" they barked. "I am Tan Ming," he replied. He scooped up the kittens and nodded to Shika in silent gratitude before walking away. Deo smacked Shika's head. "Are you insane? Helping him means we just made an enemy of the council." Seeing the trouble, the philosophy geeks immediately abandoned Shika. "We don't know this guy. The Ivy Council could crush us with a finger," they cried, sprinting away to save their own skins. Shika rubbed his head, confused. "Is this Ivy Council really that big of a deal?" "Dayo. Evernight Island is self-governed," Dayo explained. "The Ivy Council are the kings of this elite academy. Honestly, my only goal here was to join them and reach the peak of this world's hierarchy. Once I'm a member, I'll protect you. But for now, we need to stay under their radar." The next day, Teacher Diana's combat training class began. This wasn't your average theory lecture. At Evernight Island, these mandatory classes are designed to push an awakener's limits to the absolute edge. Diana didn't do boring. She lived for chaos, keeping her students in a constant state of crisis. "Time for something fun," she smirked. "Today, you'll experience the brutality of a real-world deathmatch." The students were split into pairs. The goal, fight until your opponent is broken or surrenders. The curriculum was ruthless. Evernight Island only breeds elites. The weak are discarded without a second thought. You have 15 minutes. Become the predator, or remain the prey. Survival is your only grade. No rules, no limits. Use every skill in your arsenal to be the last one standing. Shika looked up at his opponent, a B-rank powerhouse named Pawn, who was already grinning like a shark. Thick Ca took a brutal punch. He had greeted him first, yet was met with a sneak attack. MU rules allow immediate strikes after greetings. Peyton capitalized on that opening to dominate the duel instantly. Peyton unleashed a barrage of kicks. His body possessed rubber-like elasticity, rebounding with lethal, spring-loaded force, with no room to counter. 𝐀𝐿 retreated, only to be intercepted by Professor Diana's heavy blow. She wasn't here for tag. She demanded a display of raw mana combat, not some childish game. 𝐀𝐿 halted, realizing flight was useless. He had to activate his dormant spirit power to survive. Using an ancient text, he conjured a water shield. But his current mana reserves were pathetically low. Peyton's elastic fist shattered the barrier, slamming into 𝐀𝐿. He was being completely and utterly overwhelmed. Defense was futile. 𝐀𝐿 lunged forward, locking Peyton in a desperate, close-quarters chokehold to negate reach. Peyton was pinned, but his spring-like trait allowed him to contort his limbs behind his own back. He aimed a devastating overhead strike. But 𝐀𝐿 had anticipated this desperate, high-tier maneuver already. He surged his water mana, ensnaring Peyton's overextended arm. The counter-trap was finally set for activation. 𝐀𝐿 released his grip, sending Peyton crashing into the wall. Then, a massive water sphere materialized. Don't mistake a tiger for a sick cat. He smirked. The sphere expanded as his power peaked, but just as he prepared to strike, the spell collapsed, drenching 𝐀𝐿 in a pathetic display. Even Professor Diana laughed, soaked and embarrassed. 𝐀𝐿 claimed it didn't count and demanded a reset. Something was wrong. His system interface glitched, his mana flow was totally unresponsive to his urgent commands. Peyton felt mocked, roaring in fury. He refused to tolerate anyone who didn't fight with full lethality. He charged his ultimate skill. The ground fractured under the sheer pressure of his peak-tier energy output. He lunged at 𝐀𝐿 like a missile, his momentum now completely beyond his own control. Just as the killing blow swung, Diana intervened. She wasn't about to let a student die today. Combat exercise over, she declared. Her class wasn't meant to produce casualties, only elite hunter results. Today's lesson was a diagnostic test for mana stability and combat control. Not just winning or losing, some showed mastery, while others suffered total mana depletion. In her eyes, all failures are ranked equally. Class dismissed. She expected a legendary performance next time, or they'd face the harsh reality of expulsion. Heading back, 𝐀𝐿 overheard doctors reporting to Mukan. Apparently, he was supposed to be dead. They were disappointed. His corpse donation fell through. 𝐀𝐿's blood boiled at their casual, cold betrayal. He wasn't going down that easily. On the rooftop, he summoned his inner spirit to vent his frustrations. He envied those with berserk mana. At least they looked cool. His power was just broken and unreliable. Could he really survive the dungeon progression with this unstable system? The clock was ticking on him. He knew nothing about the Dark Lord resting within him, a mystery that could be salvation or doom. If that entity's mana ran dry, 𝐀𝐿 would become nothing more than a hollowed-out, sacrificial shield. Panic flared, but he forced himself to stay calm. That entity had saved his life multiple times. Mukan's obsession proved one thing: there was a god-tier power hidden deep inside his awakening soul. Was the Dark Lord a reliable ally, or just a parasite waiting for the right moment to strike? He needed to use his remaining strength to investigate his origin before the guild or medics found out. Meanwhile, at HQ, 𝐀𝐿 stormed out. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken, dangerous tension. The headmaster handed over 𝐀𝐿's file. A C-rank hunter who resonated with a holy beast impossible. Even stranger, he survived the gates of death in the Black Forest's chaotic space-time rift recently. A mere C-rank should be dust. How did he escape the ultimate boss monster's domain alive? The faculty suspected a hidden trait. They considered a forced interrogation to uncover his growing secrets. But the headmaster hesitated. He wanted to see if this degenerate was a threat or a tool. He already had a contingency plan if things turned ugly. 𝐀𝐿 just hoped it worked. The old man's schemes were deep. 𝐀𝐿 was now a marked man in this deadly game. 𝐀𝐿 left, wondering if that stubborn old man had even listened to a single word. Evernight Island's safety is at stake. He must uncover the truth immediately. Who is 𝐀𝐿 back at the cafeteria? The old crew finally reunites. Schedules clash, making meetings rare. They ask how Aurel is doing lately. 𝐀𝐿 is stunned. Isn't Aurel in their class? He recalls a ghost student. Daidu looks away, making excuses. He quickly shifts the topic elsewhere. The Spring Vine Guild interviews are coming. 𝐀𝐿 cheers for his friend. But the rumors are grim. Their intel is way behind the curve. Edward was scouted by the chairman himself. He's already running the show. New policies favor only the elites. Resources are now restricted to one guild. Normal hunters are being pushed out. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 fumes at the unfair system. It's Edward's typical style. Dai-Du despairs as his dreams slip away. The Spring Vine Guild is a front for the world's true superpowers. 3 Titan corporations rule everything. One breeds elite talent on Evernight Island. Another controls all global intel. The last is seen as a divine incarnation. Students gamble their lives to join. It's the only path to the top. In this world, survival requires a powerful guild as your ultimate shield. At noon, Dai-Du hesitates at the gates. Terrified of encountering Edward, he can't quit now. But fear grips him. Suddenly, Edward's squad appears. Edward marches past with his elites. Dai-Du bows. Ignored like a bug. He's just a low-tier degenerate to them. As he leaves, a girl passes. Her aura has changed. But he knows her. It's definitely Aurel. He calls out. Relieved to see her. He's been searching for weeks. Why has she skipped class? Aurel's mind flashes to the dark forest. She remembers his betrayal and his cowardice. Her rage boils over silently. Dai-Du begs for forgiveness, claiming he had no other choice but flight. Aurel glares with eyes of ice. She turns. Her voice cold as death. She mocks him, saying his betrayal forced her to join the elites. She finally learned that friends are useless. Only absolute power matters now. She hopes he tastes the cold fear of dying alone. Then, she vanishes. During class, 𝐀𝐖𝐃 and his summon fight over a stolen snack. The creature bolts into the woods. Tan-Min stops him from being seen. Tan-Min is secretly protecting a stray cat. It's his hidden sanctuary. 𝐀𝐖𝐃 eyes the A+ ranker. A powerhouse ally would be legendary. He starts networking, hoping to bond with the academy's top talent. Tan-Min cuts him off for class. 𝐀𝐖𝐃 rushes to keep up. Today's quest is team combat versus robots. 𝐀𝐖𝐃's squad wins big. He brags about the kills, acting like a top-tier hunter carrying the team. Payon disagrees, giving the credit to 𝐀𝐖𝐃's ability to find weak points. Without those hidden stats, they would have failed. 𝐀𝐖𝐃 just mocks them. He praises 𝐀𝐖𝐃's A-rank vision. It's the perfect support for his strikes. He apologizes for stealing the kills, but celebrates their flawless cooperation. 𝐀𝐖𝐃 smiles, warning him about the oil stains on his combat gear. While they laugh, Aurel walks past. They wave, but she ignores them. She treats them like ghosts. Master Nam Kung then ends the session. He introduces a new legend, Master Dao Fapthang. As their instructor, the instructor deployed combat droids for training. Since you've all excelled, there's no need to stay late today. But don't slack off. Enduring hellish training now is far better than being helpless in the field later. The supernatural world is descending into chaos. Every day, the number of awakeners turning to crime increases rapidly. Cultists scream about doomsday while committing atrocities. Protecting your families and this world is your future duty. As students whispered about the apocalypse, Instructor Namgung Sach's voice cut through the air with cold authority. Failure to stop a criminal is your personal doomsday. That is why our combat drills must become absolute. Strengthen your resolve. From now on, your training will become a brutal test of survival and skill. The atmosphere grew heavy. Amidst the tension, 𝐀𝐖𝐃 wondered about the dark rumors haunting the school. Simon explained the prophecy. When the white stone descends, the era of supernatural powers will reach its end. It is just a legend, though no one knows what the white stone is. However, in 1999, ominous signs appeared in City A 𝐀𝐃's own hometown. The mystery of the past began to stir. Simon suggested checking the library for more. The records were ancient, and the details had faded from memory. That weekend, 𝐀𝐃 scoured the library. Hours passed. Yet, the truth about the apocalypse remained hidden. After searching every aisle, only a dusty, forgotten bookshelf in the deepest corner remained. Fate was waiting there. There it was. He pulled a weathered volume titled The 1999 Doomsday Investigation Report. The grainy photos from 1999 sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. Something felt dangerously familiar. The files belonged to China's Dragon Squad, 𝐻𝐻 organization. Surely, that man knew the hidden truth. He hadn't even shared his admission news yet. 𝐀𝐃 rushed to Professor Cajon to get 𝐻𝐻's number. The call connected, but the background was a chaotic symphony of explosions and inhuman roars. 𝐻𝐻 was busy, surprised by the sudden call. 𝐻𝐻 laughed. It seemed 𝐀𝐃 was settling into his new life well. 𝐻𝐻 chatted casually while slaughtering monsters. His blade danced through the air with lethal, effortless precision. Is this call just about your admission? 𝐀𝐃 got straight to the point, asking about the doomsday prophecy. Before 𝐻𝐻 could answer, the line went dead. The connection was severed by the heat of battle. A momentary distraction led to a wound. 𝐻𝐻 hung up, focusing his murderous intent on the trash before him. Meanwhile, At the Spring Vine Guild headquarters, a heated meeting was underway. Tension gripped the entire hall. The vice president slammed the table, opposing Edward's proposal to monopolize all training resources for their own use. Monopolizing power would make them a target. True authority shouldn't be built on the resentment of others. The room erupted in debate. But guild leader 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 remained eerily silent. Watching the chaos unfold, Edward sneered. In this world, the strong dictate the rules. Those who lack the strength should simply vanish. If you have the guts to challenge the Rose family, then step forward. Otherwise, stay in your place. This is Evernight Island, not your family's backyard. The vice president's voice shook with righteous fury. I will never agree to this. If you persist, I will report this corruption directly to the Academy Council. In reality, the guild leader was merely Edward's puppet. He waited until the room cleared to grovel. Sir Edward, forcing these new regulations so soon might spark a rebellion among the lower-ranking students. Edward's gaze turned cold. It seems you have grown too comfortable in your seat. Have you forgotten your place? The guild, this island, they mean nothing. My only goal is harvesting elites for the Rose family's glory. Even the Star Pavilion sees you as a mere pawn. Your entire guild is just a tool on my chessboard. Useless pawns are meant to be discarded. Soon, Kumamoto will arrive to enforce these new absolute laws. Edward walked away, leaving a final insult. You are just a dog of the Rose family. Do not question me. Fuming with rage, the guild leader flipped the table. That arrogant brat. He thinks he can look down on me. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. Edward, your downfall will be far more painful than you imagine. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 headed to the medical wing for a full scan. The diagnostic droid began its meticulous analysis. Results confirmed heart necrosis has reached 80%. Yet, an unidentified energy within him is surging with power. Vitals are stable for now, but the anomaly persists. The patient remains in a dangerously volatile state. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 80% necrosis. No wonder my spiritual power has been behaving so erratically lately. Your mana is flickering. Are you dying? Mu-Jin asked. Sensing his unstable energy, Shaka claimed he took the meds, but he'd actually tossed that vial long ago. Mu-Jin sensed something off. The medicine showed zero reaction to Shika's core mana. Will this power keep me alive? Shaka asked. Fearing a total system collapse, Mu-Jin revealed the truth. The energy wasn't fading. It was evolving, growing stronger. It was a symbiosis. Shaka realized the demon god's prophecy was finally coming true. Keeping his secrets hidden, Shaka left the infirmary. The place wasn't so scary. Suddenly, Hutu jumped out. They spotted Tan Min's cat scavenging for food nearby. Following the cat, Shaka stumbled upon Edward's gang, cornering a defenseless student. It was the Xuan Dang vice president, the one who defied Edward's guild orders. Shaka intervened instantly. Run, he shouted, drawing the thug's attention away. The school's CCTV is watching. Shaka bluffed, hoping to scare the rogue hunters. Nice try, kid. This is a blind spot. They laughed. Shaka was trapped. No cameras. That meant he could unleash his hidden stats without any witnesses. I only need to take out one. Shika Maru. Conjuring a condensed water orb, he launched the strike. But the leader's earth trait instantly activated. Hardening his skin, the thug transformed into a stone golem. Shika's water magic barely scratched him. Rage fueled the beast. A heavy stone fist sent Shaka crashing into the dirt. Chase the girl, the leader roared. I'll show this degenerate the price of interference. Shaka was treated like a human sandbag. Every escape attempt met overwhelming force. The stone man grabbed Shika's leg, spinning him before launching him skyward. Battered, Shaka struggled to stand. He refused to lose to a low-tier thug. He recalled Mu-Jin's warning. That unknown power inside him, a dormant monster. If they were symbiotic, the power was his to command. He had to evolve. As the golem lunged, Shaka screamed. Ancient art, heavenly descent of justice. Mana exploded. A massive water pillar erupted, blasting the stone man away. The impact shattered the stone armor, reverting the thug back to his human form. The ground was pulverized. Shika stared at his hands, shocked by his newfound strength. The remaining guild members grew furious. You're dead, they screamed. Surrounding the boy, Shika was running on empty. His legs trembled, but he didn't show weakness. He bluffed with a cold glare. Step forward if you want to die next. They hesitated, then charged. Shika prepared for death when a roar of fire erupted. A massive inferno cut them off. The thugs stood paralyzed by the sudden heat. Tan Min appeared, clutching cat food while crushing the leader's face into the dirt. Shika was awestruck. He looks incredible, he thought, watching his friend dominate. Nam Kung Sok arrived later to survey the wreckage. The destruction was absolutely insane. This wasn't a student's work. Only an A+ rank hunter could cause such devastation. Yet, the residue was pure water mana. Could a C-rank newbie do this? Later, Shika overheard Xuandang members gossiping about the failed ambush and defeat. They mocked their leader for losing to 2 freshmen. The guild's reputation was ruined. Word was the vice president escaped Edward's clutches thanks to some mysterious intervention. Those 2 rookies are crazy. They whispered. No one messes with our guild. Tiern was forced to withdraw. Defying the Xuandang guild meant social death. Rage boiled over. Shika forgot his surroundings and slammed his fist into the shelf. The unit collapsed, drawing every eye. Suddenly, 𝐀𝐿 appeared before him. Thika helped her gather books. Realizing she sought ways to evolve her skills, he praised her grit. But she insisted her current stats were still trash, gritting her teeth. She recalled the agony of loss and her loathsome helplessness. She confessed her awakening was a nightmare, making her despise being a hunter. Everything changed when she lost her anchor. Unable to stop the inevitable tragedy, she realized strength wasn't the curse. Her own weakness was the true enemy. Thika's words failed him. He knew her cold logic was painfully accurate. Higher tiers were needed. If he were stronger, no villain would dare play God. Shelving books, he stumbled upon a record of high-profile psychic crimes since 1999. The pages detailed the brutal massacres orchestrated by the notorious White Hand Giants. They were the underworld's elite degenerates. Infamous long before Eternal Night Island, their cruelty was legendary. Even the written records radiated pure, unadulterated malice. Rage flared in him. He vowed to crush them if they ever crossed paths. She warned him. Those monsters were S-tier threats beyond any ordinary hunter's reach. Their power rivaled spirit lords. Thika froze at the sheer scale of danger, whether inside or out. Evil was evolving. Power was the only currency that mattered. Edward and his Springvine subordinates prowled the campus. Plotting their next move, he praised the operative's work. Success was the only outcome Edward ever accepted. Once the Black Radiance quest triggered, every resource would belong to their guild. 𝐻𝐿 warned that pushing too hard might trigger a lethal guild backlash. Edward cut him off. The leader's opinion was irrelevant in the face of power. He reminded 𝐻𝐿 of his place. The leader's fury simmered behind clenched teeth. Kumamoto worried about betrayal, but the others remained chillingly calm and indifferent. A dog shouldn't bark at its master. Obedience was the only trait they required. Near the guild hall, Deer chased Oreo. Desperate to submit his recruitment application, she pushed him back with a gaze as cold as a boss monster. Her dead eyes denied his existence. His application meant nothing in this world. 𝐻𝐿 claimed her, leaving Deer to watch his dreams get trampled literally. Kumamoto mocked him, picking up the torn paper with a condescending, jagged grin. He offered a dark proverb to end suffering. One must kill its source. Haunted by Oreo's betrayal, Deer vanished into the shadows. His heart completely shattered. Thika intercepted him. Confused why the deadline passed without his friend's submission, he tried to console him, calling that elite guild a den of worthless trash. Deer snapped, shoving him away and warning him to stop playing the hero. You can't save everyone. He spat before disappearing, leaving Thika standing alone. Thika was baffled. Was guild status really worth losing one's damn mind over? At a quiet cafe, Oreo stared into her coffee. Haunted by past ghosts, she remembered the awakening results. Everyone celebrated while she felt utterly discarded. 𝐻𝐿 had reached out then, a lifeline when the world turned its back. Without his intervention, a degenerate like her would have been purged long ago. He wiped her tears, but she questioned his control over the chaotic Edward. The question stung. He vowed Edward would soon learn who truly held power. Patience, he whispered. The best revenge is a dish served at maximum level. A month bled by quickly. The calm before a storm that would change everything. A massive crowd gathered. Thika sensed a shift in the island's heavy atmosphere, coming for the special master title, Jisoo and young master Xuanad. Ready for action. Battle quests offer brotherhood and rewards. The thrill of the hunt is calling them. They rush the quest board before the best drops are snatched. The crowd is pure chaos. The leaderboard displays high scores. Senior Thoyman still dominates the ranking tiers from years ago. Shika finally realizes that white-haired freak is a legend. But the system just updated. New rules. The Xuandang Guild now controls every single dungeon quest distribution. The hunters are furious. The rich get richer while the weak rot at the bottom. Why the sudden change? Amidst the riot, the system speaker blares a shocking notification. 5-star quest accepted by C-rank hunter Shika. The entire guild hall goes silent. Shika stands frozen. Even he doesn't know how he triggered this high-tier nightmare. His familiar hoodoo messed with the interface. Shika curses his luck. Stuck in a trap, there is no turning back now. To survive, he needs a party immediately. Who is brave enough to dive into hell? Only Zaisu and Shua step up. Shika feels like a dead man with this ragtag team. Then, a miracle happens. Tan Min joins the party. They think they have found a legendary carry to save them. Plot twist. Tan Min just misclicked the system window. They still need one more hunter. Shika seeks out 𝐀𝐿𝐿. But she vanishes. Suddenly, Simon fills the final slot. Afraid they will bail. Shika forces the teleport command. Destination: the danger zone. The transit is a total nightmare. Shika curses the developer who designed this trash system. They slam into the dirt face first. It is a landing that nearly kills them. After the dust settles, Shika realizes Simon and Tan Min are gone. They are stranded. While searching for their teammates, a twisted mechanical shadow looms behind them, detecting lethal intent. The trio bolts. A massive robot hunter is hot on their heels. Where are the heavy hitters? Shika panics as they run for their lives. Is this the true power of a 5-star boss? Their survival hangs by a thread? Shika blasts it with water. But his C-rank mana barely scratches its armor. Wait, it is mindless, unlike the training bots. This thing is just a killing machine. Shika spots a weakness. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐿𝐿. Get me into the air. Shua doesn't hesitate. He grabs Shika, preparing for a high-altitude tactical strike. Shua's threat activates, floating them high above the mechanical beast's head. Shika triggers a skill evolution Heavenly Justice. A torrent slams the robot's circuits. Boom, an electrical explosion rocks the area. Did they actually take down a boss? 𝐀𝐿𝐿? Maybe 5-star quests aren't impossible. Or so he thought. Watch out, a voice screams. Shika turns, his blood running cold at the sight. A second monstrosity falls from the sky. Their eyes nearly pop out in terror. It is moving, another boss. Just then, Simon and Tan Min finally enter the fray. Get back, Simon yells. This monster is on a completely different ranking tier. The trio retreats as Simon takes a sniping position, aiming for the core. He fires, but the bullets bounce off like pebbles. The monster doesn't even flinch. The beast senses them. It shifts focus, charging towards Simon and Tan Min. Shika. The sword. Now Tan Min roars. Shika hurls the blade through the air. As Tan Min catches it, the steel hums with a terrifying ancient power. Memories of Shun Shan Mountain rush back. 6 months of isolation seeking the truth. His grandfather's voice echoes. A half-year of meditation. And you've learned nothing. Do you still not understand why your enemies had to die? Tan Min grits his teeth. Your brothers died by your hand. You must pay. These words cut deep. Grandpa's rage boiled. You failed 𝐀𝐿𝐿's son. Greed killed them. Not you. As the Crimson Sword Master, you'll face endless human betrayal and filth. A sword is useless to the ignorant. He hurled the blade away. Tan Min lunged, catching it. I need this power, he pleaded. You know the blade, but not the human heart. Grandpa 𝐀𝐿𝐿𝐿 heavily. Humanity is found in the mortal realm. Go descend and learn the truth. One last task, find a new owner for the Dark Jade Sword. Tan Min froze. That blade was the sect's ultimate symbol of authority. The new generation is weak. Grandpa lamented. I won't trust mediocrity. Give it to one who is worthy. That is my final wish. The Crimson Sword will resonate when a true talent appears nearby. I'm old. 𝐀𝐿𝐿's son needs a new king after a century of silence. Tan Min gripped his sword. Suddenly, 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐿 screamed. Watch your back. Tan Min's eyes ignited. A fire slash incinerated the very air around them. He dove, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The beast was carved into pieces. Mid-air. His golden eyes flashed cold. It's over, he whispered. Boom, the monster disintegrated, shaking the very foundations of the desert. Simon stared at the ash. What insane power. He's a true monster. In seconds, a titan turned to dust. His strength was truly bottomless. As the dust settled, Tan Min stood before a trembling 𝐀𝐻𝐾. Whoa, that move was god tier. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐿 cheered, eyes wide with awe. Tan Min remained stone-faced. Do you want to become a disciple? Meanwhile, at the Spring Vine Guild, the high ranks were losing control. The Obsidian mission failed. These rules are garbage, a member shouted. Before he could finish, Kumamoto slammed his head into the stone wall. Guild leader 𝐻𝐾 roared, ready to strike back at the brute. Suddenly, frost crept up his legs. Edward had frozen him solid. I despise dogs who bark after failing orders. Edward hissed coldly. Weaklings who can't enforce rules are no better than those who break them. Your final warning. 𝐻𝐾. Edward turned to leave with Kumamoto. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐿 led the rebellion. Go. Delete him from the system. 𝐻𝐾's rage burned. That brat. I'll destroy everything he's built. I'll kick Edward off Eternal Night Island if it's the last thing I do. Back at the training hall, a spatial rift suddenly tore open. Let go of me. 𝐻𝐾's scream echoed as he tumbled out. Tan Min dragged him through the portal, both landing in a heap. Simon told the tale, and the group exploded into fits of laughter. A disciple, you've got to be kidding. Thick Sha fumed at the teasing. Tan Min patted his shoulder, giving a thumbs up. It suits you. Suddenly, Thick Xia's system card glowed. A new item materialized. Alert 5-star quest cleared reward, Long Uyen spirit weapon received. Teammates plus 3,000 points each. The hunters cheered at the payout. We actually did it. The rewards were more than they ever imagined. That night, the Long Uyen artifact pulsed with a deep, oceanic blue. It transforms based on the wielder's element. But Thick Xia has 0 clues on how to trigger it. Should I just chuck it like a rock? No manual. No guide is this, some cheap off-brand system loot. Meanwhile, Edward's thugs are lurking outside, grinning like hyenas as they prepare to ambush our hero. Just as they move in, a sudden knock echoes. Thick Xia quickly shoves the dragon abyss away. It's Master Namkung. He's here for a serious talk. But the moment he steps into the room, he sighs at the pigsty of a dorm. Let's take this outside. He groans, losing all his momentum as Thick Xia follows him. The spies are left scratching their heads, forced to retreat and report back. Master Namkung leads him to a desolate courtyard. Without warning, he unsheathes a gleaming blade. Spill your secrets, he demands. As long as you aren't a spy for Evernight Island, I might listen. Too many anomalies have occurred since your enrollment. What hidden power and what motive are you masking? Thichtsa playing the luck card. But Master Namkung isn't buying the humble act. Fury ignites. A colossal blue dragon aura surges behind the master, radiating overwhelming pressure that shakes everything. One flick, and Thick Xia is sent flying. Even the master is stunned by the boy's weakness. Was he really that weak? Thick Xia lies unconscious until his eyes finally flutter open on the grass. He wakes up, screaming, his mind racing with pure terror. Where am I? Is this the afterlife? You're finally awake, Namkung says lazily, still in one piece. Or did I break something important? Flashbacks of the impact hit him. Thick Xia frantically checks his body, expecting to find a gaping hole. My stomach, wasn't it pierced? He yells, lifting his shirt to check for missing organs or imaginary abs. Is late-night student beating a school tradition? Evernight Island's curriculum is definitely darker than he thought. Chill out. The master shrugs. I didn't even use 1% of my strength. You're fine. Thick Cha's jaw hits the floor. 1%. His internal monologue is screaming in absolute disbelief. 1% almost sent me to meet the Reaper. Is this the true power of a spirit lord? Namkung was sure he was hiding a trump card. But a dying man can't fake being weak. It seems Thick Xia really is just a lucky loser, no threat to the island's secrets whatsoever. He laughs awkwardly. But inside, he's fuming. All that drama just for a background check. We verified your history. Namkung continues, keeping his distance like they're in a pandemic lockdown. Your past is clean. Thick Xia breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God, the dark god is sleeping. But the master's brow furrows again. Suspicion still lingers in his eyes like a dark cloud. How did you escape that death trap without raw power like Tan Min? Something doesn't add up. Panicked again, Thick Xia babbles about the fire totem, claiming it converted his certain death into a miracle. A fire totem. Namkung studies him as Thick tries to sneak away with 0 dignity left. Hold it right there, the master barks, stopping him mid-escape. You drop something. You clumsy brat. He holds up a strange artifact. It's the 5-star quest reward. You've already bound with this, right? He asks if he knows how to wield it. Thick Castaris, assuming it's just some fancy weapon. This is a masterpiece of modern gear research, Namkung explains, tossing the items into the air. Watch closely. I'll only show you once. 2 mysterious objects fly upward, glowing with ethereal blue light. Thick Xia watches in awe as the artifacts begin to pulse. Sync your spirit energy with it. Under the master's command, the 2 pieces begin to merge, spinning into a blinding vortex of power. They fuse instantly, transforming into a magnificent war fan. The master catches it with effortless, legendary grace. Thick Xia is floored. That's insanely cool, he shouts, his eyes sparkling at the high-tier gear. It evolves based on the wielder's attribute and spirit level, Namkung explains, handing him the materials. Give it a shot. Let's see what your soul produces. Thick Xia takes the stones, heart pounding. Don't fail me now, he prays. His hands move instinctively, clamping the stones together in a pose. He squeezes tight, waiting for the legendary awakening. But seconds pass. Then minutes. Absolutely nothing happens. Master Namkung's patience is wearing thin as the silence becomes painfully awkward. Focus. I need to remember the flow. Calm your mind. You can do this. He traces a mystic matrix in the air, Time to test the resonance. The seal glows. Stones materialize. 2 gems orbit his palms in a flash. They ignite into massive blue blades. This power. It's absolutely incredible. He slashes the air, leaving a jagged crater in the earth. Lethal. Perfect balance. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 watches. His eyes narrowing in suspicion, he leaves with a calculating smirk. The stronger the user, the sharper the blade. Controlling Longguian this fast. This kid's talent is truly terrifying. An elemental burst in seconds, he's easily rank A+. No luck involved. A child wielding the strength of a god. Does he even know? I hope this awakening brings pride. Not a catastrophe to Evernight. Midterm season. In the shadows, Orio's outfit is being adjusted. The president fastens a necklace. Look at me. He commands coldly. A promise kept. This magic artifact is called the Soul Questioner. Wear it. Your mana levels will skyrocket for the coming battle. He leans in, his gaze piercing her shy defense. Total dominance. Trust me. I've arranged everything for the upcoming trials. Just focus on your revenge. Enjoy the fall of your enemies. A knock shatters the tension. The president pulls back. Clearly annoyed, he clears his throat. Regaining composure. Go. Prepare for the exam. If this works, I'll owe you. Oreo whispers. Glasses enters the room. Is the trap set? The president's tone shifts to pure malice. Everything is ready. But Oreo might get caught in the crossfire. He swirls his glass with a twisted grin. Lam is finished. I'll purge him from Evernight Island forever. Glasses trembles in fear. What did you say? The president snaps. Glasses stammers an apology. The grand arena. The first-year combat exam is finally beginning. Crowds roar as giant holographic screens broadcast the action live. These rookies look promising. The hype for the new class is real. Live feed active. On the training field, Thick Shi A is already complaining. Theory tests are a nightmare. Thank God that torture is finally over. Time to eat combat requires peak stamina. The fat guy yells. Kaio sighs. Then, he sees Oreo walking past. Cold and distant. Her eyes are hollow. Thick senses the heavy atmosphere. She's changed since enrollment. They wonder why everyone is so strange. Memories fade. Why has the world turned so cold so fast? I've leveled up significantly. My hidden stats must be insane now. This midterm is mine. I'll take the top-ranking tier. Wake up. The dreamer. His friends pull him back to the harsh reality. Get lost, he shouts. Suddenly, Eos appears like a divine entity. A system notice pops up. Fail the rules. And face the penalty. The president is a snake. Kumamoto whispers. Yu nods in agreement. Stay focused. Just clear your pending quests and survive the round. High above. A blonde girl fumes. The exam is spiraling into chaos. Emergency at the council. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 must move. The plot thickens. Proctor missing. Panic begins. Silence examiner steps in. Rules stuttered. Nervous start. Traitor spotted. Shaka knows. Trap alert. Mana rising. Simon analyzes the grid. Guidelines set. Final test. Teleportation light battle start. Shaka moves hidden enemies. Kumamoto challenges the king. Free duel. No retreat. Solo match. Secluded rocks. Hugh enemy missing. Quest card combat active. Stance ready. Let's fly. Shadowstalker. Lethal gaze. Pink-haired thug bloodlust. Oreo strikes. Blood spills. Dark evolution. Oreo's power. Die in the dirt. Squad betrayal. Civil war. Evil laughter. Friends clash. Truth hurts. Dirty secrets. You're a fake traitor. Past trauma. Mental collapse. Shut up. Rage explodes. Missed strike. Oreo dodges. Pain agony. Total defeat. Regret elimination is better. Sinister smile. Pure malice. Shaka senses the plot. Kumamoto strikes. Duel starts. Battle royale. No rules. Sudden ambush. Killer intent. Aura burst. Massive impact. Shaka blown back. Impact. Savage kick. He's down. Water defense. Hidden traits. Mana surge. Survival mode. Blood wiped. Heavy hit. Still standing. Game on. Rescue mission. Rival clash. Simon vs. Edward showdown. Target. Located. Goodbye. Edward. Tucking the secret away. They nodded to Edward. We're heading out first. See you later. Edward leaned lazily on his cane. A smirk plastered on his face. I gave you a chance. Simon. His eyes turned predatory. In this academy, the weak perish. Only elites deserve to serve me. He unleashed his ice ray. Brilliant blue light surged forth, blinding everyone with pure elemental power. The piercing beam shot toward Simon. The red-haired girl cried out, fearing he'd be obliterated instantly. The atmosphere froze solid, colder than a winter grave. She took the brunt of the shockwave. Massive ice peaks erupted, sealing the path. Edward and his purple-haired ally wore satisfied pointes Ronlian slash. Arrogant grins. Pathetic. One shot and he's gone. He wasn't even worth the effort of recruiting. She scoffed. Edward remained cold. If those eyes won't serve me, they're better off shattered into frozen dust. Suddenly, Simon's voice cut through the air. He stood tall, completely unfazed by the icy tomb. With a surge of hidden stats, he shattered the glaciers. Edward, let's stop playing these games. Today's team lottery wasn't random. Was it? You rigged the entire system for this ambush. The white-haired girl lay injured, whispering his name. While the purple-haired hunter stood in total shock, Simon continued exposing the plot. Every violation of the Spring Pavilion's new rules was your doing. Did you think the instructors wouldn't notice the trail leading back to your little guild scheme? Distraction won't save you, Edward roared, swinging his blade in a flurry of lethal, desperate strikes. Simon dodged every blow with high-tier agility. He ordered Shiratori to prioritize rescuing the hostages immediately. The counter-operation began. Shiratori rushed toward the holding cells while Simon locked down the boss. She reached the heavy door, but it was sealed tight. A mocking laugh echoed through the hall. It was the purple-haired girl. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃. Going somewhere, I'm your final boss for today. Think again, Shiratori retorted, activating her summoner trait. The battle of skills had officially started. A swarm of paper shikigami appeared. Overwhelming. To man, the sheer number of summons was terrifying. The tiny paper devils swarmed her, landing blow after blow until her vision began to blur. The more I summon, the faster they regenerate, Shiratori mocked as 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 fled in disgrace. Suddenly, a voice screamed a warning. A massive explosion ripped through the corridor without warning. Simon moved like lightning, shielding Shiratori from the blast as they narrowly escaped the collapsing ruins. Are you okay? He asked. She nodded. Though the hostages were still trapped under the ice, Edward and 𝐀𝐼𝐀𝐃 regrouped near the captives. No one leaves this dungeon alive, they declared. Elsewhere, examiners watched the clock. 2 more challengers entered the fray, with menacing dark auras. A pink-haired delinquent charged in like a moth to a flame. I've been waiting to kill time. Deep Yu felt a killing intent. This guy was arrogant, abandoning all defense for pure offense. She lunged forward, her long blade glinting. Let's see if you can back up that talk. A scream echoed, but it wasn't him. The pink-haired girl nearby took the full force of the hit. Blood splattered. Deep Yu froze. How my target was that punk? Lee Man-han grinned like a demon. He hadn't taken a single scratch from her lethal strike. First time seeing a damage transfer trait. My turn to show you what real pain feels like. Before anyone could react, he lunged. His weapon moved faster than the eye could follow. He buried his blade deep into her side. Deep Yu coughed up crimson, collapsing in agony. She staggered back, clutching her wound as the world began to spin. Her HP was critical. Tan-min rushed to her side. Yu, stay with me. This shouldn't be happening. Lee Man-han cackled. It's simple math. Kid. Someone always has to pay the blood price. Mai lay on the floor, weeping in pain, while Tan-min's rage reached its absolute boiling point. You're cheating. This violates every rule of the ranking match. Deep Yu screamed out. He grabbed her chin, mocking her. Rules. We're just protecting our prize. That's called elite teamwork. Tan-min realized the horrifying truth. These weren't first-year students. This was a high-level setup. We didn't just walk into a test. He whispered. We walked into a literal death trap. Tan-min realizes it is a damage transfer rune contract. That is his hidden trait. A contract I never agreed, she yells. But runes can force an awakening. He used Mai's blindfold to bind her. Those personal items are the link. You cannot hurt me. This dungeon will be your grave. The villain sneers. He unleashes hidden daggers. Blood splatters as Tan-min and Yu collapse. 7 minutes left, he taunts. The system window counts down their inevitable death. Despite the pain, they crawl back up. Their survival stats are off the charts. If we do not save Mai, we lose. The guild inspectors are just watching. Physical attacks will not work. Tan-min pants. We must break the ritual's source. Yu doubts her remaining mana. But the boss's aura is crushing them. They target the blindfold. It is a high-stakes gamble for their final power-up. Tan-min charges, while Yu strikes from behind a perfect pincer attack. He sees them. Pitiful hunters, taste the edge of my soul-bound blade. Like a pro thief? Tan-min snatches the loot. The villain's ego shatters instantly. You thieving brat, where did you learn such master-tier stealing skills? He roars. Break the seal, Tan-min cries. Yu blocks the boss's path like a shield. He initiates the unbinding ritual, fingers moving like a master summoner's. The rune shatters. Their stats normalize as the dark contract is finally nullified. Now it is a fair fight, even with 1 minute left. They are ready. 𝐀𝐿 looks at him. Time is almost up. Any regrets before we die? Not a single one. They lunge forward, clashing in a final kinematic explosion. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐿 is playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with Kumamoto. He is just dodging, hiding behind rocks like a low-tier degenerate hunter. Kumamoto scoffs at his survival instincts. Running won't raise your ranking. Boy, show me your real power. He unleashes a rank S skill heaven-shattering fist. 𝐀𝐿 freezes. The impact is unavoidable. This is the moment of truth. He counters with an ancient art. But Kumamoto's raw strength is simply overwhelming. 𝐀𝐿 is sent flying. Too weak, Kumamoto sneers at the broken hunter. Blood leaks from his mouth. Even his defensive traits could not stop that monster. A C rank surviving this long, impressive. But your quest ends here. Kumamoto sera double. He moves like a glitch in the system, lightning fast. Another direct hit. 𝐀𝐿 HP is critical. He is barely holding on. I cannot take another hit. He thinks. I need a tactical skill evolution. He spots an opening and tries to speak. But another blow lands squarely. Distraction is a death sentence in this arena. Kumamoto roars, showing no mercy. 𝐀𝐿 hits the dirt. Damn it. I need a plan to survive this. He begs the inspectors for a 10-minute break. A total degenerate move. Request denied. The timer shows 15 minutes of pure, unadulterated slaughter. He fakes a fatal injury. But the inspectors just turn a blind eye. Kill him already. They sneer. Kumamoto approaches, radiating a terrifying final aura. The pressure increases. Kumamoto is going for the kill. The pain is unbearable. Those bastards from the association. 𝐀𝐿 curses as a boulder flies out. He tries to block it. But the massive rock ignores his puny defense. Stop, he screams. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A massive mana wave erupts. Power coils around him. Is this a hidden stat awakening or a total evolution? A massive shockwave erupted as the barrier shattered, blowing everything back with overwhelming, bone-crushing force. Even Kumamoto stood frozen, stunned that his opponent could still counterattack while on the brink of total collapse. Refusing to be careless, Kumamoto resumed his combat stance while 𝐀𝐿's fighting spirit reignited with a fierce glare. Almost forgot about you, he muttered, manifesting dual blue energy blades to test his lethal new power-up. 2 massive energy waves surged toward Kumamoto, who struggled to evade the sudden, blinding speed of the strike. The blade grazed Kumamoto's leg, shredding his armor and sending him tumbling to the ground in a cloud of dust. Sorry. Still getting used to these. 𝐀𝐿 smirked. No one played the feint game better than him today. Kumamoto's face darkened with pure rage. You've officially crossed the line, brat, he roared, his blood finally boiling over. With a primal scream, Kumamoto focused every ounce of his hidden stats, determined to crush 𝐀𝐿 once and for all. The intensity of Kumamoto's killing intent sent a shiver down 𝐀𝐿's spine as he gripped his swords tighter. Boom. A world-shaking explosion tore through the battlefield, leaving a massive crater where the two hunters had just clashed. Proctors watched with dropped jaws. Is it finally over? They whispered, staring into the thick, rising smoke screen. But the dust cleared to reveal Kumamoto's iron fist locked dead on against 𝐀𝐿's dual blade defense in a stalemate. It was an intense power struggle. Kumamoto couldn't believe these basic weapons could block his full power. Rank tier strike. Fury surged again, refusing to yield. He roared and lunged forward, doubling down on his brutal, relentless assault. 𝐀𝐿 prepared a decisive counter. But a system glitch occurred. His energy blades were suddenly shrinking and fading fast. Panic set in. At this critical turning point, his primary weapon was failing him at the worst possible moment. Kumamoto didn't hesitate, smashing the ground with a devastating blow that sent 𝐀𝐿 flying through the debris. 𝐀𝐿 crashed hard, every bone aching. Yet he forced himself up, using his blade as a makeshift crutch. That hit was heavy. He gasped, wiping blood away. But I'm still standing. I'm not done yet. The nearby waterfall pulsed with elemental water energy. With dragon spirit aura and terrain advantage, the tide was turning. Confidence surged back. Meanwhile, Kumamoto charged like a flaming arrow, screaming for a final, direct face-to-face clash. Sensing a hidden plot, 𝐀𝐿 decided to gamble everything. It was time to push his limits and survive. He carved a long, glowing line into the earth with his twin blades, preparing a high-tier elemental trap. Kumamoto skidded to a halt as a massive wall of water erupted from the ground, blocking his path entirely. A water wall. You think this cheap trick can stop me? Kumamoto laughed arrogantly, leaping straight through the barrier. But it was a feint. By the time Kumamoto breached the wall, 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 had already vanished into the mist. Stop hiding and fight like a man, Kumamoto barked. Scanning the area frantically, as his prey seemingly disappeared, he searched the shadows. Heart racing. Until he felt a sudden, freezing chill radiating from directly behind his back. He turned to see 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 enveloped in swirling vortexes of high-pressure water, eyes glowing with awakened power. Using the ancient source art, 𝐀𝐃 commanded every drop of water from the surrounding lakes to his side. He stood at the center of the storm, a master of elements. Merging his internal mana with the environment, Kumamoto's eyes widened in terror. The water rupture / 𝐾𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃. Unleashing his ultimate custom skill, a single explosive strike of wave energy shattered Kumamoto's defense, triggering a thunderous blast that shook the foundation. Everyone was sent tumbling as the shockwave leveled the field, leaving the hunters gasping for air in the aftermath. How can a C-rank student release such devastating power, Kumamoto wondered. His arrogance replaced by genuine doubt. Despite the hit, Kumamoto stood up unscathed. 𝐀𝐃 cursed all that effort, hadn't left a single scratch on him. But the mood shifted. Kumamoto finally acknowledged 𝐀𝐃. Not as a student, but as a truly formidable rival. Then, the real nightmare began. Kumamoto's skin distorted, fur sprouting as his hands morphed into lethal, jagged claws. With a bone-chilling howl, his body expanded, shredding his clothes as he underwent a complete werewolf transformation. A towering beast with blood-red eyes glared down at 𝐀𝐃, radiating a hunger that promised nothing but death. 𝐀𝐃 stood frozen. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Inside, his survival instincts were screaming at him to run. What the hell is this, he stammered. The beast lunged with godlike speed, its claws cutting through the air, even with death staring him down. 𝐀𝐃 refused to break. He roared and charged forward. Meeting it head-on, the ultimate clash began. Blade against claw. As 𝐀𝐃 desperately searched for an opening in the wolf's assault, the battle's tempo was skyrocketing, each blow packing more lethal force than the last. Neither side was yielding. That beast lunged with a fist like a falling meteor. But he pivoted, unleashing a flurry of counterslashes. He retreated, blood pumping. This guy's power is insane, he thought, quickly checking the remaining match time. Only 15 minutes left. Grit your teeth, he told himself. Just keep fighting until the very end. Before he could reset, Kumamoto unleashed a devastating blast. As expected, he was sent crashing back. A rank C holding a rank A. That's a victory. He crawled, using his blades to steady his body. Suddenly, a voice echoed. He froze. That tone, it was hauntingly familiar. Cut to the faculty office. Master Nam Kong's students stared at the investigation report, looking like his entire world had just collapsed. He handed the document over. Nam Kong's eyes narrowed, his confusion instantly turning into sharp irritation. A forced withdrawal. The student explained that Jing from the Spring Pavilion was coerced into quitting. This wasn't a one-off. Multiple students were being targeted, and all roads led back to one person, YW. He felt compelled to report this to Nam Kong. However, the mentor's response was laced with disappointment. You're the guild president, yet you can't handle a simple internal matter. Nam Kong's voice was cold. The student stood frozen, words dying in his throat. Silence filled the room like a suffocating shroud. He knew he'd messed up. Bowing 90 degrees, he offered a desperate apology. Master, please understand. He pleaded for mercy, explaining the shadow hanging over him. I may be president, but the Rose Clan, they have my family in a vice grip. I've seen the corruption, but my hands were tied. Hearing the desperation, Nam Kong's heart softened. Everyone has their crosses to bear. He sighed, shifting focus. Still, he couldn't let the president off easily. He reprimanded him for the suspicious timing of this report. This competition is critical. Why bring this to me now? What are you really playing at? The student coughed, dodging the question. He knew he'd be grilled until he cracked. He dropped the bombshell to stop history from repeating. He warned. Reliable intel says a catastrophic event will hit the arena. Suddenly, a phone rang, shattering the tension. Nam Kong picked up, met by a deafening roar. Nam Kong, where the hell are you? Get to the arena now, everything's gone to hell. Panic surged through him. What? Fine. I'm on my way. He bolted upright, heart racing. He adjusted his gear and sprinted out. Alone. The blue-haired man's face twisted into a sinister grin. Finally, it's starting. His true colors bled through. You wanted a big show, didn't you? Edward. Dead bodies at the arena. With the Rose Clan's signature everywhere. How will you escape this? He erupted into crazed, manic laughter. Meanwhile, at the arena, Oreo sat paralyzed in a daze. Her clothes were shredded, skin stained with grime and deep crimson. Blood was smeared across her face. It was a scene from a nightmare. It hurts, she whispered, staring at her blood-soaked palms. The ground was a sea of red. Nearby, young Master Xiao lay unconscious in a massive pool. The culprit was obvious. Flashback, 10 minutes ago. Oreo was relentlessly hunting down Zhao Yao. She lunged with strike after strike, desperate to take him down. But Zhao Yao had seen enough. He stopped holding back. A brutal kick sent her crashing. Her injured hand clawed at the air. She struggled for purchase, finally digging her nails into the turf to stop from sliding away. Blood seeped from her fresh scrapes. She looked pitiful. Seeing her state, Zhao Yao just laughed. Is this all you've got? You've grown a bit? Sure. But you're still just second-rate trash. You're pathetic. Oreo forced herself up, her mangled body trembling with every single movement. She shook out her arm, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yao with pure, unadulterated hatred. Young Master Xiao watched in horror. What happened, Oreo? Talk to us. But Zhao Yao just sneered. Shut it, can't you see? He shouted back. She's nothing but a damn obstacle in my way. He continued, ignoring their shock. If it weren't for hair. But her laughter cut him off. If it weren't for me? Then what? Zhao Yao. Her words were poison, pushing him over the edge. Rage boiled over. His aura flared, fueled by a burning hatred that incinerated his common sense. A massive titan roared, launching a fist of colossal flame that streaked toward its target like a comet. The blow stopped inches from Oreo's face, a hair's breadth from sending her spiraling into total oblivion. Despite the bone-shattering pressure, Oreo showed no fear, her eyes challenging the overwhelming power before her. Clutching the necklace from the green-haired guild leader, she screamed, with a voice fueled by pure betrayal. Without a hint of hesitation, she ripped the mysterious artifact from her neck. Ready for the consequences, she crushed the pendant, triggering a horrific, forbidden ritual that drenched the battlefield in a sinister violet glow. Eerie purple mana surged through her, eroding her arm as her body underwent a violent, forced evolution. Her veins turned necrotic purple. She let out a primal howl, neck tendons straining against the painful mutation. Fangs elongated, and her eyes turned a hollow, deathly white, resembling a boss monster from a nightmare. The violet aura expanded, multiplying her power levels exponentially and crushing the atmosphere for all nearby hunters. Even Trudia stood frozen in shock. Everyone wondered what kind of forbidden system awakening this truly was. Her strength reached legendary tiers, but her humanity withered, leaving everyone terrified of her bizarre new form. Haunted by trauma, she finally snapped. Her killing intent locked onto Trudeau like a homing missile. Go to hell, Oreo roared, launching a relentless pursuit as Trudeau felt the cold chill of death. Giant purple-black wings unfurled. Trudeau backed away, trembling as the shadow of a degenerate demon loomed. She laughed coldly. Now you know how it feels to crawl. Now, taste the sweet scent of death. They clashed midair. Alice was thrown aside while Zoethu and Tritos rushed in to stop the slaughter. Oreo. Stop, you'll kill him, Zoethu pleaded, desperate to forfeit before the match turned into a murder. Her patience snapped. He isn't worth it, she spat, her aura flickering with chaotic, uncontrollable energy. Darkness clouded her gaze as something began controlling her body. She clawed at her own face in agony, writhing in violet flames. She gasped to her allies. Run, I can't hold this power back much longer. Amidst the chaos, Trudeau's fear turned to malice. He decided that her death was the only solution, viewing her as the source of all evil. He lunged directly into the eye of the magical storm, like a lethal arrow. He pierced the vortex, striking her down with a cold-blooded and decisive blow. The others watched in horror. Why attack now? She had already stopped her onslaught and lost control. Before they could react, a massive shockwave swept through the area, tossing everyone aside like ragdolls. Inside the wreckage, Oreo lay broken and bloodied, her disheveled hair masking a face filled with pure despair. Nearby, Zoethu lay motionless in a pool of crimson. The sight shattered Oreo's remaining sanity completely. Past traumas resurfaced, drowning her in guilt. She shook her head violently. Trapped in a waking nightmare, her hidden stats exploded. Purple lightning arced across the skyscraper, signaling a legendary tier rank awakening. The crowd below stared in paralyzed terror at the celestial tear phenomenon unfolding high above their heads. Whispers of, "What is that entity?" spread like wildfire as they scrambled to alert the Academy masters. Like a vengeful god, Oreo descended, her hair bristling with mana as she plummeted toward the earth. She landed with a seismic impact. Her consciousness blurred as reality and delusion bled into one another. "It's all a lie," she hissed, her sanity fraying as her claws elongated into sharp obsidian blades. Purple veins pulsed once more. With rocket-like speed, she charged toward 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 and True again. Her scream tore through the air, a declaration that no one would ever hurt her again. 𝐀𝐀𝐃 saw her pain, not just her power. He realized the tragic burden she had been forced to carry. He yelled her name in desperation. Meanwhile, True watched her approach with eyes full of venom. Oreo was a blur of lethal intent. An arrow of vengeance aimed straight for their trembling hearts. Just as the end seemed certain, a booming voice echoed. 𝐀𝐃 had arrived at the final second, hovering with a massive magic circle. He looked like a legendary hero descending to change their fate. The three combatants stood paralyzed as he wove complex hand seals. His face bruised but determined. "Ancient archive origin genesis," he roared, unleashing a hidden skill that defied the laws of mana. A flood of divine water erupted. And from the torrent, the great dragon Long Uyan began to form. The water stirs as twin dragons awaken from the depths. They await their master's command as 𝐀𝐃 gives the order. Instantly, the dragons obey, launching a brutal frontal assault on Oreo. She is completely overwhelmed by 𝐀𝐃's powerful summoned beasts. Staggering, she loses her footing and collapses. The water dragons blast her back with pure, unrelenting fury. He thought he arrived just in time. But panic set in. Oreo had transformed into something unrecognizable and terrifying. Just as he thought the chaos ended, a massive explosion erupted. That mysterious, cursed power surged within her once more. The shockwave sent everyone flying through the air. Even 𝐀𝐃 was caught in the devastating blast. From the smoke, Oreo lunged like a flaming arrow. Her strength had tripled as if fueled by pure provocation. Her body mutated into a towering beast with razor-sharp claws. She had shed every last bit of her humanity, battered and bloodied. 𝐀𝐃 watched in disbelief. He wondered where this overwhelming, monstrous power had come from, now a complete werewolf. She glared at him with predatory eyes. Her hunger for blood was chillingly clear. "Focus your mind," she mocked with a snarl. Before he could react, the savage beast delivered a crushing blow to his gut. That single strike drained his very soul. Blood began to seep from his mouth as his vision blurred instantly. His eyes rolled back while he struggled to find his balance. But his body simply would not obey anymore. The wolf showed no mercy. Laughing with a sickening, twisted joy, she grabbed him by the hair like prey. Compared to her massive frame, he looked like a broken doll. He was nothing more than a toy to her. "Farewell, 𝐀𝐃," she sneered. She hurled him away with the same cold indifference of a heartless betrayal. 𝐀𝐃 soared through the air, coughing up crimson. 𝐀𝐲 and True screamed in sheer terror for him. His body was flung dozens of meters high. He was falling toward the edge of a deadly abyss, paralyzed and broken. He had no strength left to fight back. He fell like a stone toward the water. Suddenly, a small purple beast zipped through the air. It moved with incredible speed to catch the falling warrior. They both plunged into the mysterious depths of the lake below the waterfall. Above, the crowd gathered in chaos. The gold-haired supervisor watched the raging water with fury. She knew something had gone terribly wrong with the test. Nam Kung Sach arrived on the scene, demanding answers. He stood beside her, his face grim with concern. "The surveillance feed was cut," she explained. 𝐀𝐃 fell before I could even realize what was happening. Kuramoto watched with a sinister, satisfied grin. He traded a knowing glance with a mysterious brown-haired accomplice. Their dark scheme was unfolding exactly as planned. Victory seemed within their grasp as they watched the fallout. Deep beneath the surface, the current dragged 𝐀𝐃 down. He was sinking into the dark, silent abyss. Suddenly, the tiny spirit beast appeared. It grabbed his shirt with its teeth, desperately trying to pull him upward. It struggled with all its might, tugging at his waist. Seeing no progress, it moved to pull from behind. Though small, the beast showed incredible strength. It dragged him slowly toward a hidden, mysterious shore. From the shadows, an old man watched them arrive. He sensed a familiar presence and narrowed his eyes. "He is here at last," the man whispered. On the shore, 𝐀𝐃 and his pet lay exhausted. The little beast panted heavily after the life-saving struggle. 𝐀𝐃 slowly began to regain consciousness, soaked and covered in wounds. He forced himself to crawl, Every inch moved was a battle against the pain. He clenched his fist in frustration. Looking around, the surreal landscape before him was both beautiful and terrifying. You saved me. Didn't you? He whispered with a tired smile. Rest now. Little one. You have worked hard. He gazed up at a massive, towering pillar that pierced the heavens. It was surrounded by strange, floating artifacts. A mysterious magic circle pulsed with ancient energy. Confused and weary, he scratched his head in wonder. A long staircase stretched toward the top of the tower. He realized this must be the hidden entrance. Is anyone here? He called out. His voice echoed through the vast, silent halls as he ventured deeper. The interior was a labyrinth of endless stairs reaching for the sky. He felt like a fool for shouting. A sudden chill ran down his spine. The height of the climb was dizzying, and the silence felt heavy. Reaching the final platform, he leaned against the wall to catch his breath. He was almost at the top. He didn't notice the dark shadow creeping behind him. Red eyes glowed with malice as a wide, toothy grin appeared. The monstrous entity loomed over him, its presence suffocating. A new nightmare was just about to begin. A savage shadow loomed, laughing. Stop. It hissed. Or you'll die. Startled, I slipped. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃. This is really bad. Falling through the abyss? I saw that colossal, terrifying face. I felt like an arrow until a dark hand snatched my leg. Who are you? I just fell in, I gasped. The monster's grin widened. Lies. He slammed me down like a toy. No mortals cross my barrier. Unless he sent you. I screamed. Terrified, it was just an accident. He tossed me around, my vision blurring as the world spun. Don't Lee. He growled. I sense the dark power within you. The dark blade deity. That ancient evil must be purged. You deserve death, I shouted back. I've done nothing wrong. The giant face just mocked my plea. Closing in fast. Stay back, I yelled. He smirked. Then, let's gamble for your life. A glowing hexagon appeared. I touched it, sealing my fate. The system flashed 13. A lucky number. He cackled wildly. This is your fate. Every summon drains 1 point from your soul. When you hit 0, I'll bury you beneath White Lake forever. I stared at my palm in horror. Had my previous summons counted? How do I leave? I begged. Suddenly, the earth split open. Take this book as hush money. Monsieur. And you're dead. They found me at the waterfall. He's alive, they cheered loudly. The midterm exam was over. Victory or defeat? It's finally finished. The leaderboard flickered as I lost consciousness in the infirmary. I woke up weak, hooked to a respirator, barely breathing. Hours underwater, you're a miracle, the teacher said. 𝐀𝐿 shrugged. He's too stubborn to die. That demon encounter was no dream. I remembered my friends. Where are they? I demanded. Sitting up, records wiped. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 under investigation. And Oreo's being expelled. That drug boosted her to rank A. Fascinating. 𝐀𝐿 mused, but the victim was crippled. His mana destroyed forever. What about 𝐀𝐿𝐿 and 𝐀𝐿𝐿? I asked. My heart sinking. 𝐀𝐿𝐿's expelled. 𝐀𝐿𝐿's chose to leave rather than stay alone. They're leaving, I gasped. Tonight, after the memory wipe begins, they'll forget everything once they leave Eternal Night Island. I bolted from the bed. I must see them one last time. Wait for me. I reached the sky gate, praying I wasn't late. I arrived as they boarded. Wait, I screamed. Lunging forward, they turned, their eyes vacant and hollow. Was I too late? 𝐀𝐿𝐿 suddenly cried. Ka. We haven't forgotten you yet. Not yet. We embraced. I'm so sorry, I whispered. I was too slow. It's my fault. Oreo sobbed. I ruined everything for us. I clenched my fists. Those spring vine bastards. They'll pay. Don't. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 warned. You're too weak. Just let us go. I won't forget our battles. Our bond? I cried out. Oreo wept. We were never meant for this world. Ka. Goodbye. Returning to normalcy is their best fate. One day, you'll be a top-tier hunter. They'll be happy. Even without memories, only this coin survived the island's sweep. Use this token to remember them all. Farewell, our paths must diverge now. Tears fell as the ship sailed away. Does power truly birth this much pain? I promise I will never forget you. I'll survive for your sake too. Friends. Zhao Diyu's smirk was begging for trouble. He approached with a fake, friendly mask. He blamed others for his own schemes. His excuses died in his throat. A punch exploded against his lying face. A tooth flew. His arrogance finally broke. He tried to flee in total terror. Another strike sent blood spraying everywhere, thrown aside like common. Useless trash. Reflect on your sins. You degenerate. Think about what you did to them. He lay there. Crushed by his choices, a shadow loomed over the fallen boy. Kumamoto's mocking face appeared out of nowhere. Not a good day for you. Who? Look forward. Life is about power now. An eagle shouldn't fly with mere chickens. Chickens can't grasp a hunter's true ideals. Unshackle your wings from their petty doubt. I want to be the strongest hunter. I wasn't wrong, I'll prove it all. He roared through tears of bitter spite. One day, I'll show them the truth. Kumamoto laughed at the boy's pathetic weeping. Inside the Spring Vine Guild's headquarters, the president sighed at the empty seat. Where is the secretary hiding now? Vanished right after the final exam. Sit. The results were perfect for our guild. The rose necklace guarantees our total victory. Suddenly, armed enforcers stormed the room. The guild members froze in utter shock. Handcuffs clicked. The hunters were caught. Screams for mercy filled the cold hall. The president's head was pinned down hard. Why are they here? Burly thugs surround him. And Edward is pinning his head to the dirt. The arrogant president is busted. The Spring Pavilion's leader is being hauled in for a serious inquiry. Evidence links him to the midterm disaster. The president screams in denial. This is impossible. Let go. Edward smirks. Simon was right. This entire exam was a rigged setup from the very start. Once it ended, I seized their leaders. Those cowards folded instantly and confessed to your orders. That necklace, Kumamoto swiped it from the white tiger scene while everyone was busy saving lives. Edward sneers. You're just as pathetic as he said. Now, get this trash out of my sight. The order is given. The president is dragged off like a stray dog. Still howling, utter nonsense. What are you doing? Let go. Edward's eyes burn with the fire of cold. Ruthless ambition. From now on, the Spring Pavilion is mine. The ex-leader is hauled away. Cursing until the end. At the hangar, Master Law reviews the intel with the Elder. The giants are making their move. Reports from Nui-Man confirm the worst. The Sentimanous giants are becoming increasingly hostile and aggressive. The Elder boards his craft, sticking his massive head out to give one final stern command. I'm leaving the island to investigate. Keep your eyes sharp. His expression is chillingly calculating. I know the host now. Lucifer's vessel. On Eternal Night Island. The Demon King cannot revive. Kill him now, Master asks. Everyone expects a swift execution. But the Elder has other plans. I won't play by their rules. Master is stunned. Spare him, but the prophecy of the Demon God. The Demon God needs a host to return. But that vessel also serves as his ultimate prison. I'll turn this host into an unbreakable cage. He'll never escape. His face turns deathly serious. The risk is astronomical. Master whispers. The Elder just turns away and walks into the ship. He laughs darkly. No move is without risk. Boy. My 300-year game has just begun. The engines roar. The ship ignites, tearing through the atmosphere with a thunderous, violent boom. He vanishes into the void. Watch the island. Don't let a single thing slip while I'm gone. 2 months later, under a sea of shimmering stars and city lights, the world looks peaceful. Inside the jet, Three-Man is lounging, boots on the dash, reading and looking totally unbothered. Mia's voice screams through the comms. Coded mission, we have a rescue operation in City S. Secure the target immediately. Three-Man just gives a lazy, hoofed response to her urgent commands. Mia is losing her mind at his attitude. He's the definition of unshakable and dangerously chill. Are you even listening to me? She's practically spitting blood on the other end of the line. He adjusts his gold frames. Calm down. I'm not looking to fight with your loud mouth today. I'm nearing the drop zone. Get ready to welcome me. My dear little junior sister. Mia blows a fuse. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me that. My father joined the Dragon Squad 2 months ago. What the hell is everyone actually doing? Three-Man whistles. Eyes closed. The Sentimanous giants are harvesting awakened souls all over the place. It's a join or die policy. The Elder couldn't just sit back and watch them suffer. He had to act. It's only natural for him to take the lead in this chaos. Their leader, Mr. Met, is a legendary monster. A real piece of work and twice as dangerous. They've got a bloody history. Arch enemies since the old days. Fueled by pure, ancient hatred. Mia scoffs. The Elder has too many enemies to count. This isn't exactly a huge surprise. Tai-Man notes. True. He's always been a magnet for trouble and high-tier boss monsters. I only asked about Met. Didn't expect the old man to actually descend the mountain himself. Anyway, I'm here. See you on the ground for the mission? Junior sister, stop calling me that. This is Command Tower. Use proper protocol. You arrogant hunter. He sighs, flicking the comms off. Silence at last. The real mission starts right now. Professionalism kicks in. He readies his legendary gear and prepares for a high-velocity combat drop. He adjusted his glasses, buckled up, and shifted into high gear with cold determination. Adrenaline surged as the jet dove toward the city. Headquarters signaled, "Prepare for immediate descent." Midstream control gave the green light. The pilot smirked and pushed the golden aircraft's limits. Engines roared, tearing through the sky. Sonic booms shattered the air as he accelerated forward. S-City. A concrete jungle. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, a man in a suit ran desperately, trapped in a narrow alley. His heart hammered. Pure terror soaked his clothes in sweat, gasping for air. His face turned deathly pale. He looked like a ghost fleeing a nightmare. Something horrific trailed him. Behind him, a small girl with pink pigtails clutched her backpack. They dashed through a labyrinth of shadows. Every turn led them deeper into a trap. Suddenly, a massive wall blocked their path. A dead end. There was no escape now. As they searched for a way out, a gargantuan shadow loomed over the brick wall. They turned, trembling. A mechanical beast emerged from the darkness, a terrifying 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 monster. Blue light flickered from its joints. It was a predator designed for total hunter annihilation. Its glowing eyes pierced the dark. Jagged steel claws and mechanical blades extended from its back. The girl curled into a ball, weeping. But the man found a desperate surge of courage. "I'll kill you bastards," he screamed. Charging the beast with everything he had left, he poured his soul into a single strike. His face contorted as he swung a fist. The monster caught his hand effortlessly. It was like a gnat attacking a mountain-tier boss. The system interface flickered. The machine scanned the man's trembling form with cold precision. Attribute wind. Energy C-. Scanning complete, target invalid. Delete sequence initiated. Without hesitation, the machine grabbed him like a ragdoll and slammed him into the stone. The wall cracked. The man slumped down, his body broken and his consciousness fading fast. Target discarded. The girl watched the horror unfold in high definition. Paralyzed by fear, she choked back a scream. Her face drained of color. Trembling hands covered her mouth. Tears and sweat blurred her vision. In a final act of survival, she screamed out. An awakening. A surge of blue mana erupted, trying to push the monster back. But against such overwhelming power, her spark was useless. Her strength reached its limit. Hope vanished. Exhausted and broken, she realized her fate was no longer her own. As the claws descended, she lost consciousness. Then, in a flash, everything changed. A hero streaked in like a comet, grabbing the girl and shattering the beast's armor. "Damn meat. I'm late," he growled. From a rooftop nearby, Mia leveled her rifle and jumped. She landed gracefully. "That's the third attack on hunters this month," she reported grimly. His eyes narrowed. What were they hunting for? The 100-handed giants were moving again. Meanwhile, at the White Fort, the heart of the enemy, the sinister Mr. Mess watched. In the 𝐀𝐀𝐊𝐃 highlands, a white-haired girl stared blankly at a single struggling sprout. Despite her blindfold, she felt its life force. But a dark shadow interrupted her peace. A strong seed thrives even in hell. A voice sneered. It was the tyrant. Mess. Their eyes met in a tense silence. Suddenly, a high-ranking officer named Red approached. He requested the master's presence. Mr. Mess turned, heading toward the dark laboratory base. At the White Fort base, Red pointed to the central pool where cultists worked. The room was lined with tubes. Prisoners lay inside, their bodies withered and broken. It looked less like a lab and more like a slaughterhouse for degenerate hunters. They were draining mana like parasites. Once depleted, victims were tossed away like trash. Mr. Mess watched the carnage with a twisted grin. The sound of screams was music. A subordinate bowed. The harvest is complete. We have more subjects for the skill evolution. Satisfied with the intel, Mr. Met approached the central pod. Gazing at the specimen within, he marveled at that raw, primordial energy, a fusion of the ancient and the terrifyingly new. But Met's mood soured. To him, these awakeners were a malignant tumor on the world. Rage consumed him. His eyes turned blood red as he screamed. Every one of them must die. His handsome features twisted into a demonic mask, letting out a bone-chilling, terrifying roar. Suddenly, a test subject shrieked. The glass tubes rattled as the extraction process intensified. It wasn't his struggle causing the tremor, it was the machine greedily draining his last spark. The man collapsed, hollowed out and gasping as his life force was completely harvested. Hooded technicians coldly recorded his status before dragging the withered body away like trash. The skeletal man begged for mercy, but they ignored him. dragging him to his end. They tossed him into the tank to drown. A brutal end after stealing his essence. Soon, the machine produced a tiny vial of energy. The cultists presented it to Met. The latest batch. Sir. They reported. The purity has evolved. Please. Have a taste. Met remained silent before his head split open. He didn't drink like a human. A monstrous jaw on his skull devoured the vial whole. Glass and all. In a sickening display, he crunched the shards. Gums bleeding. Yet the beastly mouth complained it wasn't enough. Despite the feast, the beast hungered for more energy to reach its former legendary glory. Greedy for power. Met ordered Red to hunt stronger, higher tier awakeners for his evolution. He mentioned the S-City outbreak, but his subordinate admitted the target had vanished. Met demanded his location. The answer sent a chill through the room. Evernight Island. The name triggered a psychotic break. Met and the mouth hissed the name in unison. He chanted Evernight Island like a cursed mantra, his obsession burning with insane intensity. The teeth gnashed in fury. Red watched his master, trembling with visible fear. That island had transformed him into this monster. He wouldn't let it steal his prey. 2 months later, on Evernight Island, 𝐀𝐿 was locked in a fierce sparring match. Launched a barrage of spikes. 𝐀𝐿 instantly conjured a mana shield to deflect. He trapped the projectiles in water and countered. Was pinned to the wall. The duel ended. 𝐀𝐿 stood victorious, his personal power clearly reaching a new tier. Again, he demanded. But refused, calling him a combat-obsessed, driven maniac. Bien praised their rapid growth. But Magi noticed 𝐀𝐿 had changed since that day. He seemed like a different person. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Simon watched them from the shadows. Later, in the locker room, 𝐀𝐿 opened his locker and grabbed a mysterious book. He thought of the entity beneath White Lake. Was the shadow god truly evil, haunted by questions? He headed to the infirmary to treat wounds from his relentless training. Every scrape burned as Mukan applied disinfectant. 𝐀𝐿 winced in sharp pain. She ignored his groans, noting he'd become a weekly regular since the midterms. Planning on donating your corpse for research, she joked. Seeing his battered state again, 𝐀𝐿 protested, then turned serious. He mentioned how the corrupt examiner was fired. The villain was gone, but the elite took over. The system still felt rigged. To survive this world, he had no choice. He had to evolve and gain power. Mukan fell silent. Suddenly, a man with an eye patch burst in. Needing her help, a loud voice barked through the phone. Understanding the urgency, the medic prepared to leave. She tossed a medical file to 𝐀𝐿, tasking the injured student with a delivery. He cried out for fairness, but she slammed the door, leaving him with the errand. Limping but determined, he headed toward the medical cabin at the end of the hall. The heavy door groaned open, revealing a lab of terrifying proportions. Sakya stood frozen, dwarfed by the massive, ominous machinery humming inside. His shout echoed through the desolate facility, met only by chilling silence. A cold sweat broke out as dread began to set in. He navigated toward the terminal mentioned in the files. Judging by the complex interface, he realized these pods held high priority. Critical cases. Reaching his destination, he peered through the glass and gasped. Floating inside the life support machine was none other than Dowsy. Panic flared within him. How did she end up here? Desperate, he frantically checked her status window to understand her condition. The records were sparse. Her symptoms had only manifested this week. Suddenly, the files were snatched away by a cold-faced Mu-Jin. Tired of waiting, she had followed him. Sakya pointed at Dowsy, screaming for answers. How could a normal civilian be trapped here? Mu-Jin Sahil, explaining that Evernight Island isn't for commoners. It turns out Dowsy was far from the regular girl he knew. She was a latent esper whose dormant traits had violently erupted into a chaotic awakening. Sakya's world tilted at the shocking revelation. Mu-Jin looked at him like he was a total degenerate before dropping a bombshell. Dowsy's blood carried a pure, malevolent energy. This sinister power was too dangerous to let reach full maturity. Sakya pressed her. Was there no way to purge this evil spirit? It's a soul-bound fate. Mu-Jin countered. This power was her very life force. Impossible to separate without killing the host. Sakya stood speechless. Her clan had a pact with the island to keep her sealed, but her awakening had triggered prematurely this year. Feeling she'd said enough, Mu-Jin warned him to vanish. This forbidden zone was no place for a low-ranking hunter to linger. Sakya stayed behind, heart aching as memories of their past surfaced. He never imagined their reunion would be in such a tragic dungeon. Later, Sakya jolted awake. He'd fallen asleep right beside her pod. Luckily, Mu-Jin hadn't caught him trespassing in the restricted ward. Suddenly, the door slid open. Sakya tensed. Who would come this late? He expected the warden. But the light stayed ominously off. The silence felt heavy. This wasn't a routine check. It was a stealthy infiltration. Someone was creeping through the shadows toward Daozi. The intruder reached for her throat, clearly intending to assassinate her. Sakya's eyes flared as he prepared a lethal water vortex skill. Suddenly, her family's elite guard burst in, launching a fierce kick. The assassin evaded with top-tier reflexes, slipping away like a ghost. The guard roared about the trespasser. But the room was empty. The target had already vanished into the dark. Winding corridors, hiding nearby. The killer mocked the guard's stupidity. He doubled back for the kill. But Sakya was already waiting in the shadows. Who's the fool now? Sakya growled. He unleashed his twin blades, a crushing wave of water sending the intruder flying backward. The bastard screamed as the impact shattered his ribs. Sakya glared with contempt. How dare a weakling try to cause trouble here? In the chaos, the sleeping beauty finally stirred. Daozi woke up dazed, wondering if this nightmare was actually just a vivid dream. Seeing Sakya, she felt an instant sense of peace. Sakya realized she was awake. But there was no time for a happy reunion. The intruder drew a gun, firing straight at Daozi like a flash of lightning. Sakya shielded her. Diving out of the bullet's path, he pulled her into a run, shielding her in his arms. It felt like a high-stakes action movie as bullets whistled past them. Daozi was oblivious to the danger, innocently asking if the shootout was part of the dream. Sakya was frustrated by her lack of fear. We need to get out of here alive, he hissed. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐿. Confused nod as the killer closed in again. A hidden foe prepared to strike the girl, only to get slammed. Who's the idiot now? Don't touch her, he roared, unsheathing twin blades and activating his hidden water element trait. Liquid slashes erupted, blasting the intruder back. His agonizing screams echoed through the medical hall. Pathetic, he muttered, too weak to interfere. Suddenly, a soft, familiar voice broke the silence. The sleeping beauty, Daotu, finally woke up, dazed. She wondered if this battle was real. Why are you in my dream? She asked. Surprisingly calm. She felt strangely safe near him. Her trust was unwavering. But the protagonist panicked. Focusing on her meant missing the danger nearby. A muzzle flashed. The assassin fired. Like lightning, he lunged to shield the beautiful girl, narrowly dodging death. He grabbed her hand. They sprinted away, looking like a cinematic romance. Hero protects heroine, the classic trope. As they huddled, bullets shredded the air above them, unaware of the stakes. She chirped. Is this a shootout? This dream is getting way cool. If she took a bullet for fun, she'd realize the truth. This was no fantasy, it was survival. He sighed, speechless. How do you explain brutal reality to someone who thinks it's a dream? Keep low, he commanded. Flirting could wait. Surviving this dungeon, like assault, was the priority. She nodded cutely, following his lead. But the intruder's footsteps grew louder, closing in fast. He reloads with arrogant ease, certain that victory is already within his grasp. But his target isn't some low-tier degenerate, it's our legendary protagonist. Thick Ka. Silent signals pass between them. Suddenly, Daotu tugs his sleeve and points to her bracelet. Is this a hidden telepathy trait? Thick Ca understands the mission and nods instantly. He hurls the bracelet as a decoy, baiting the intruder to open fire blindly. The assassin bites. He wastes ammo on a shadow while our duo slips away. Escape is the priority. Thick Ca grabs her hand as the hunter realizes he's been played. Talk about a critical failure. They sprint forward, leaving the confused shooter behind. Where is the medical guild? This constant gunfire is a one-way ticket to a game over. Thick Ca scans the perimeter. No allies in sight. Suddenly, danger strikes again from behind. A bullet zips by, millimeters from a fatal hit. His survival instincts kick into overdrive. He shields Daotu, diving for cover. In this high-stakes dungeon, one mistake means death. Cornered. It's a choice between the elevator or the stairs, a life-or-death gamble for survival. 1 second of hesitation could be their last. The killer is closing in like a boss. The assassin sees the elevator doors close and charges in, thinking he's caught his prey. But Thick Ca's combat IQ just hit 200 desperate times. Call for god-tier plays. They slip through the fire exit, narrowly escaping the Reaper's scythe for one more moment. Thick Ca pings Master Kaban. An armed intruder has breached the medical department's sanctum. Is it an awakened he's got a gun? Making a direct confrontation a suicide mission. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃. Thick Ca takes a nasty spill, While a strange creature catches the girl, this tiny summon is a total degenerate, taking advantage of the moment to act shamelessly. Suddenly, a deep, chilling voice echoes. A presence from the void claims interest in her. The aura is familiar. It's the Black Blade god. He's finally awakened from his slumber. He's a master of psychological warfare. Teasing 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 about his feelings for 𝐀𝐿. He senses a nostalgic energy within her, a lingering soul trace that refuses to fade away. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐊𝐄𝐃 snaps, yelling at the spirit to stay away. His protective stats are peaking. 𝐀𝐿 calls out, snapping him back to reality. Was it a vision or exhaustion? She's already lecturing him. Why does every date end in a high-speed survival quest? It feels like a recycled plot. But the stakes are much higher this time around. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐊𝐄 tosses the purple creature aside. 𝐀𝐿 ignores the chaos and starts her story. She recalls a fragmented memory, a hazy vision of being trapped inside a cold, metallic machine. Tubes, wires, and the haunting sound of a ticking clock. A nightmare that felt real. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐊's expression darkens. He knows this wasn't a dream, it was a dark, hidden past. Confusion and guilt swirl in his heart. Should he reveal her tragic origin right now? He opens his mouth to explain. But her sudden, radiant smile stops him instantly. She says this dream was different because, for the first time, he was there too. Her joy is infectious. 𝐀𝐿𝐃𝐊𝐄 realizes she's the highest-ranking treasure in his world. Her smile has conquered his heart. The words he meant to say vanish completely. He's blushing like an amateur. But beneath the fluff, a dark conspiracy still looms large. If she discovers the truth of her existence, will she ever smile like this again? She's living a lie. But she's happy. For now, he chooses to protect her peace. Under a sky of floating whales, he stares into her eyes and makes a vow. I will protect this beautiful dream forever. Meanwhile, back at the facility, trouble arrive. Two suspicious figures breach the entrance. The guards sense a murderous intent rising fast. A hidden blade slides from a sleeve. Before blood spills, Master Kaban finally arrives. Small frame, dragon's heart. He stood like tempered steel. A lethal warning to any fool testing their luck tonight. Who'd have more guts than brains to raid the medical department? Seeing the odds, the intruders wisely chose retreat. 2 versus 4 is a death sentence. So they sheathed their blades. Yet, a shadow lurks behind the pillars. The instructor barked orders Squad 21. Move Squad 17. Second floor. The manhunt for the intruder was officially on. Why raid a place crawling with high-tier hunters? The suspect fled through the forest toward the desolate, ruined district, among shattered buildings. The villain sighed. Being the bad guy is a grind. Especially when your plans go south. If not for that trash, Shaka, he'd be sleeping. Instead, he's out here huffing like a low-tier, failed degenerate. Amidst his grumbling, a new figure emerged from the darkness, a presence so cold it demanded absolute, soul-crushing respect. The intruder bowed 90 degrees, sweating bullets. Failing a mission against an unawakened girl, truly a pathetic performance. Shamed and trembling, he ripped off his mask to reveal a handsome face twisted by pure, lingering malice. He remembered his fall, losing his council position. His family crushed by the Rose Guild. Becoming homeless in one night. A mysterious benefactor offered a lifeline at Eternal Night Island, opening a dark path to reclaim his lost power. His tragic monologue was cut short by 2 blinding lights. A high-tier duo appeared, radiating overwhelming spirit lord energy. Since when did this island host such monstrous hunters? Just as death approached, a stunning woman stepped forward. She still had use for this degenerate. Serve the gentleman well, and be rewarded. Fail, and you're dead meat. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐿𝐃, blissfully unaware she'd escaped death's scythe. Shaka, however, remained deeply, visibly troubled. They arrived, and Shaka snapped out of his trance. The bodyguard rushed over, his eyes glowing with frantic relief. He thanked Shaka for saving the lady. But internally, he plotted to keep these two worlds far apart forever. The jealous bodyguard forced a wedge between them, acting like a toxic second lead, blocking a fated, blooming romance. Even as they left, he signaled a final warning: stay away from our young lady. Truly an exhausting man. The mood shifted to heavy sorrow. Both held secrets too heavy to share. A bittersweet goodbye for now followed. Then came the twist. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 cried. You fool. Shaka, she whispered, her heart aching for her dream's protector. Was today reality, or just a vivid illusion? As she wiped her tears, Shika's world was suddenly turned upside down. A sudden strike, blood sprayed, as Shika collapsed. Instructor Ka had arrived with his Iron Man-like mechanical arm. 1 second he's breaking ribs. The next, he's praising Shika for not embarrassing the island during the raid. The instructor laughed like he'd won the lottery. But Shika, coughing blood, only had one person on his mind. Did we catch the assassin? He wheezed. Without his protection, would 𝐀𝐿 be safe from the next strike? She gripped his hand. If he hadn't intervened, this lady would be in a coffin tonight. Gratitude filled the air. But his motive was lingal. A rival hunter desperate to separate them. Jealousy burned in his eyes. Seeing their intimate goodbye was too much. He had to intervene. The classic second lead move. He crashed the moment, determined to sever their destined connection. Even as they left, his hands signaled a warning. Stay away from her, or else. Everyone felt the cringe. The mood shifted from sweet romance to bitter tension instantly. Parting was bittersweet. Their faces showed the heavy burden of secrets they couldn't share. A final farewell. But as she turned away, a single tear fell, a pivot no one expected. You idiot, she whispered. She believed he was just a ghost, never knowing his reality. The lines between past and present blurred. Which world was the lie, and which was true? She walked away crying. Meanwhile, the protagonist felt the same crushing weight in his soul. Asterisk. Wham times. A sudden blow nearly killed him. Only one person hit that hard, his iron-fisted master. That mechanical arm was no joke. It was a soul-shaking strike. The ultimate tough love greeting. 1 second, he's breaking ribs. The next, he's grinning. Not bad, kid, you pulled it off. He'd brought honor to the island. The teacher didn't care why he was sneaking, results mattered. This victory was a jackpot. The master's maniacal laughter echoed like he'd won the lottery. Coughing up blood, his only thought was of his lover. Did they capture that mysterious assassin yet? Was his precious girl still in danger without him there today? She would have been a goner. Tell the Reaper my name. My peace lasted 5 minutes before the Mu family announced her sudden forced relocation. Is this the end for me and 𝐀𝐿, my professional gear? Signed by Legends. My only anchor remains. 1,000 questions flooded my mind. Total despair. I have officially entered my sad boy arc. Fearing our separation, we fought through hell on Eternal Night Island to reunite. Now, after dodging death, fate betrays us once again. We ran until our boots wore out. Now she is being transferred. There are no tears left for this. My gaze sharpened. This abyss won't break me. My resolve ignited like a legendary skill evolution. I am staying, whether through medicine or spiritual awakening. I will heal her. That is the price of a hunter's true devotion. Love changes a man. My final vow, our next meeting won't be in these depths, but under the sun. We will stand outside Eternal Night Island, under a real sky. Meanwhile, Teacher Ka snapped and became a monster. The festive mood died. Ka ordered an immediate lockdown. Every hunter on the island must be screened and purged. Seal the island. He crushed his weapon into dust, his grip shattering steel. The hunt for the rat begins. His killing intent froze the room. It was colder than a tomb. He swore to execute the target personally. The hall fell silent. No one dared breathe. A subordinate reported that Eternal Night's shadows had interfered with them. They weren't detected, but the target was moved. That was the final spark. The boss's rage reached a limit. His face turned demonic. Even his elite guards couldn't face the overwhelming pressure of his black, suffocating spiritual aura. Memories of that cursed island resurfaced like a nightmare. He couldn't suppress the trauma. His sanity was slipping away. He screamed as his shackles groaned, nearly shattering under his degenerating power. It was a violent, spiritual seizure. The beauty beside him saw the crisis. She began chanting in a forgotten, ancient tongue only the gods understand. Moon goddess, grant your blessing. End the cycle of pain. Her staff erupted with a blinding, divine system light. The moon goddess's blessing struck him directly. A surge of holy energy forced its way into his turbulent core. This was Lola, a high-tier healer. She mends broken spirits and subdues degenerates using sheer, overwhelming spiritual force. Her power stabilized his soul. Once he calm, he assigned the mission to Red, the elite red-haired hunter. To recover, he needed rest. But 5 minutes later, the sentient hat on his head began its cruel, mocking taunts again. It spoke of his lost love, only to be silenced. A hidden trauma from his past that never healed. She died there, didn't she? A blood-stained tragedy. Yet the mouth on his head continued its poisonous, manipulative whispers. Kill them all, it urged. The hunters and the guilds. He whispered a promise to his beloved. Missing Lin. Wait a bit longer. Lin. I am coming. Elsewhere. Qinming was ready to burn the library for knowledge. Su Heng stopped the arson. Burning a library costs more than a winning lottery ticket. They had to be smart. A chill ran down his spine. Someone was watching. He turned. But the corridor was empty. Was it him? No. Their target was Dao too. So who was tracking him, amidst 1,000 questions? He returned to training. From a distant skyscraper. Simon watched through binoculars. He looked every bit the rogue prince of a legendary guild. But Simon was also being watched. A stunning girl in a bikini tracked his every move from the shadows. Does the prince enjoy peeping? She wondered. Behind Simon's gaze lay the secret history of a royal Esper bloodline. Born with a crescent moon brand. Prince Simon was the pride of Lac. The wealthiest nation in all Europe. The only royal bloodline born as a natural-born hunter. Over time, the boy grew into a handsome, formidable powerhouse. He possessed the Eye of Horus. A legendary trait for seeking the ultimate truth and prophesying the world's rules. Back in reality, Simon sipped tea with the seductive Diana. Her presence was an S-rank distraction for any man. Diana watched him with a knowing smile. Simon asked calmly, "Is there a reason for this visit?" Diana. She claimed she missed him. Since enrollment, he had become a lone wolf. Are you busy investigating something? Simon. He played cool. But she pushed. Need help investigating someone? Just ask. I might have the hidden stats. Simon smirked. Eternal Night Island was a fascinating dungeon. And Diana was the most intriguing boss he had encountered. His eyes flashed with calculation. But before he could respond, Diana leaned in close. Her breath hot against him. Don't dig too deep. She whispered. My secrets are reserved for those I am intimately close with. A warning. Her gaze sharpened with a hidden threat. Simon only chuckled softly. His aura vibrating with a calm, hidden strength. He told her to sit back down. Leaning over the table like that was a dangerous provocation in this game. Realizing the awkward vibe, she quickly scrambled down and muttered a hurried goodbye to Simon. Catch you later, she chirped. Vanishing into the crowd. Sion watched her leave. Slowly sipping his tea. Whether it's Diana's past or 𝐀𝐀𝐃's hidden stats, my Horosai will expose every secret eventually. At the Hunters Guild, 𝐀𝐀𝐃 scanned the daily quests while bitter whispers buzzed around him. They mocked him for hogging low-rank missions. But the main character simply tuned out the noise. Suddenly, a 4-star prompt appeared as he accepted. Familiar faces emerged from the bustling crowd. It was 𝐀𝐃𝐃 and Qinming. They checked the rankings, rank 134 versus 𝐀𝐀𝐃's score. 2 months of grinding and that's all you've got. 𝐀𝐃𝐃's blunt question hit like an icy debuff. 𝐀𝐀𝐃 froze. His pride taking a critical hit. Qinming explained the penalty for over-leveling quests. High risk. 0 reward. 𝐀𝐀𝐃's face darkened as the system calculated his massive point deductions. My win rate is finally hitting 50%. He grunted. Activating his movement skill to head out. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 winced. Realizing her jokes dealt true damage to his ego. And tried to apologize quickly. In a flash, 𝐀𝐀𝐃 transformed and vanished toward his new objective, the brutal lava rock zone. 𝐁𝐃𝐃 stared at the 4-star patrol quest. His survival rate against high-tier monsters wasn't a bluff. Is he really just a C-rank student, she whispered? Turning to Qinming for some kind of logic, Qinming nodded grimly. Suddenly, Simon approached with a predatory smile. Holding a high-tier quest key, he offered a party invite for an elite dungeon. The two hunters exchanged looks and hit accept. Manas surged as they prepared to warp. But the system interface suddenly flickered with a crimson error. The gateway destabilized. Panic erupted in the hall as the login servers crashed, trapping hunters in limbo. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐀𝐃 was deep in the dungeon, stalking a massive golem from the jagged shadows. As he prepared his strike, space itself buckled. The dungeon floor groaned and began to fracture wildly. Gravity inverted as the earth began to sink. Elsewhere, Simon's team faced the same catastrophic nightmare. Dark red rifts tore through the air, devouring everything. Chaos reigned as hunters were sucked into the void. 𝐀𝐀𝐃 summoned his ancient grimoire, manipulating floating debris to find a foothold in the crumbling zone. He lunged for a cliffside, fingers digging into the rock to avoid the hungry abyss below him. Just as safety seemed certain, the ledge shattered. With a desperate cry, he plummeted into the darkness. Back at Central Command, sirens wailed. Chidan stormed in, his eyes fixed on the red warnings. Report, he barked. The operator trembled, typing frantically. A catastrophic virus has breached the core system. Dan's fingers flew across the terminal. This wasn't a glitch, it was a total system collapse. He checked the student logs. If they didn't act now, the entire class would be erased forever. The simulation is out of control, the technician screamed. Students are being scattered into unstable dimensional rifts. Some were forcibly ejected. But many remained trapped in the cracks, the dead zones of the system. On the monitors, hunters fought for survival against the crushing gravity of the malfunctioning warp gates. Initiate emergency override, Dan commanded. Pull them out before those rifts close for good. 𝐀𝐿 spiraled toward a swirling vortex. He pushed his mana to the limit. Defying the pull, monstrous mouths emerged from the bubbles of space, snapping at him with jagged, ethereal teeth. He conjured a massive water fist, smashing the monster's back. But the impact threw him off balance. Below him laid a river of molten blood. Hellish fish beasts breached the surface, sensing fresh prey falling, as a monster opened its maw to swallow him. A glowing vine snaked out and caught him. He was yanked onto solid ground, gasping for air. Death had been inches away. A cold breath. "You okay there?" a familiar voice asked. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 looked up and saw Simon standing over him. The whole squad was there, Dear Peel and Tun Min too. Ready for round 2, Simon grinned. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 managed a weak nod but instinctively stepped back. This reunion felt way too convenient. He scanned the alien landscape, his instincts screaming. Suddenly, Dear Peel shrieked a warning as steel sang. She lunged forward, her blade flashing to intercept a blood-crazed monster aiming for 𝐀𝐿𝐃's throat. Warning, these aquatic abominations caught their scent. They're swarming in a frenzied, bloodthirsty assault. The horde is surging. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 snaps, manifesting hydro energy into twin spectral daggers. He's dicing them like raw sashimi. What is this hellhole? 𝐀𝐿𝐃 screams mid-combat. Tun Min yells back. Systems glitched. They've been force-dropped into this nightmare abyss. Surveying the carnage, Deep Hugh spots the river of blood. It's the legendary Crimson Eye. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 is stunned. A legendary dungeon, here Simon, standing tall behind them, confirms. A 7-star instance. Simon explains. Sealed eons ago due to a catastrophic system corruption. He deploys his secret weapon, releasing radiant golden butterflies to scout the battlefield. In a flash, the monsters shred the butterflies. Everyone freezes in absolute, soul-crushing horror. Even the summons. 𝐀𝐿𝐃 gasps. Simon frowns. His tactical butterflies are completely useless here. The horde is infinite. Tun Min growls as monsters crawl from the gory depths. Damit? There's no exit. 𝐻CA has a reckless thought. If we die, we just respawn outside. Right. He smirks, praising his own genius. I'm a total mastermind. But reality is much darker. Elsewhere, dark rifts tear the sky. The academy is in chaos with wounded students everywhere. A blonde girl barks orders through a megaphone. Search every corner, leave no one behind. A blonde youth being evacuated spots a green-haired student acting suspicious and sneaking away. He follows the shadow through deserted halls, passing secret underwater labs and abyssal chambers. They reach a restricted door at the corridor's end. The green-haired rat stops there. He enters the admin bypass code with ease. The blonde witness is baffled. How does he have student council privileges? As the traitor enters, the blonde youth slips inside. He darts through the closing gap, heart racing, and dives behind a wall. Too close. He watches from the shadows. The traitor approaches the central mainframe, shedding his cloak. This must be the dungeon control hub, he realizes, observing the high-tech server array. Suddenly, a radio crackles. The man reports. Target Simon located. He's in the sealed eye, awaiting final orders. He begins typing rapidly, his fingers dancing across the glowing terminal, initializing rift collapse. 𝐻𝐿𝐃. He's trapping Simon so his boss can kill him personally. The screen turns blood red. Virus upload success. In 10 minutes, Simon's allies will be dragged in. A final prompt flickers. Dungeon status locked. Awaken instance. The traitor doesn't hesitate. He triggers the nightmare, sentencing Simon's group to death. As he turns to leave, the spy hides. The blonde youth shrinks into the shadows as the traitor laughs a wicked, triumphant sound. Payback time. Brat. The traitor sneers. Destroying my mission comes with a deadly price. Hiding behind a massive pillar, the blonde youth waits until the coast is clear. He frantically pulls out his comms. Emergency calling boss Kumamoto. We have a major crisis. Back in the abyss, the 4 hunters are back to back, surrounded by a sea of monsters. 𝐻𝐿𝐃, ready to die to escape, drops his stance and waves goodbye to his friends. But Simon's face goes pale. Stop dying in the Crimson Eye means brain death in reality. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 freezes. His heart dropping into his stomach. You've got to be kidding me. Simon explains the horror. Years ago, mana overload corrupted this place. It's a digital graveyard. Suddenly, a crimson gale erupts. A system window blares. Dungeon awakened. Enter combat state. Since when do dungeons have an awakened mode? 𝐀𝐖𝐃 screams as the storm settles. The red mist clears, revealing a swarm of monsters far deadlier than before. It's over. Simon explained that years ago, a mana surge corrupted the system parameters, breaking the entire zone. The sealed dungeon suddenly unraveled. A blood-red storm erupted as the system window flashed. Dungeon activated. Everyone froze in shock. Enter combat state immediately. One nightmare followed another in rapid succession. Shaka roared in disbelief. As the red gale cleared, a swarm of flying monsters circled them. 𝐀𝐻𝐿 strikes with lightning agility, her blade carving through the fish monsters in a deadly dance. Her gaze is cold. Just trash, she mutters. Beside her, Simon fires his gun, clearing a path. These disgusting creatures are endless. Constant combat isn't the solution. They need a new strategy. 𝐀𝐖𝐃 agrees. They must find the dungeon's core. Suddenly, the river erupts with terrifying force. A crimson geyser explodes, teeming with monsters. But then, the massive vortex is suddenly slammed back. 𝐀𝐖𝐃 unleashes formless true fire. The flames incinerate the vortex and the beasts into nothingness. 𝐻𝐃 cheers, realizing 𝐀𝐼𝐃 is their hidden ace. His power level is off the charts. We can actually survive this dungeon, 𝐻𝐿 yells. But then he turns around and freezes. The color drains from his face. Behind him, 𝐀𝐻𝐿 and Simon sense a shift in aura. A massive three-headed bone monster emerges from the shadows. The boss has finally arrived. A giant Cerberus skeleton looms over them. Its roar shakes the very foundation of the dungeon. The sonic wave blasts the hunters back, but 𝐀𝐼𝐃 and 𝐀𝐻𝐿 recover their balance instantly. They charge the beast, blades flashing. The monster's head snapped toward them, eyes glowing red. One head fires a concentrated mana orb. The hunters dive, narrowly avoiding the lethal explosion. Their survival instinct is on fire. The beast roars, shooting pillars of energy that pierce the sky. Space begins to fracture. Dark pillars descend. 𝐻𝐿 is stunned, watching the system glitch. 𝐀𝐻𝐿 is mesmerized by the light. Suddenly, she's pulled into a separate, mysterious dimension. She awakens in a void. In the distance, a small girl sits alone, playing quietly. The girl turns. 𝐀𝐻𝐿 freezes. Those eyes, that face, it's her younger self. It's the child she used to be. Only an idiot wouldn't recognize that face. She reaches out. Her hand hits a cold mirror, a reflection of her own soul. This isn't reality. Panic sets in. She screams for her teammates, but only silence answers her in this void. The glass floor shatters. Beneath her feet, a new landscape forms. A memory of her hometown. It's Laytown, the place where her nightmare began. Her hidden backstory is unfolding. The system is forcing her to relive her past. This is the origin of her trauma. A car zooms past, nearly hitting her. The driver sneers. Get out of the way, freak. He doesn't even apologize. Men like him deserve the worst karma for their absolute arrogance. Honestly, that guy is a total degenerate. 𝐀𝐿 ignores him, her heart already heavy. She senses the cold gazes of the townspeople. To them, she wasn't a girl, she was a monster. People flee at the sight of her. The rejection is a physical weight on her chest. A mother pulls her child away. Suddenly, two figures appear behind her, her own parents. You monster, they scream. Why won't you just die already? Their words are like poisoned daggers. Betrayal by blood. The trauma resurfaces, echoing through the broken space of her mind. The voices loop, agonizing and relentless. She covers her ears, desperate to drown out the hate. Tears sting her eyes as she runs. Everywhere she turns, the whispers find her. Disappear, curse murderer. The labels they gave her are branding her soul once again. She has spent her whole life running from these ghosts, being called a degenerate, a monster. The pain never dulls. It only festers. The nightmare is more real than any dungeon boss. Stop it. Shut up, she screams at the void. Her mana begins to flare uncontrollably. Her cry shatters the illusion. She's back in the crumbling space, panting for breath. The dimension is falling apart. Then, a sweet voice calls out. Bye, sister. She turns to see her brother, 𝐀𝐼𝐃. His emerald hair and eyes shine with innocence. He looks nothing like her, but he is the only light in her dark world. Joy washes over her. Guy, she cries, rushing toward the boy she failed to protect. But a wall of glass slams down between them. Her brother is trapped, And she is helpless. She lunged toward the mirror. It shattered, taking him with it. Shards fell into the abyss. She dived into the void. Her world's light was gone. Tan Min woke up bloodied. Monsters slaughtered everyone he loved. His legendary sword lay broken. The sex hope was severed. Rage consumed his broken soul. A cold voice called him worthless. His grandfather stared in disgust. He was mocked for weakness. You're a failure. He spat. Tan Min begged for mercy. The elder ruthlessly rejected him. You are no longer kin. He vanished into the chaos. The boy crawled in despair. Only blood and screams answered. The mountain sect was burning. The elder was crushed easily. His broken body was tossed. The monster showed no mercy. Grandfather, he shrieked in agony. He gripped the broken steel. Shame burned hotter than wounds. Blood sprayed across his face. The corpse landed before him. You destroyed us. Hey, he said. Go to hell. Boy. Those words cut like knives. Despair pulled him into darkness. Salmon's divine eye saw nothing. His S-rank skill had failed. He remained blissfully unaware. He stood alone in silence. A predator watched the prey. The hunter was now blind. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃 woke up bloodied. His sacred staff was dust. He remembered the brutal ambush. The gang had broken him. His awakening was a lie. The darkness finally took hold. A white-haired youth appears to save him. His heart is already destroyed. Death calls. It's a lie. He's dead. No hidden academy waits at the bottom of the sea. Is this just a dying hallucination? 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐄𝐃's sanity begins to fracture. Soon, the police will find his cold corpse. His soul should be buried. Why is he here above? The moon transforms into a ghastly crimson eye. It's been watching, waiting for his total despair to finally devour him. It creeps closer, but 𝐀𝐻 strikes. He grips his scepter with pure rage. He hurls it with lethal intent. The eye barely dodges the sudden projectile. 𝐀𝐻 mocks the illusion. Did you think I was that easy to fool? Our hero stays sharp, even we, the readers, almost bought the lie. The red eye sneers. How did you break free from my nightmare? He reveals a memento, a promise from friends whose existences were erased. Their bonds shattered the illusion. 𝐀𝐻 draws his legendary water sword. Hydro energy swirls around the blade. A divine strike is ready to fall. We fight to exist. I won't be judged by trash like you. 𝐀𝐻 lunges. His blade pierces the darkness with a master's precision. Direct hit. The eye shatters. Terrified, the monster chooses to flee. It retreats, cursing the hateful brat who dared to wound its divinity. No escape. 𝐀𝐻 blitzes forward, slicing through the air like lightning. He carves the monster into four. The protagonist treatment is absolute. Reality fractures. 𝐀𝐻 finally shatters the prison of his mind. 𝐻𝐻 and Tan Min awaken too. The squad is finally reunited, but Simon is missing. He's likely still trapped with that serpent queen. 𝐻𝐻 trembles. That was a living nightmare. She whispers in fear. It's not over. Tan Min vaunts, unsheathing his glowing scarlet sword. The Cerberus has evolved. It's no longer just a pile of bones. Flesh and hellfire manifest. A high-tier boss monster stands before them, with razor fangs and a blazing aura. The beast prepares to hunt. It snarls. Shocked. They survived. Don't underestimate and awakens willpower. Mut. Then die, it roars. 𝐀𝐻 just sees fresh dog meat. Smoke chokes the air. Elsewhere, the guild works to evacuate students. Amidst the chaos, Kumamoto is off plotting his own secret schemes. On the screen, True Tang appears determined to expose the truth. Kumamoto fumes, but keeps it quiet. This is a secret between them. A storm is brewing at Eternal Night Island. Chaos is opportunity. He senses eyes on him. Kumamoto turns. His gaze, sharp and cold. The bigger the mess, the easier it is for us to act. True Tang is lost. Kumamoto, the veteran, explains the dark reality. To take down a giant, you need a single, lethal killing blow. If the victim in the blood eye dies, they'll end up brain dead. True Tang parle. If they die there, they die in real life. Does this make me a murderer? He screams, his heart racing fast. Kumamoto scoffs. It's not murder, it's just lighting a fuse for them. True Tang hesitates, worried for 𝐀𝐻. Is revenge worth the price? Kumamoto scoffs, reminding him of every humiliation he's ever suffered. Paling with fear, Simon wondered what to do next when a small figure caught his eye. Seeing the man walk away, Simon questioned his motives as the ultimate battle loomed near, forced into a regressed state. The group unwittingly provoked a legendary three-headed hellhound. This gatekeeper of hell possessed the evil red eye, a trait that manifests one's deepest guilt. 𝐀𝐻 struggled against the monster, questioning if such a demonic entity truly existed. Tan Min explained that according to ancient records, this nightmare would shatter a hunter's soul, trapped in a mental hell with no escape. 𝐻𝐻 summoned her massive thunderblade. Furious, she didn't care if the beast was an illusion. It had crossed the line. The hellhound had poked a hornet's nest. 𝐀𝐿 swore to decapitate every single head. 𝐀𝐃 urged caution. But a woman's rage knows no bounds in the heat of battle. Tan-min declared their guild would never fall. Only fueling 𝐀𝐃's rising anxiety, Tan-min joined the fray with bloodshot eyes. 𝐀𝐃 had no choice but to follow. Locked in a life-or-death struggle, each hunter targeted a different head of the nightmare beast. They struck with precision, while Tan-min delivered a bonus blow to the monster's face, now partially blinded. The Hellhound let out a deafening roar, blasting Tan-min back 100 meters. Using top-tier evasion skills, he landed safely. 𝐀𝐃 rushed over, heart pounding in fear. The monster's fangs were venomous, numbing Tan-min's leg as the air grew dangerously hot. A hidden eye emerged on the beast's forehead, glowing with the intensity of a fireball. Skeletal hands clawed their way out of the earth, forcing the trio to retreat instantly. Disgusted, 𝐀𝐿 slashed at the limbs, but the undead summons were seemingly immortal. 𝐀𝐃's sharp eyes caught a pattern. The side heads were controlling the ground assault. He signaled 𝐀𝐿, revealing the weak point. The side heads were the source. 𝐀𝐿 activated her entangling vine skill to close the gap between her and the heads. She jammed thorns deep into the beast's throat, silencing its horrific cries once and for all. With the monster muzzled, she shouted for 𝐀𝐃 to deliver the decisive finishing blow. He leaped high into the air, but the boss monster countered with a devastating fire breath. The vines incinerated instantly. 𝐀𝐿 was tossed aside, and 𝐀𝐃 lost his momentum. The Hellhound's rage intensified. Yet, as long as they breathed, the quest wasn't over. 𝐀𝐃 faced the beast with a sharp gaze, but was swallowed whole before he could move. Trapped in the monster's maw, he experienced a high-speed descent into the belly of the beast, finding him unpalatable. The dog spat him out like trash, leaving him broken and bleeding. His vision blurred as his comrades rushed toward him. Darkness slowly began to consume his world. Thinking this was the end, 𝐀𝐃 finally closed his eyes and accepted his fate. In a vision, a mysterious man praised him, claiming he could become a legendary spirit lord. Humble to a fault, 𝐀𝐃 felt worthless. Then, a familiar voice whispered in his ear. Dao Tu appeared behind him, offering encouragement and reminding him that he wasn't fighting alone. As her silhouette faded, the desperate calls of his friends pulled him back to reality. Awakening from the brink, he saw his teammates shielding his broken body from the beast. The Hellhound's stamina was endless, relentlessly hunting the exhausted trio without a moment's rest. 𝐀𝐿 screamed for him to live. Was this the true power of an unbreakable bond? The monster lunged at the defenseless Tan-min, its jaws wide open to devour him. 𝐀𝐃 remembered everyone waiting for him. He refused to let his story end here. In that critical moment, his spirit awakened. He raised a hand to put the beast down. 𝐀𝐃 stood tall, his power evolving. He wouldn't allow his journey to be buried here. Though broken and fallen, he found his inner strength to rise and face the nightmare. Pushing his limits, he activates 100% synchronization, triggering the legendary Long Yuan dragon transformation. The wait is over. Brother Long strikes, crashing into the Hellhound in a violent collision of power. No longer fighting alone, he's ignites Tan-min. This is their one chance for a decisive counterattack. Tan-min acts fast, coating his blade in a lethal power-up syrup to max out his stats. Soloing is impossible. Together, they coordinate a perfect hunting party raid to take down the boss. 𝐀𝐿 and Tan-min take their stances, ready to execute their ultimate combo on my command. The Hellhound trembles at their unity. They unleash Lunar Dance and Primordial Sword Chi in perfect harmony. The three-headed beast is sent to the void. Its heads fall as the shadowy minions turn to ash. Without their master, the spawns vanish. Our hunters fall back, completely drained from the high-tier battle. The beast collapses, but Zhao Tang watches from the shadows, his eyes burning with toxic jealousy. A system error flashes red. Suddenly, the boss control interface for the Eye of Blood appears, recalling rumors of dungeon malfunctions. Zhao Tang realizes he can trigger a total party wipe right now. If I can't have the loot, nobody can. He laughs maniacally while ripping out the system wiring, trapping the team inside. The severed wires spark violently as a level 10 critical alarm blares out. Panicked by the alarm, Zhao Tang realizes the gravity of his sabotage and looks for an escape. Using the 36 strategies, the coward flees, leaving his teammates to face the system's absolute wrath. Back at the corpse, 𝐀𝐃 cautiously approaches. He pokes the beast's snout to confirm the kill. He celebrates the victory, but the relief is short-lived. A disaster is lurking just 3 seconds away. 𝐀𝐿 senses a massive mana spike. 𝐻TA run, something is very wrong, she screams, paralyzed by shock. 𝐻TA is hit by a devastating ambush, spitting blood as his health plummets, sent flying into the air. He coughs up a liter of crimson as his teammates watch in horror. He hits the ground hard, his vision blurring. Is this how a top-tier hunter's journey ends? The decapitated hellhound is twitching unnaturally. 1,000 questions race through his mind as he fades. Suddenly, a demonic gem embeds itself into the monster's neck, releasing a surge of unholy energy. Surprise, the hellhound undergoes a forced evolution, regrowing all 3 heads in a flash of light. The group stands frozen in despair as the resurrected beast roars, radiating an ascended, terrifying aura. A shockwave blasts them back. The boss locks eyes with 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃. Preparing its final execution move, it lunges forward, gifting the fallen hunter a ring of hellfire intended to burn his soul away. At the last microsecond, 𝐀𝐻 intercepts, her blade clashes against the overwhelming surge of fire, a hair's breadth from death. 𝐁𝐻 watches as her sword trembles under the monster's weight. Tan-min forces himself up, exhausted and broken. He charges back into the fray with suicidal grit. He strikes the hound's fangs, but it's useless. His attacks can't pierce the monster's reinforced hide. The beast retaliates, binding 𝐻𝐻 in a dark shroud. Both are tossed aside like ragdolls. As they fall, 𝐻𝐻's sword lands nearby. 𝐁𝐻 sees his battered reflection in the steel, disfigured and defeated. He can't believe his eyes. His hope begins to shatter into a million pieces, seeing his comrades crushed. Rage consumes him. He'll become a demon if it means protecting them. With his last bit of mana, he resonates with the blade, performing a desperate, forbidden ritual. The spirit Lord Trade awakens. He rises as stones float, wreathed in an aura of supreme power. The bindings on 𝐻𝐻 dissolve instantly. 𝐁𝐻 has transformed into something far beyond human, no longer weak. He looks like a god of war. Targeting the red core in the beast, Tan-min screams as the gem glows again. Why won't this monster just stay dead? 𝐁𝐻 smirks. Foolish. He mutas. Leaping with speed that cracks the very earth beneath him, he cleaves the Eye of Blood in 2. The core explodes in a blinding flash of destruction. The blast levels a nearby hill. You won't escape this time. To be continued, but the gem fragments start to pulse again. Regeneration begins as the hunters collapse in agony. The crowd trembled in terror. Escaping seemed impossible. I roared, there's no way out through the gates. But with my max-tier intellect, the solution was easy. If the door's locked, we'll just break through. I hoisted my blade as raw mana erupted from the earth. I carved a star, the symbol of our will. Tan-min stood frozen. This power level was insane. How could Blue Rage possess such devastating destructive force? 𝐻𝐻's eyes pierced the truth. No. That's not Blue Rage. That's Shaka's true hidden awakening. Standing at the center, I became the absolute commander. Every spatial rift bowed to my godlike control. Sudden shadows flickered. A violet creature emerged from the rift, its wings shimmering with a deadly fright. Purple hue. The beast lunged at Simon, but he didn't blink. With a cold glare, he forced it into retreat. A seductive voice echoed through the silence. Struggle all you want. It's time for your final logout. Simon scanned the perimeter. Nothing. He drew his firearm, mocking the hidden shadows distorted. Fake voice. Dream on. The voice hissed. In this zone, your eye of Horus is blind. You are powerless here. Simon wouldn't be underestimated. He fired instantly. But Diana moved like a phantom, dodging with lethal grace. She knew his eyes read the rules. So, Diana trapped him in a lawless void, a world without logic. Is this hell? Or just another rift? Simon growled. Suddenly, 13 emerged, bearing a deadly welcome gift. Time was a luxury Simon didn't have. No more talking. He pulled the trigger, aiming for the heart. The round pierced 13's shoulder, but there was no impact. A fake, an illusion had danced through lead. 13's laughter filled the air. Miss me, Simon gritted his teeth, searching for the real target. You overvalued your skills. Diana sneered. You can't even. She stopped. A sharp sting flared in her shoulder. She touched the wound. Blood stained her hand. Instead of rage, she let out a chilling, twisted laugh. Perfect, she whispered. She lashed out with her rope, mercilessly whipping the purple summon into submission. Simon watched, fascinated. There's nothing more entertaining than seeing a cornered rat fight for its life. 13 grew impatient for the kill, but Diana held him back. She wanted to savor this cat and mouse game. 13 lost his bloodlust. Simon smirked. Using an unstable rift against me, that's a clever move. Diana, but your partner is an idiot. Simon continued. His killing intent is leaking everywhere. I see you. The breakthrough was clear. Enraged, Diana signaled her purple shadow. End him. Rip his heart out. The assassin lunged. Simon spoon. Unloading his clip into the purple blur. But the bullets did nothing. She grinned. Reaching out. A pink haze engulfed Simon, paralyzing his very soul and locking his body. Simon's muscles spasmed as his weapon hit the floor. Violent slime surged over his vision, drowning him. A guttural scream escaped his throat. So much for the great hunter. She taunted. Your arrogance ends now. Finish it. Diana commanded. Simon's world went dark. Is this it? Is this how a hunter dies? Crack, a heavy boot, connected with the monster's jaw. In the nick of time, the hero finally arrived. Shaka stood like an immovable wall. With one hand, a shockwave blasted the purple freak 100 meters. He didn't stop there. A follow-up strike sent Diana crashing into the dirt. Her face full of disbelief, she looked up at the spatial tier above. It couldn't be. Shaka, she stammered, realizing who broke her. Save him, please, a voice cried. Shaka sighed, hoisting the broken Simon onto his back. Shut it already. He looked at the unconscious man. Friendship among losers, he muttered. What a bothersome and pathetic concept. Clang. A golden flash struck. Shika's blade moved instinctively, parrying 13's cowardly hidden sneak attack. 13 sneered, promising a quick death. Shaka didn't reply. He delivered a kick that sent the clown flying. 13 wiped his lip. Impressed, the duo stepped forward, ready to erase Shaka from the server forever. Is this really the defect everyone talks about, they wondered? Shaka remained silent, his gaze colder than ice. 13 lunged for the throat, but his blade met air. A counterstrike landed before he could even blink. Crimson spray painted the ground. The others stood paralyzed. The defect was a monster they weren't prepared for. He told Diana to fall back. Sion watched closely, wondering if this man was truly the legendary Shaka. Number 13 seized the chance to strike Shaka's neck, but his blade met a devastating counterforce. Crimson spray painted the air. The onlookers watched in horror as their comrade was utterly decimated. 𝐀𝐿 flashed behind them, slicing through chains with absolute precision. Counters failed. Desperate, Boythap unleashed his final hidden trump card. The chain storm was useless. 𝐀𝐿 shattered it effortlessly. Diana urged the awakening. Boythap hesitated, fearing the dark cost. With grim approval, Boythap evolved his skill into forbidden undeath. Humanity vanished, reborn as undead. The brothers bonded beyond the grave. Necro chains activated. Tap Tam transformed into a grotesque, mindless zombie warrior. Speed stats surged. The undead monster lunged toward 𝐀𝐿 instantly. 𝐀𝐿 dodged a spike trap with agile, cinematic movements. Traps vanished, but iron chains snared 𝐀𝐿 like captured prey, bound like a mummy. 𝐀𝐿 faced Thaptam's lethal blade. He caught the steel with his teeth, then the chains exploded. Smoke cleared. Diana cheered, thinking the giant had finally died. Victory vanished. Boythap fell from a sudden, fatal headshot. 𝐀𝐿 emerged from the mist, chilling the very air around him. Diana collapsed in terror. 𝐀𝐿 vanished like a vengeful ghost. Space cracked. Rosem searched the dark forest for his target. Forests burned. 𝐀𝐿 emerged, possessed by the god Blade's malice, carrying Simon. 𝐀𝐿's cold gaze forced Rosem to retreat immediately. Rosem fumed at the arrogance, but 𝐀𝐿 carved his own path. Power flared. 𝐀𝐿 flew, carrying Simon toward the distant horizon. Rosem realized he underestimated the boy. Meanwhile, Simon's mind crumbled. Memories shattered. Inside his broken mind, Simon finally gave up hope. Reality hit hard. Simon faced death from a spreading necrotoxin. 𝐀𝐿 arrived. Despite the illusion's ending, Simon's wounds remained critical. Diana arrived, masking her malice with fake, tearful concern for him. She mourned his eyes while secretly celebrating his tragic downfall. A perfect actress. 𝐀𝐿 watched her double-faced, wicked performance. Shocked, he survived. She struggled to maintain her innocent mask. 𝐀𝐿 feigned memory loss, momentarily easing her growing suspicions. She wondered if his blank face hid a truly dangerous monster. After she left, Tan Min warned that woman is a venomous serpent. 𝐀𝐿 sensed two different hidden attackers from the dark shadows. Memories blurred. The Godblade's die had landed on number 10. Morning came. 𝐀𝐿 raced to find a miracle cure. The diagnosis was grim. A toxin was rotting Simon's optic nerves. Necrosis spread toward his brain. His internal organs were failing fast. Simon's trait was sight. Blindness meant permanent. Forced guild expulsion. 𝐀𝐿 scoffed, death is a much closer threat than status. Hope died. Simon trembled, as eternal darkness finally took him. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐃 cornered the doctor, demanding a way to save him. 𝐀𝐿 tested his resolve. Would he pay any price tonight? She drew a blade, aiming it directly at 𝐀𝐻K's heart. She wanted his unique power, the force that cheated death itself. 𝐀𝐿 accepted the deal, becoming her pawn to save Simon, receiving the quest. The MC grew suspicious. Was it really this simple? He questioned 𝐀𝐿. Can immediately. Are you planning some insane experiment on me? Simon leaned against the wall, despairing as the doctor's words cut like blades. His life was a tragedy. Blind, broken, and then hit by a medical gurney. A sad boy was born. He once had everything. Now he held only dust. Bullies arrived, drenching him in porridge. It was a pathetic, sickening sight to see. The MC intervened, acting clumsy, while his aura made even doctors recoil in fear. Rose M interrupted, mocking Simon as a useless cripple while eyeing the protagonist greedily. The MC stood his ground. Don't touch my guy. Step back before I snap. Tension peaked. Rose M pulled her goons back, sensing the MC's overwhelming killing intent. She tried to recruit him instead. Join me. I'll give you the best resources. Don't waste your talent on a degenerate loser. Be smart and choose power. The MC's answer. A polite smile and a middle finger. Rot in hell. Lady. He led Simon away. Did you eat? Too bad that porridge went to waste. Simon's voice shook. Was it Edward? Did he set me up for this? The MC handed him a bun. Eat first. Survival requires calories, not just rage. Simon refused, his pride still intact. He tried to drive the MC away instead, but the protagonist stayed. He praised 𝐀𝐿's skill, fighting to spark some hope. I'm not pitying you, he growled. I just hate losing people I can save. Simon was drowning in nihilism. Rules are absolute. Trying to change fate is foolish. My blindness is a rule. Simon whispered. The universe is laughing at my hubris. The MC's words were a cold wake-up call. Are you really satisfied with this? You came here to survive, not to be like a dog. Break the rules. It worked. Psychological manipulation or not. Simon's internal fire finally began to flicker. If I recover, Simon vowed, I'll uncover every secret you're hiding from me. Mission accomplished. The MC left, telling the sad boy to toughen up and heal. Simon finally ate, complaining the food tasted like trash. Typical handsome guy drama. Days later, the surgery began. 𝐀𝐿 prepared her legendary skills for the procedure. Don't expect a miracle, she warned. I'm basically trying to revive a corpse. Simon knew the medical odds. Regenerating necrotic nerves was unheard of in this tier. Unless, of course, 𝐀𝐿 can use some forbidden methods from the dark system. Don't thank me, she said. Your sugar daddy here is paying the price. The MC promised to work like a slave to cover the astronomical medical fees. 𝐀𝐿, a lifelong loner, just scoffed. If you recover, I need your eyes, the eye of Horus, she whispered. A future favor for a miracle today. Deal. Surgery commenced. Pink mana surged, swirling around the operating table like a storm. Divine energy flooded Simon's optic nerves. His entire body glowed with a celestial light. Now, they waited. Fate was in the hands of the gods and the system. Meanwhile, news broke. A freshman named Zhao Ju was arrested for high-level sabotage. He'd hacked the Red Blood server, nearly causing a catastrophic system-wide mental collapse. The academy was in shock. How could a rookie bypass such elite security measures? He's a pawn, someone whispered. There's a mastermind the higher-ups are protecting. Kumamoto checked the files. Hoken's name was missing from the official punishment list. A dangerous game was being played. It was time to tread very, very carefully. Even the MC felt the weight of the conspiracy. Then, Tan Min called out, Wait! Didn't you notice someone's missing? Thixa scanned the area, realizing far too late. Ever since they left the illusion, Hyo was gone. How could he be so heartless to his teammate? Seriously. As a reader, I feel bad for her. Back to the plot. After realizing she's gone, he asks Tan Min. Apparently, she's being interrogated since she owns the weapon that shattered the system. Thixa remembers the chaos and scratches his head guiltily. Tan Min immediately offers some comfort. I won't snitch. We're brothers now. And you're joining the 𝐻𝐿 Sun Guild soon anyway. Facing this unexpected loyalty, Thixa could only give an awkward, forced laugh. Nearby, the guild leader watches from the shadows. Days ago, Diana reported that although Simon escaped, he's poisoned. He's likely a dead man walking. She failed to find the chairman's target in the Black Forest, but the massive disturbance was enough to cripple Eternal Night Island. The chairman smirks like a total psychopath. He's celebrating way too early. In these stories, a plot twist usually hits like a freight train. I'm just waiting for that reversal to smack him. Night falls at the dorms as 𝐀𝐿𝐿 heads back. He runs into 𝐀𝐿𝐿 and cheerfully asks about the interrogation. Bad Mavi. He hit a nerve. Her face darkens with rage. She grabs him like a stray puppy and drags him away. They arrive at the equipment department, a high-security vault guarded by elite sentries. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 is confused. But she explains her Blue Fury blade was confiscated during the investigation. She can't get it back until they find the culprit. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 breaks into a cold sweat. Is she going to report him? No. She's a real one. She invites him to help her steal it. She gently threatens him until he agrees. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 follows. His spirit broken by her intensity. Before they knew it, the guards were out cold, gifted a one-way ticket to dreamland. They slip inside the facility. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 asks where he got such high-grade sleeping drugs. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 smirks. While visiting Simon, he borrowed some dropped items from the medical department. He brags about his thievery, like it's a legendary trait. What a proud little degenerate. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 knows his personality too well and stays silent. They begin searching room by room. Finally, 𝐀𝐿𝐿 spots her blade. 𝐀𝐿𝐿's eyes light up at the sight of her weapon. He asks if she knows how to pick the lock. But who uses keys in a high-tech hunter era? As a modern warrior, she chooses maximum violence to breach the door. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 freezes in horror. Calm down, life is long. Do we really need to commit a felony? 𝐀𝐿𝐿 ignores him. She's determined to smash her way in. Suddenly, a surveillance drone spots them and starts an alert. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 reacts instantly, slicing the bot in half. The explosion leaves him breathless and rattled. He didn't expect such deadly security toys. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐿𝐿 has already forced the door open, jaw dropped. He warns her that destroying Academy property carries a heavy penalty ranking. She fires back, reminding him he just murdered a robot. Helpless, he urges her to move faster, unless they want a private meeting with the principal. Suddenly, the alarm system screams to life. Security droids surround them. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 looks miserable, while 𝐀𝐿𝐿 couldn't care less. And just like that, they've earned a free stay in a jail cell with a hideous gold statue. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 finally snaps. He bangs on the bars, screaming to know when they'll be released. He glares at the statue. Being locked up is one thing, but this interior design is torture. I'd rather die than look at this, he rants. Surprisingly, 𝐀𝐿𝐿 has been silent this whole time. He turns around and finds her crying, head bowed. He assumes she's terrified of the prison. He tries to comfort her, promising their mentor will bail them out soon. But she's not scared. She asks him what he saw within the red eye of blood illusion back then. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 is stunned by the sudden question. Seeing her desperate for an answer, he tells the truth. He saw his own death, a pathetic end without ever awakening his latent powers. Tragique. Si l'endemise. He admits he now treasures everything. Every day is lived at 100% effort. Then, he asks, averting her eyes. 𝐀𝐿𝐿's voice trembled with buried trauma. The confession finally escaped her lips. I saw my brother, she whispered. 𝐀𝐿𝐿 froze. She had never mentioned having any family. She began her tale, a fragment of a past buried deep. Years ago, she was just an orphan, adopted by a couple. She gained a younger brother, their biological son. He was her polar opposite. While she was shadow quiet, he was pure sunshine, always smiling and dragging her into his games. In that cold, suffocating mansion, his warmth was the only thing that kept her soul from freezing. One day, their mother dragged him away, forbidding him from playing with her. Isolation tasted like ash, abandoned and alone. Her cursed talents stirred. Intense emotions acted as a catalyst for devastating seismic shifts. Her foster parents lived in constant terror of her. Even now, as her heart broke, the earth trembled. The sky wept alongside her. Rain pouring down to match the rising tide of her internal despair. But secrets never stay buried. Soon, the town whispered of the demon child living among them. A frenzied mob stormed their home, branding her a monster. Her father's pleas fell on deaf ears. They dragged her out, raining curses upon her. Terror paralyzed her as the world turned into a nightmare. Seeing the mob's fury, even her parents wavered. Their protection dissolved into cold, calculating hesitation. Without mercy, they hurled the small girl against a wall, screaming for her to vanish forever. Blood trickled down her face as her mind went blank. The silence of her parents was deafening, trapped in a loop of screams and betrayal. Her mental fortress collapsed. Her hidden stats exploded. She lost control. An S-rank seismic pulse erupted, tearing the earth asunder with violent, jagged roots. Carnage followed. When she finally regained consciousness, the town was nothing but a graveyard of ruins. Amidst the debris, a familiar voice called out. Sister, it was her brother. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃. Running toward her, she reached out to embrace him. But fate was cruel. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐃 stumbled, plummeting into a widening abyss. She screamed, lunging to catch him. But a mysterious man with fox ears suddenly held her back. The ground groaned, swallowing everything. Vines constricted the survivors as the town was erased from existence. The man, known as Lightning, saved her life but showed utter contempt for the dying weaklings around them. He dragged her to safety while she sobbed uncontrollably, her world shattered by his cold, ruthless logic. When he tried to comfort her, she struck his hand away, eyes burning with raw, agonizing hatred. Why didn't you save him? She shrieked. She cursed him, blaming him for the tragedy she'd caused. Silent, he handed her a cold, stale blade. His eyes were hard, reflecting a harsh, unforgiving world. Become strong enough to surpass me, he commanded. Only then will you have the power to protect. The story ended. Instead of comfort, 𝐀𝐃𝐃 blurted out. So, did you ever actually beat him? His denseness. He didn't live long enough for me to get that chance. Suddenly, the dungeon cell creaked open. Guards arrived to escort the duo to see the High Minister. They were led into a massive armory, a sanctuary filled with legendary probe, high-tier blades and ancient relics. Her eyes widened. These weren't just weapons, they were famous blades that had carved out history itself. There, resting on a pedestal, was her own blue fury. Overjoyed, she sprinted forward to reclaim it. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 sensed the trap? Wait, it's too dangerous, he roared. But she was already gone. She was blinded by her desire. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 cursed, forced to dive after his reckless, weapon-obsessed friend. A lethal purple bolt streaked through the air. 𝐀𝐃𝐃 tackled her just as death graced her. Their teachers stepped from the shadows, scolding them for infiltrating the armory and destroying his patrol units.